Chapter 901, Imminent Death, HAA. Block it. No, this can't be. Various voices could be heard shouting and crying at the scene. One could see at least 10 disciples that were wearing the robes of the long cloud sect, fighting a certain beast that was running around them. Then there were at least double the number of disciples dead on the ground. It was hard to tell how many there were exactly, since some of them did not have complete corpses and some were just turned into mush. The beast that the disciples were fighting was over 3 meters tall and looked vicious. Its skin was covered in a dark layer that wiggled like some kind of a fluid, making one's hair tingle. It had 3 tails like that of a scorpion that had long barbs on the tips, but its body was that of a horse. It had claws like that of a water lizard and the head of a lion. Its fangs were long and looked terrifying. There were 6 bony horns that covered his head that were covered with blood and flesh. It was evident they had been used to gore the disciples several times. The beast's eyes were bloodied and had square pupils. Steam came out of its nose with every breath, and it looked restless. Tilda Guo, Tilda. Its cry was strange and didn't seem to belong to any animal that was known. It raised its head and cried before charging towards the disciples that were already weakened and filled with injuries. Their faces were filled with tears as they watched the beast about to end their life. The first disciple was hit with the horse and directly exploded into a mass of minced meat. But the beast didn't stop there and continued to charge. The disciples did their best to dodge, and a couple did manage to slip away. Tilda shing, tilda shing, tilda. Unfortunately for them, the relief of escape was short-lived as 2 tails came from the back and stabbed through their chests. Vitality drained out from their bodies, and they fell down lifelessly. Tilda Guo, Tilda. The beast cried out as if in joy and continued its attack. Another disciple that was unfortunate and missed a step fell to the ground. The beast directly stomped onto her and flattened it into the ground like pancake. Run. I don't want to die here. Elders save US. The disciples shouted, but the time was not on their side. By now, only 5 of the disciples were left surviving, and they were still trying to run. They had given up on attacking, as it would take their stamina, and they would miss the opportunity to dodge, since the beast basically received no damage from them. The small group of unfortunate men and women reached a dead end and were unable to go any further. There was a steep cliff in front of them and trees around them. Quick, fly! One of the slightly stronger disciples shouted before taking out a spirit sword and jumping on it. Unfortunately, not all of the disciples could fly or were not in the condition to do so. Their spirit chi had been exhausted and their will broken. 2 of them managed to fly away to the side, but 3 were still left. It was 2 girls and a boy that were left to watch their death approaching. The girls didn't even have the will to cry and only had still faces as they watched the beast running at them. They were the more weaker ones out of the group and had only survived till now due to either being the farthest or being lucky enough to dodge on time. But luck could only support one for so long. Their hope was for the elders to come rescue them, but that would still take some time. They were over 100 kilometers away from the sect, and even nascent soul realm elders would take 10 to 15 minutes to reach them. It had barely taken the beast 2 minutes to kill half of them, and in total, it had not even been 5 minutes since they encountered the beast. Their time was ticking away with each step that the beast took towards them. The fury in the beast's eyes was terrifying, and it looked no less than a monster that had walked out of the depths of hell to them. All hope was lost to them, and the beast was at a mere meter's distance when something shocking happened. The beast cried with thrill, enjoying the feeling of killing the humans. But just as it was about to do what it liked the best, something blocked him. The beast saw another human appearing in front of him. The human directly took the charge of the beast to his chest as the horns slammed into him. The disciples watched in shock as the man bore the full impact of the attack. They could only imagine him exploding into a rain of flesh or being thrown away. But in the end, neither of things happened. A brown illusory armor appeared around him, and easily bore the full brunt of the attack. Feeling as if it had been challenged, the beast was furious. It swung its scorpion tails at the man, but they were quickly caught in his hands. The third tail that could not be caught due to a lack of hands was then blocked in a different manner. Tilde clang tilde. The man directly head-butted the barbed tail, snapping its needle-like tip and knocking it away to the back. The beast cried in pain as dark red blood dripped from the broken tip. The disciples watched as the man saved them from imminent death. His back was tall and his shoulder broad. To them, he was no less than an angel who had descended from the heavens to save them. The girl could look at the man's face from the angle they were standing and were mesmerized by his face, forever burning it into their memories. Chapter 902. In the nick of time, Lin Mu's decision of going on ahead alone with little Shrubby was the correct one. But even then, he was still a bit late. By the time he arrived, most of the disciples were already killed, and their remains were strewn across the ground. This incited anger within Lin Mu that even little Shrubby could feel. The beast knew his master didn't get angry often, but when he did, it meant something truly bad had happened. And since his master was feeling angry, he too felt angry. In his fury, Lin Mu directly jumped off little Shrubby's back and blocked the strange beast that was about to kill the 3 disciples that were unable to dodge. "Foul beast," Lin Mu said in anger as he blocked it. "Tilde gu tilde." The beast growled at him in anger, but Lin Mu cared little for him. The beast continued to push forward, but Lin Mu was like a thick iron tower, immovable. Lin Mu was holding onto the beast's tail and pulled on them, passing them onto just one of his hands. "Die, you beast," Lin Mu said, his voice filled with rage. Raising his freed hand, he slammed his elbow into the head of the beast. The beast felt his head spinning as it slammed into the ground at breakneck speed. Of course, when its head slammed into the ground, his body did the same. Little Shrubby let out a dominating roar that sent fear drilling down the beast's bloodline. Little Shrubby's claws lit up in a blinding flash as he swiped at the beast's back, severing all the tails and burning away the flesh. "Tilde gu tilde." The beast woke up due to the searing pain coming from its back and opened its eyes again. The momentary unconsciousness faded away and the familiar rage reappeared. Lin Mu could peer into the beast's eyes and understood that the beast was not in control at all. Any beast should have run away at this point, either due to me or simply due to little Shrubby's presence. Especially after being injured this much, it would prefer to retreat, but it does not have the same level of intelligence it should anymore. Lin Mu analyzed. The beast stood up and wanted to attack again, but Lin Mu would never give it that chance. Raising his fist, Lin Mu hammered it back down onto the ground. His punch directly exploded the bony horns of the beast and reduced them to fragments before burying into the head. The head of the beast created a crater in the ground as spiderweb-like cracks spread from it. But Lin Mu didn't stop there. Raising his fist high up in the sky, Lin Mu brought it down again, this time like a sledgehammer that was hammering a fence post into the ground. The beast's skull certainly could not bear the force and directly exploded into bone and flesh fragments. With its life thereby ended, Lin Mu took a slight breath of relief. Even if this had not taken him much to do, the situation was stressful, and he did not want the disciples to die for no reason. "Little Shrubby," Lin Mu called out, and the beast knew exactly what he meant. From the corpse of the beast, a mass of swirling light came out, which then materialized into a miniature form of the beast. But before it could fly away and escape, little Shrubby's jaws closed around it, snuffing it out of existence. Tilde thud thud tilde. The 3 disciples collapsed onto the ground as the stress of death passed over. "We're saved." The 3 of them directly started bawling and cried their eyes out. Thinking that something was wrong, Lin Mu went to check up on them. "Are you okay?" Lin Mu questioned the 3 with a look of concern. "UWAA." But unexpectedly for him, the 3 disciples directly hugged his legs and continued to cry. "Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for saving us. I felt like I was going to die for sure," the 2 girls and boys said while crying. It was a little hard for Lin Mu to make out what they were saying, but still managed to in the end. "They are too traumatized to speak normally," Lin Mu muttered as he let his spirit sense scan the 3. In a few seconds he was done and found that they were not in any life-threatening condition. While they certainly had injuries and their spirit chi was depleted, they were relatively fine. A frown then appeared on Lin Mu's face as he scanned the surroundings. 1-2-10-18-24, Lin Mu counted the dead bodies. He looked back at the 3 disciples, wanting to ask them some things, but gave up seeing that they had not stopped crying. Guess we'll wait for them to arrive, Lin Mu thought and waited. In the meantime, he let his spirit sense wander in search of the other 2 disciples that had managed to fly away. "There they are, and they're passed out," Lin Mu said as he sensed the 2 of them laying on the ground 300 meters away. He quickly checked their condition as well and saw that they were actually in a worse condition than the 3 with him. They had worse injuries and had also strained their meridians. They are not even at the core condensation realm. Flying like this would be very taxing for them even if they are the disciples of a top sect, Lin Mu thought and sent a message to Little Shrubby. "Bring them here and be careful," Lin Mu ordered. "Okay," Little Shrubby responded before running away. He reappeared 20 seconds later with the 2 fainted disciples on his back. They were being held on by the 5 prosthetic hands just so that they would not fall off while he ran. Lin Mu's attention was pulled back to the 3 crying disciples, and he shook his head. His lips lightly moved, and some faint chants were heard. The 3 disciples became still upon hearing it, and then quickly fell asleep. "They'll be fine after they wake up now." Chapter 903. The High Elders arrive having put the disciples to sleep. Lin Mu could finally put his attention on the corpse of the beast he had just killed. He stepped closer and came to kneel beside it. It is certainly similar to the beast corpse we found earlier, but this one is even bigger, and it doesn't have as many bone spurs or just exposed bones in general," Lin Mu said as he probed the beast with his spirit sense. He couldn't find any apparent vitality in it, which made him think that the invader did more than just take over a beast's body. "Though what beast is this? I don't think I've seen one like this before," Lin Mu muttered. Tilde whoosh tilde. Tilde whoosh tilde. At the same time, the sound of wind could be heard, and Lin Mu sensed a few people appearing in his range. "Finally, they're here," Lin Mu muttered and stood up to look at Jiang Luo and the 3 elders. "Are you okay?" Jiang Luo called out loud. "I'm good, the disciples not so much," Lin Mu replied. The elders took a look at the scene of massacre, and their expressions darkened. Elder Bakken had a cold face as he walked towards the corpse. "Is this the beast that did all this?" Elder Bakken questioned. "Yes, it had already killed everyone else by the time I appeared, and only those 5 were left," Lin Mu answered. Elder Bakken clenched his fist, and anger was visible in his eyes. "They made a mistake sending Chi-refining realm disciples. The beasts will always be stronger than that due to the influence of the invader. This beast was probably at the infant soul stage of the nascent soul realm, but I could tell its strength was at least 2 stages above that," Lin Mu commented. "They did indeed, and the cost will be ours to bear as well," Elder Bakken replied. "Though, do you all know what beast this is? I don't think I've seen one like this before," Lin Mu questioned. "Let me take a look," Elder Wenyan said as he approached. He scanned the beast from top to bottom and furrowed his brows as a thought came to his mind. "It has certainly changed in appearance and has 2 extra tails, but I think this beast used to be a horse manticore," Elder Wenyan answered. "A horse manticore," Lin Mu said in confusion and looked at the beast again. Yes, if we remove the bony horns, the dark slimy skin and the 2 extra scorpion tails, it is certainly one of the lesser hybrid manticores," Lin Mu confirmed as he recalled certain information. He knew about the beast known as manticores and had read about them before. In fact, even the lost immortal had encountered them before in his travels. There were many types of them, and since they could breed with a lot of beasts, there were even more hybrids. They were similar in this aspect to the dragons and had great libido and drive to have as many offspring as possible. But then this presented another question to Lin Mu. Where is this type of a beast found on our continent, though? I'm very sure that it certainly does not live near the Honglin Kingdom. That previous beast was quite likely to be a green-tailed howler monkey, and those are native to the kingdom, but this beast certainly is not. Lin Mu questioned. I know about them, Jiang Luo chimed in. Please tell us, Lin Mu requested. If my memory serves me correctly, horse manticores are usually found in the Great Southern Forest. It is very rare to find them out of there, unless it was under the ownership of someone else. Jiang Luo spoke. You mean to say this was a beast being reared by some cultivator? Lin Mu asked. It is certainly possible. The beast's fur and claws can be used for making spirit tools, while its fangs and poison are used in alchemical pills. Jiang Luo replied. Rearing a horse manticore like this is not easy. At the very least, the person who owned it would need to be stronger than it, which would mean they need to be at the child soul stage or above in the nascent soul realm. Elder Bakken spoke. That narrows down the number of targets to a handful if we think of it. Lin Mu added. It is unlikely that this was owned by some individual cultivator. Plus, since it was infected by the invader in the Honglin Kingdom, someone had to have been transporting it for some reason. Hearing Lin Mu's words gave a lot more to think for the three elders. We'll have to investigate more later. First, we need to get the disciples to the safety and prepare a funeral for the ones that died. Elder Wenyan spoke. That is right. Lin Mu agreed and looked towards the distance. Why are the people from the sect not here yet? Lin Mu questioned. I don't know. Let me check in. Elder Bakken said as he took out the jade slip. But just before he was about to send a message, the jade slip hummed on its own. Oh, Elder Bakken listened to the message that he had just received before looking towards the direction of the sect. Boom boom tilde. The sound of air exploding could be heard, and strong spirit chi fluctuations came from the distance. They're here, Elder Bakken stated. Lin Mu and Jiang Luo then felt spirit chi fluctuations that were at least at the Dao Shell realm, mixed in with some weaker ones that were at the nascent soul realm approaching. Where is the beast? A domineering voice was heard roaring. A couple seconds later, Lin Mu could finally see the people in his vision. It was 2 elders that seemed to be at the Dao Shell realm and 6 more that were in the nascent soul realm. Overall, it was a strong party, but unfortunately they were still later. Chapter 904, The Invader's Screech. Greetings, High Elders! Elder Bakken and the other 2 greeted out loud. The 2 Dao Shell realm elders were the first to land and gazed at the dead bodies. Then, without speaking to Lin Mu or the 3 elders, he gave out an order. Gather the remains and send them to the sect. The 5 disciples will be sent to the healing pavilion right away. One of the Dao Shell realm elders ordered. Yes, High Elder. The 6 nascent soul realm elders responded before they quickly got to work. With this done, the Dao Shell realm elders could focus on Lin Mu and his entourage. Now tell what happened here, Elder Bakken, the High Elder questioned. It is simple, High Elder Sunson. The disciples were being killed by the beast, and Senior Lin Mu here rescued the ones that were still alive and killed the beast. Elder Bakken answered in short. High Elder Sunson looked at Lin Mu, but did not speak. So you are the Lin Mu that Patriarch Hua was negotiating about, High Elder Sunson said, his thoughts unknown. And the beast, this is the one I presume, the other High Elder asked. Yes, this is the one, Lin Mu replied. Very well, it shall be taken as well, the second High Elder said. Take it away. One of the 6 nascent soul realm elder responded to his order and came to stand near the beast corpse. But just as he was about to touch it, something happened. An inhuman screech was heard coming from the beast's corpse. The screech was powerful enough that even the high elders were forced to shut their ears. Tilda Girrar Tilda. Little Shrubby felt danger and growled towards the corpse, ready to act. What is this? The nascent soul realm elder couldn't help but say as he felt the headache from the screech. Then in front of them, a strange presence was felt emanating from the corpse of the horse manticore. It was repulsive, and a sense of disgust filled everyone that was present near it. Lin Mu was very familiar with it and had felt it several times before, knowing exactly what it was. Invader, he muttered. The presence only increased more and more, until a dark black smoky aura rose up from the body of the beast. The black slimy layer that was covering the beast started to evaporate and formed a black mass in the air. The mass wiggled and twisted, turning into an irregular figure that had bone spurs and skulls embedded in it everywhere. Tilda screeched Tilda. The figure let out a bone-chilling shriek that could be heard for hundreds of kilometers. Even the people inside the sect could hear, and the ones that had a higher cultivation could hear it even further. In the Long Cloud sect, several strong experts were stunned and appeared in the sky, staring towards the source of the shriek. The figure kept on screeching and gazed at the nascent soul realm elder that was the closet to it. Even though the figure had no eyes, the elder could feel a deadly glare coming from it. Lin Mu's eyes went wide, and he shouted, "Get back!" The nascent soul realm elder quickly flew back, but was still a bit late as the dark black smoky aura of the figure managed to touch his hand. "Argh!" The nascent soul realm elder cried as he felt a deep pain in his hand that rose right up from his bones. Little Shrubby spat out a searing line of fire that forcibly pushed the figure away and severed the aura that was touching the nascent soul realm elder. Tilda screeched Tilda. The figure let out a shriek again and seemed to be far more angry than before. "You demon!" The Dao Shell realm high elders were furious. They were unable to reach in time, and their sect's disciples had died to this being, and now, even when they were right in front of it, they were still unable to stop one of their elders from getting hurt. In all fronts, this was an insult to their face, and they would not take it freely. The high elder named Sunsen moved his hands in a rhythmic pattern, almost as if he was dancing and spirit chi rose from his body. The spirit chi wrapped around his hands and took the shape of a python. "Cloud Python Fist," the Dao Shell realm elder chanted. The python that had just formed around his arms shot out towards the figure of the invader and threatened to bite it. The python's jaws were wide open, and its fangs prominently displayed. Of course, the figure of the invader didn't stay still and counterattacked. The bone spurs on its body extended and grew, turning it into a spiky ball. Tilda clang Tilda. The python bit onto the invader's figure and tried to swallow it whole. Tilda screeched Tilda. The figure screamed in pain and anger as it started to shrink. It was certain that the attack was not for show, and the elder was not weak at all. Lin Mu could feel the power of the attack and understood that it was something that could actually crack his mortal strengthening scripture's armor. And as was expected, the invader's figure was barely able to hold for a few seconds. Before the bone's spurs broke and it was crushed. The python swallowed it whole and let out a victorious hiss. "Is it over?" Elder Pijai couldn't help but say. But this, his words turned out to be a jinx, and another screech was heard, this time a bit lower. "Tilda mush Tilda." The python suddenly broke apart, and a mass of smoke gathered back again from its fragments. It gathered together to become the figure of the invader and regained its bone spurs and skulls. Though looking at it now, one could tell that it was at least 30% smaller and had suffered some damage in the attack. The figure seemingly looked at the people surrounding it and let out an unwilling cry. Chapter 905. Trapping the invader. When Lin Mu heard the cry, he could feel the very fabric of space shake. "No, it's about to escape into the void," the second Dao Shell realm high elder realized. They were in the Dao Shell realm and were decently learned about the space to know what this situation meant. The invader being able to pass freely through the void like this meant that they were against something really difficult. The elders tried to do something to restrain the invader's figure and created a barrier around it. Tilda screeched Tilda. But the figure didn't care for it at all. It continued to scream, and the space started to tremble even more. The barrier seemed to be helpless against it. The barrier is useless. It is breaking the very space itself. We need a spatial barrier to stop it. Jiang Luo spoke up. High Elder Sunsen had a complex expression on his face and didn't know what to do. Neither he nor the other elders knew of any spatial barrier, nor were they proficient in formations that could do the same. But just as they were about to give up, a word was heard. Meld. Then under their stunned faces, the space in front of them froze. The screeching of the invader stopped as well, and absolute silence descended in the area. The invader's figure stopped moving as well, and its smoky aura that flowed was frozen too. It's paralyzed, the elder who had his hand touched by the invader's figure asked. No, the very space is frozen. If it was paralyzed, there would still be some movement. This is not that. The second high elder spoke. They then looked at the source of the word that was spoke and saw Lin Mu with his hand extended. Strong spirit chi fluctuation were coming from him, and it was obvious that it was he that had stopped the invader in its place. The high elders were certainly shocked, as they knew how difficult something like this was, not to mention the way Lin Mu had done it. Proficient in the spatial element, High Elder Sunsen thought. Jiang Luo, set up a restraining formation around the area, Lin Mu ordered. On it, the man replied and quickly sent 7 flags flying. The flags were planted around the area where Meld was holding the space frozen, and runes started to rise from them. Jiang Luo's fingers rapidly moved as he wrote a few runes in the air with spirit chi. The runes flitted across the flags and formed a dome around the area, thereby barricading the figure of the invader in it. The runes were like ribbons that lowered and tried, wrapping around the invader's figure. Lin Mu stopped Meld, and the invader started struggling again. The screeching scream of the invader was even louder this time, and forced the elders to close their ears again. Damn it, this little bastard! The high elder cursed and threw out what looked like a teapot. The teapot's lid opened, and it flipped before covering the invader within it. The screams of the invader were greatly suppressed, allowing them to take some relief in it. That is one annoying thing, the second elder said. Tilda twang tilde. But it seemed like their struggle had not ended yet. Like an elastic string being broken, one of the ribbons that was holding the invader snapped, allowing the invader greater freedom of movement. Shit, this won't be enough to hold it, Jiang Luo said. We need to seal it in something or it will escape, High Elder Sunsen said. I don't think I have anything that can seal something like this. Normal barriers are useless as it will just escape, Jiang Luo replied. We can't call in the others from the sect either. This thing will escape before that. Since it can directly enter the void, normal methods are invalid, High Elder Sunsen stated. What do we do now, then? The elder who had been injured by the invader questioned. Lin Mu, too, had the same question in his mind, and was wondering what could be done. Use another beast as its host, a weaker one, then just restrain the beast as you would any normal one. Zhu Kong came in at the last moment. That's right, Lin Mu exclaimed. Do you have something? Jiang Luo asked, seeing Lin Mu's reaction. Yes, Lin Mu said before giving Little Shrubby a command in his mind. Tilde whoosh tilde. The beast sprinted away at blinding speed, his destination unknown. What do you want to do? The high elders asked. We don't need anything special to seal it. We simply need to give it what it wants, Lin Mu replied. Huh, their confusion was understanding, but it would soon be answered. Little Shrubby returned with something on his back. It was a small rabbit beast that seemed to be terrified and trembling nonstop. Being caught by someone like Little Shrubby was obviously not something very pleasant for a small and weak beast like it. One of the prosthetic hands moved and brought the rabbit beast towards the invader. Tilde twang tilde. Another ribbon broke, and the invader started moving even harder. "I can't hold it much longer," Jiang Luo stated. "You don't have to anymore, just release it," Lin Mu replied. "Are you sure?" Jiang Luo confirmed. "Yes," Lin Mu said with surety. Jiang Luo nodded and twisted the rune in front of him, releasing all the ribbons. Elder Sunsen raised the teapot as well, allowing them access. Tilde wing tilde. The ribbons disappeared in a wave of spirit chi, and the invader was free again. "Little shrubby now," Lin Mu shouted. Tilde whoosh tilde. The rabbit beast that was being held by the prosthetic hand was thrown towards the invader's figure. Like a stone entering a pond, the rabbit created ripples on the surface of the invader's figure. The rabbit was barely 5% the size of the invader's figure and disappeared quickly. Everyone watched on intently, ready to act if the invader tried to escape again. Lin Mu's spatial perception was also active, and he was watching it with a hawk's gaze. Chapter 906, Capture Complete. Tilde glub glub tilde. The sound of bubbles could be heard coming from the invader's figure as it started to shrink in front of everyone's eyes. With each passing second, its size reduced by 1%, and in just a minute, it had reduced its size by over half. But this was the point where it stopped, and something else had taken its place. A sizzling sound was heard as a new beast was revealed. The rabbit beast that was thrown in it reappeared, but its form had greatly shaped. No longer was it its previous size, instead it was 10 times as big and was about the size of a dog. The horns on its head had multiplied to 6 and went back to its neck in a straight line. Its spine protruded from its skin that had turned coal black. Its fur had all disappeared, and the slimy black layer had replaced it. Its feet were longer than before and were tipped with sharp, hooked claws. Its front incisor teeth had tuned into a set of fangs, and its eyes were now an eerie black with no pupils in them. Tilde screeched tilde. The rabbit beast let out a screeching sound that was almost on the same level as that of the avatar's figure, but it didn't affect the elders as much as before. The spirit chi fluctuation coming from it were at the peak of the chi refining realm and showed that it had grown a lot than before. When little Shrubby got it, the rabbit beast was at the early stage of the chi refining realm and was very weak. Lin Mu had especially told him to get a spirit beast, and not just any normal beast in the body tempering realm, since he was unsure if a beast at that level will even be able to bear the invader. Lin Mu could see that this figure of invader was far more powerful than the ones he had seen before, though still weaker than the one that had taken over the great slumber bear back then. It was from that Lin Mu knew just how strong the invader's power was, since the great slumber bear's original cultivation base was very likely to be at the Dao Shell realm, or even the Dao Treading realm. It being able to weaken the great slumber bear to the core condensation realm was plenty proof of the invader's power. Since this invader's figure had been able to take over the horse manticore, Lin Mu placed it at the same level as the one that had controlled the blight dust beast. As soon as the infected rabbit beast let out a cry of anger, it pressed its legs into the ground, ready to jump away. Humph, but Elder Sunsen didn't give it a chance. He directly let the teapot fall again, and it covered the rabbit again. Flip, he said as the teapot turned mid-air, and the lid of the teapot slammed shut. There we go, Jiang Luo said as everyone took breaths of relief. Tilde clang tilde. Tilde dang tilde. The sound of movement could be heard coming from the teapot as the rabbit beast kept on hopping inside. It tried to bash its way out of the teapot, but was unable to muster enough strength. It won't be able to break it at the current power, Elder Sunsen said with a nod. That's good. As long as it stays inside the host beast, we won't have to worry about it escaping, Lin Mu stated. Us. While they were talking, the elder who had his hand hurt by the invader grunted in pain. They all looked towards the man and saw his hand that had turned black. All 5 of his right hand's fingers had turned black, while half of his palm was black as well. Then, from the parts that had turned black, small tendrils extend further up his arm, before stopping at the elbow. That thing tainted you, Elder Sunsen said. How do you feel? The second high elder questioned. My arm feels like it is burning and I can't control it at all. I don't sense my meridians there either, and my spirit chi is being slowly drained into my hand. The elder answered. We need to cut it, Lin Mu decisively said. What? No, the elder replied, not wanting to lose a limb. We have to do it or the invader will take over your body as well, though that is, if you survive the process, Lin Mu explained. Hearing this, the elder got stressed and didn't know what to do. Do it, cut it off. We can't take the risk of taking it directly to the sect and then let it spread to others, Elder Sunsen ordered. The nascent soul, realm elder, deliberated before he finally agreed. Do it for me, the elder requested. Very well, Lin Mu agreed right away. The time was short, and there were a lot of more important things they needed to attend to in this time. Tilde Xing Tilde. Lin Mu simply waved his hand, and the short sword came flying out. Argh, the nascent soul realm elder cried in pain, but still held on with gritted teeth. The short sword cleanly cut through the skin and bone, leaving the least possible gap between normal hand and infected hand. The hand that was cut off fell to the ground and started to twitch a lot. Burn it, Lin Mu ordered. Little Shrubby spat out a ball of fire that quickly turned the hand into a pile of ashes. The elder who had his hand cut off ate a few healing pills and hoped that he would be healed after a bit. Thankfully, the bleeding had stopped almost instantly. While the man did care for his lost limb, he also knew that not all was lost, since he would be able to regrow the arm with the help of some alchemical pills. We should head to the sect quickly. The others will want to know of this as fast as possible, Lin Mu said. Chapter 907. Entering the Long Cloud sect with everyone in agreement, Lin Mu and his companions were quickly guided to the sect. The high elders had taken notice of the old woman Ku Weiawen, who was kept unconscious, and realized who she was just from a look. It was evident that it was not their first time seeing someone from the northern tribes. Lin Mu noticed their look and asked, Have you seen people of the northern tribes here too? No, well, not recently at least. The last time I saw them was about 800 years ago, in the last skirmish that we had with them, Elder Sunsen replied. You fought in that battle, Lin Mu questioned with curiosity. Everyone did. No sect held back in any skirmish that happened with the northern tribes. We didn't want them to take one step into the continent, Elder Sunsen answered. Seems like that didn't really work out. They did find a way in and have now spread all over the empire, Lin Mu said in a straight tone. The high elder did not give a response to that, but Lin Mu could feel that he was thinking about it deeply now. Hopefully, seeing all this will make them consider everything seriously, Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu and all passed through a barrier that opened up for them in the sky. He could tell that this was the main barrier that prevented anyone from entering the Long Cloud sect. It's a decently strong barrier, several times stronger than the Tri-Cauldron Peony sects and about the same level as that of the Ripple Mist sect, Lin Mu analyzed. Finally, Lin Mu could see the Long Cloud sect in its full glory. Unlike most other sects, the Long Cloud sect was not based on mountain peaks. Instead, it was spread around in a vast plain and looked like a winding dragon that was swallowing a cloud. The cobblestones that paved the roads on the ground were all white and made it look like there was a cloud below. Oh, Lin Mu's senses picked something when liking over the thousands of buildings. He narrowed his eyes as spatial perception activated, and his vision extended past the earth. The entire area below the sect is hollow, and that spirit chi are all their spirit stone mines artificially placed, Lin Mu noticed. He could tell that the underground area was man-made, and the way the spirit chi was distributed told him that it was not a natural spirit stone mine either. While he couldn't accurately estimate how many mines there were, he could definitely tell that they were natural in this manner. He could also see the vast and intricate formation array that was used to channel spirit chi to the entire sect on the surface. In fact, the tiles and stones that were laid on the ground themselves functioned as components of the array. It was a different format, and style of formation array that Lin Mu got to see today. The sect was based on the shape of a dragon, and the area where the head of the dragon had the most spirit chi, while the area where there was the tail had the least amount of spirit chi. They had entered from the tail and were now traveling straight towards the head. Lin Mu could see that most of the bigger buildings were located on the head area, and the general buildings were closer to the middle area. The areas were also separated with barriers that were invisible, but were demarcated by tall walls that prevented one from seeing into the next area. Overall, there were 3 areas: the outer court sect, the inner court sect, and the core of the sect. If one were to make an outline of the sect, the dragon would be contained in an oval shape, and a curved line would demarcate an area around its head. This was the core of the sect and the smallest area. Then there was another curved line that demarcated the inner court sect, which was the second biggest area, and then the rest of the area left was the outer court of the sect, which was the biggest area. Lin Mu could tell that the Long Cloud sect was one of the more planned sects and was not constructed just as it grew. It was in a way similar to the Noon Grass sect, as in how they made their own peaks, but still different. While Lin Mu and the high elders were passing through the sky, they were noticed by the disciples who were on the ground. Since flying was prohibited in the sect for most people, it was very easy to notice. "Look, who's that?" "Those robes. They're high elders, senior elders, and general elders." "I've seen them before. That's High Elder Sunsen and High Elder Jin," a few disciples said, seeing them fly. "What? Why are they out here? And who's the other people with them?" "Heavens, look at that beast," an outer court disciple exclaimed. "How is that beast following them without a problem, and the elders are fine with it?" "Perhaps it's a tamed beast." It was certain that little Shrubby was rather stunning to most disciples. "Are you dumb? Do you really think a beast as strong as that can be tamed easily? See its cultivation base," an inner court disciple scoffed. "Damn, that beast is at the very peak of the adult soul stage of the nascent soul realm. I can feel the spirit chi fluctuation all the way here," another inner court disciple realized. "I know, right? Just that beast along is strong enough to be a senior elder." "Who's the other people with them, though?" someone asked. "That man is rather wild-looking. Look at his arms, they are 4 times as mine," a short female disciple said, feeling charmed. "Forget him, that young man is rather handsome," a female disciple spoke with glitter in her eyes. "Oh my, I've never seen someone as handsome as that in our sect." Soon, a lot of other female disciples noticed Lin Mu as well. Chapter 908, Meeting the Long Cloud Patriarch. The reactions of the disciples didn't go unnoticed by Lin Mu and the rest. But they didn't pay much attention to it, and neither did they consider it, since the current situation was rather grave. Though someone was thinking about some other things. If Senior Lin Mu was really part of our sect, it would be really amazing. Wonder if Patriarch would go that route, Elder Bakken thought. He peeked at the expression of Elder Sunsen and Elder Jinjin, finding them to be tense. "Only after we meet up with the rest will we know how things proceed, though it will be good if he can join our sect. Someone as talented as him is bound to become the Patriarch," Elder Bakken thought. "Damn it! Why the hell did I even follow their orders and offend him at the start? Should have just stuck with the normal way," he cursed. Soon they crossed the inner court and entered the core of the sect. A thick barrier brought them to a stop, and they could not proceed. High Elder Sunsen took out an identity token and flashed it at the barrier, which then opened up to give them a path. "Continue," he said, and everyone followed. Lin Mu and the rest were directly brought to the biggest building of the sect that was over 200 meters tall. It was the grand palace of the sect and looked like it was made out of a variety of materials. Though if one looked from the distance, it looked to have dragon scales and horns at the top. There were even whiskers hanging from the middle floors. They landed at the bottom of the building and were met with several disciples standing guard at the gates. "Welcome, High Elders," the disciples saluted with cupped hands. "Is the Patriarch ready?" High Elder Sunsen asked. "He's been waiting for you in the main hall," one of the disciples said. Elder Sunson nodded his head and entered the building, followed by the others. They quickly went up the stairs and went 6 floors above where the main hall was located. Lin Mu saw 2 large red doors that were painted with the figures of dragons, one on each door. Tilda creaked Tilda. The doors opened up to reveal the interior, where several people were waiting already. Patriarch, High El Sunson, and High Elder Jinjin greeted respectfully. Greetings, Patriarch. Elder Bakken and the other 2 greeted as well. At ease, the Patriarch replied. We have brought the cultivator Lin Mu and his companions as directed. Elder Bakken spoke. This prompted the Patriarch to look at Lin Mu, who was standing in the middle. He was rather eye-catching as his spirit chi fluctuations were in full display. He was no longer holding back. Little Shrubby was the same and did not restrain his aura. Jiang Luo's spirit chi fluctuations could not even be perceived between these 2 and were too muddled to sense anymore. So you are the man known as Lin Mu, one of the most wanted cultivators of our continent. The Patriarch spoke. Ha, you surely jest. If you really thought I was who they framed me to be, you would have never let me come here or would have ordered my capture. Lin Mu replied confidently. Who knows, I may have intentionally brought you here so that it would be easier to catch you. After all, I have the power of the entire sect at my disposal. The Patriarch responded. I doubt you would be that foolish after the Noon Grass sect negotiated everything with you. Besides, I doubt someone like you would be unaware of all that has been happening. Lin Mu said in a calm tone. Silence spread in the hall, and everyone other than Lin Mu and the Patriarch felt tense. It was as if there was gunpowder in the air and a single word would spark it, blowing the hall into smithereens. The Patriarch glared at Lin Mu, and he did the same. Elder Bakken and the other junior elders felt nervous with each passing second, and just like that, an entire minute passed. Ah. Suddenly the Patriarch started laughing. Tilda thud, tilda thud thud tilda. He slapped the armrest of his chair and laughed in an unrestrained manner. Lin Mu smirked upon seeing this, and the other just felt confused. Good, good. Seems like for the first time in a long time, the Sky Precepts sect made a mistake. Ha. Just for making them do that, I like you, the Patriarch exclaimed. At least we are on the same page. Lin Mu spoke casually. Indeed, come sit. The Patriarch gestured to a few empty chairs. Seeing that it was going rather well, Jiang Luo was a bit surprised. He was still a bit on guard, but seeing Lin Mu take a seat made him feel relaxed too. Seems like Patriarch Hua didn't say everything when he talked to me about you. The Patriarch spoke. Well, we have some time to get to know each other. I am here for an alliance after all. Lin Mu replied. Very well, I'll start first then. The Patriarch said. My name is Yu Yi, the 13th Patriarch of the Long Cloud sect, he introduced. And I am Lin Mu. This is my tamed beast, Little Shrubby, and my companion Jiang Luo. Lin Mu introduced as well. Tilda growl tilda. Little Shrubby let out a little growl, and Jiang Luo cupped his hand. The Jiang clan, Patriarch Yuya raised his brows. I am the grandson of Jiang Wei, Patriarch of the Jiang clan and Grandmaster Weapon Forger, Jiang Luo proudly stated. I see, so the blood of Jiang still lives on, Patriarch Yuya muttered. Of course. We cannot perish unless our enemies are reduced to dust, Jiang Luo said staunchly. The Patriarch and the other elders watched on with strong gazes, as they could technically be considered under what Jiang Luo had just said. After all, the Long Cloud sect had also participated in some of the attacks against the Jiang clan. Chapter 909, Doubt and Conclusion. Lin Mu too watched Jiang Luo and wondered what his response would be. He wouldn't blame Jiang Luo if he wanted nothing to do with this all, or if he wanted to blame them. Lin Mu would fully respect that decision, seeing what the sects had done to his clan. Lin Mu could understand it very well. After all, he was in a way doing it for his family too. If it were not for his father and mother dying due to the plague, which was caused due to the effect of the invader, he might not have embarked on this path. Everyone that knew of the Jiang clan, and the involvement of the sects watched on with a bated breath until Jiang Luo spoke. While the Long Cloud sect is not free of their crimes, I know the current times call for changes. I will be lenient and wait till my grandfather can decide for himself, Jiang Luo stated. The expressions of everyone changed upon hearing it. Some were palled while some were a bit relieved. Those who knew what Jiang Luo truly meant were feeling better, but those that were not in the flow as much were stunned. To them, this was no less than a direct threat. Very well, I shall wait for Taoist Jiang Wei's decision. Patriarch Yuyi replied, not question the fact that Jiang Wei was actually alive. Patriarch Hua had never included this fact in his negotiation, and neither was the fact that Jiang Luo existing was included. All of this was to give an advantage to them and to make things unpredictable for the sects. Even if Jiang Luo was alone, the sects that had dealt with the Jiang clan knew how it truly was and what their power was. If it really came to it and Jiang Wei was alive, they knew they would not have a good time. Even alone, Jiang Wei was not a person the sects wanted to face. The old man has created or has had taken part in the creation of our top weapons. If we are to fight him, we will be at a great disadvantage no matter what, Patriarch Yu Yi and several high elders thought. Since Patriarch Yu Yi doesn't mind it, shall we discuss what is crucial now? Lin Mu spoke. Of course, please show us that thing, Patriarch Yu Yi replied. Pardon me, High Elder Sunsen said as he waved his hand. The teapot that was floating behind him came forward and increased to the size it used to be. The lid of the teapot opened, and it flipped over. The infected rabbit beast fell out and was open to everyone's eyes. The rabbit beast let out a furious screech and did not falter at all despite the strong spirit chi fluctuations that were in the hall. Patriarch Yu Yi was in the Tao treading realm and was displaying equivalent spirit chi fluctuations, and yet the beast was unresponsive to that. It was as if to it, fear did not exist, and all it existed was for to kill and consume other beings. It literally bared its fangs at the patriarch and hissed, showing its intentions. Well, this certainly is one fearless being, Patriarch Yu Yi spoke. Not just that, it is one of the avatars of the invader. Lin Mu chimed in. Oh, you know more, Yu Yi asked with intrigue. I do, Lin Mu nodded. Please explain, the patriarch asked. Lin Mu then went on to explain how the invader truly was. It was not a complete being and lived by sending out avatars to different worlds. At least this was the hypothesis that Senior Zukong had suggested to him. The main body of the invader existed somewhere in the void and was unreachable by normal means. It supposedly thrived on taking over beings that lived in a world and could eventually take over it entirely if given enough time. Lin Mu even showed them the dead bodies of the other beasts that he had come across. This was nothing but the horse chimera and the green-tailed howler monkey corpse that they had discovered. Lin Mu tried to go into detail as much as possible to convince the man about the invader. So far, most of the people he had seen and met were more on the side of being cynical. He didn't know why, but they did not believe things, even when the truth was basically hidden behind a piece of paper. It was as if they had gone brain dead and could not think critically. It was a crucial part as to why things became difficult and why the northern tribes along with the invader were able to live for so long. After about 2 hours of speaking, Lin Mu was finally done and looked at the patriarch for his response. At least be willing to think over it, Lin Mu thought to himself. Yu Yi hummed. Everyone looked on in anticipation, wondering what the man's decision would be. I, the 13th patriarch of the Long Cloud sect, decides that the cultivator Lin Mu is hereby considered as the ally of the sect and the ally of the Long Cloud Alliance, the patriarch proclaimed. Lin Mu's eyes went wide, and so did Jiang Luo's. The elders of the sect were no less shocked by the decision. Patriarch, are you sure of this? We have no surety of his claims, one of the high elders said. High Elder Bugi, you do not know how the life was a long time ago and how the northern tribes affected us. You were one of the few privileged. that did not have to experience all that. I myself was part of the party that went to exterminate one of the invader beasts summoned by the northern tribes 1,000 years ago. I still remember the terror I felt from the beast. It was far stronger than anything. If it were not for Patriarch Jiang Wei, we might have lost the entire empire that day. Patriarch Yi explained. Chapter 910. Expansion of the alliance and oath. Patriarch Yi's words were not something the people in the hall had expected. In fact, the most shocked were none other than Lin Mu and Jiang Luo. You were there during that attack at the shrine, Jiang Luo questioned doubtfully. It is not a day I like to remember, but it is something that taught me a lot of things. Yi replied, complex emotions visible in his eyes. I see, Jiang Luo muttered in response, not knowing what to say. He still remembered what his grandfather had told him a long time ago. The companions that stood with me during the battle at the shrine will forever be my companions. These were the words that echoed in Jiang Luo's mind. They weren't much, but they were impactful to him. This complicated things for him, and he didn't know what to think of the Long Cloud sect anymore. Jiang Wei himself had not said anything particular about the patriarch of the Long Cloud sect after the betrayal, and thus he didn't know how to respond. If there was a concrete decision given to him, Jiang Luo would have chosen to respond differently. But for now, he could only think to his grandfather's past words and follow them. Once grandfather is here, I'll let him be the judge of all. If he decrees them to be forgiven, so it shall be. And if not, Jiang Luo thought as a bloody gleam dressed his eyes for a second. Some of the more perceptive elders, and you felt a murderous aura emanating from Jiang Luo for a second that quickly faded away. Like begets like, the grandson is no less domineering than the grandfather, Yi thought to himself. With that done, Lin Mu looked on at Yi thinking that they should start on the next step. I am happy that Patriarch Yi has the foresight to see where the best future for our world lies. Lin Mu spoke. And to ensure that stays true, I would like everyone here to take an oath. He continued. Oh, an oath, Yi asked. Yes, an oath to declare our alliance. This will also help to weed out all others that are under the influence of Gu Yao, if there are any. Lin Mu replied. An oath like this cannot be taken easily, especially with so many people with high cultivation bases. It will take months to prepare the ceremony and the requirements. The high elder named Bugi spoke. I understand that, and you do not need to worry about that part, Elder Bugi, Lin Mu stated. What do you? But before the man can speak more, he was interrupted. I got that covered, Lin Mu said as a character appeared on his forehead. An imposing presence exuded from the character and suppressed almost everyone that was in the hall. Only the patriarch, Lin Mu, Jiang Luo, and Little Shrubby seemed to be free from its effects, but it was still rather shocking to most. What in the world? The elders were stunned. Elder Bakken and others that had experienced this before were still a bit better at handling and did their best in keeping their composure. Even the few high elders that were in the Dao Shell realm found it difficult to hold it. In total, the Long Cloud sect had 5 Dao Shell realm high elders. This included High Elder Sunsen, Jingjing, Bugi, the Supreme Elder, and one more elder that was not present here currently. Ordainment of the world's will, I never thought I would get to see it in my lifetime ever. Patriarch Yi spoke. You got that right, Jiang Luo said smugly. I reckon Patriarch Yi has no doubts to me doing this, Lin Mu questioned. None wheresoever, this just proves your claims, the man replied with a smirk. Very well, then I think no one will reject taking an oath here, Lin Mu questioned as he looked around in an inquisitive tone. He was not the only one who did that, and Jiang Luo was the same. A few elders that were present in the hall did the same, wanting to know who was on what side. Yi didn't do that, though. He simply closed his eyes and waited for them to be done. Thankfully, while some were a bit averse to it, they didn't reject it and eventually submitted. I shall start the oath then, Lin Mu spoke. Please do, Patriarch Yi spoke. I Lin Mu. I Yu Ye. One by one, everyone repeated their names. Herbie declares that I shall do my best to protect my world, the Zioofan world, and ensure its survival. I will purge the enemies that threaten its existence and eliminate all invaders that threaten its natural order. If I go against it all, my body shall be burned off the face of this world, and my soul be banished from the cycle of reincarnation, Lin Mu declared. There were a few suggestions that Senior Zukong had given to him for the latter parts of the oath, and Lin Mu had taken them without hesitation. They were good regardless, and would reduce the chances of someone acting against us. Tilde hung tilde. A visible wave of energy spread from the ordained character that floated in front of Lin Mu and spread all around the great building. It passed through everyone and put a signature on every being that had taken the oath. Though it directly passed through Jiang Luo and Little Shrubby, since they were already under the oath. Little Shrubby didn't even need to take the oath, since he was Lin Mu's tamed beast and was directly linked with him. Everyone opened their eyes after the oath was completed and looked around, wondering if something had happened. Seems like everything is, the High Elder Bugi was just about to say when he was interrupted. Tilde rumble tilde. Crushing pressure descended upon the people in the building, and the roaring of thunder could be heard. What's happening? Someone questioned. The oath was broken. Chapter 911. Broken oath. Lin Mu's eyes went wide as he looked at a particular person. Jiang Luo and a few others followed his gaze and saw him looking towards High Elder Bugi. What? The man questioned. Combined with Lin Mu's earlier words, Jiang Luo and others understood what had happened. No, High Elder Bugi said, finding it very strange. High Elder Bugi, did you? Patriarch Yuya muttered. Tilde rumble tilde. The sound of thunder echoed, once again, as the entire palace started to shake. High Else Bugi broke the oath. How? A few elders thought. And just as they thought that, the sound of an explosion was heard, and a bolt of lightning pierced through the protective formation arrays of the sect as if they were nothing but paper and appeared within the hall. Tilde bang tilde. Tilde splat tilde. It directly struck a person and reduced them to ashes before they could even say anything. Havns be kind. High Elder Bugi cried out as he fell to the ground in fear. He watched as the man who was standing behind him was just turned to ashes by the lightning. Tilde rumble tilde. The rumbling of thunder got low and soon disappeared within a minute. Everyone stayed silent as they tried to comprehend what had just happened. The silence was finally broken by a couple of confused elders as they spoke up. It wasn't High Elder Bugi who broke the oath. No, it was the man standing behind him. Lin Mu answered, resolving their doubt. Even Patriarch was confused, but felt like the misunderstanding was reasonable. He had simply followed Lin Mu's gaze and thought that he was looking at High Elder Bugi. His cause for doubt was also understandable, since High Elder Bugi had been one of the High Elders who had opposition to some of his opinions. Who was that? Lin Mu asked, not knowing the identity of the man. The person had not spoken once since they had come here, and thus Lin Mu had not taken much interest in them. But now that they were killed by the lightning, he knew that there was more to it, and the implications of it were serious. That was Junior Elder Lao Ming, wasn't he? Elder Bakken spoke up. Yes, that was him, Patriarch Yuya confirmed. Lin Mu furrowed his brows and looked at the man. You know what this means, right? Lin Mu said in a serious tone. Yes, Patriarch said before looking at some of the elders. I want all his interactions and connections to be investigated. I want the first report by tonight, he ordered. Yes, Patriarch. A few elders replied before leaving the hall to of their assigned task. That was terrifying, Elder Wenyan said, his hands still shivering. Punishment tribulation lightning is indeed not something anyone can bear easily. It is many times stronger than the normal tribulation lightning one faces during the nascent soul realm breakthrough. Patriarch Yuyi explained. Lin Mu sighed and shook his head before speaking. At least we know that the oath works. We have seen its effect firsthand. Wait, does this mean Junior Elder Lao Ming was a traitor? One of the other junior elders at the back asked carefully. There is a chance. Just being a traitor is one of the conditions for breaking the oath. There are many other things they can be doing that can break the oath. Lin Mu spoke. Jiang Luo raised his brows and looked at Lin Mu. You don't think he was under the control of Gu Yao too? Jiang Luo questioned. No, he was not, which makes it even more difficult. I did not feel any presence of the blood curse on him, but it would mean that he is either doing it willingly or his goal was something else. Lin Mu answered. Yi stroked his beard and thought to himself for a bit before making up his mind. I shall call all our allies. The higher-ups will have to take the oath as well, Patriarch Yi stated. Of course, it's the best if they are here as soon as possible so that there is no information leaked. We don't want Gu Yao or the northern tribes to get a hint of this, Lin Mu replied. Very well, I'll contact the Black Dune sect and the Light Harmony sect and have them here as soon as possible, Patriarch Yi stated. Lin Mu nodded his head in approval and recalled the information about these two sects. The top 10 sects were ranked as follows. 1. Sky Precept Sect. 2. Rainbow Pill Sect. 3. Centennial Sword Sect. 4. Zitherwind Sect. 5. Long Cloud Sect. 6. Black Dune Sect. 7. Ripple Mist Sect. 8. Light Harmony Sect. 9. West Ocean Sect. 10. Noon Grass Sect. Of these, the top 3 sects were currently independent, and then there were the 2 alliances. The Zither Wind Sect, the Ripple Mist Sect, and the West Ocean Sect formed the Zither Wind Alliance's main members, and along with them there were many mid- and low-tier sects. While the Long Cloud Alliance was composed of the Long Cloud Sect, the Black Dune Sect, and the Light Harmony Sect. The Black Dune Sect was located in the northwestern part of the continent, while the Light Harmony Sect was located to the northeastern part. The 9th-ranked sect, which was part of the Zither Wind Alliance, the West Ocean Sect, was located on the west coast of the continent just like its name. Lin Mu calculated how long it would take for these sects to arrive for the oath, and realized that it might take up to a month for that. The Black Dune Sect is located in the desert in the northwest, while the Light Harmony Sect is in the high hills of the eastern Ming dynasty. At the earliest, they will take a month, while if they are delayed it might take them far longer. Lin Mu thought to himself. Chapter 912. The other alliance sects, Patriarch. How long will it take the 2 sects to arrive here according to you? Lin Mu questioned. While he knew that a month was a conservative estimate, he still didn't know what abilities or tools the sects might use. The message will reach them within the hour, but for them to arrive will take a bit more than a month. While the sects can use their spirit vehicles and arrive here in 2 weeks, that will be high profile and be noticed by the others. I don't think we want that at the current time, Patriarch Yi stated. That's true. The last thing we want is for Gu Yao and the northern tribes to suspect something. The less they know, the better, Lin Mu replied. It was evident that Lin Mu would have to wait a month before the alliance could be officially solidified. Though he was thankful that the Patriarch had decisively accepted the proposal. Them encountering the invader firsthand here, and the Patriarch having dealt with something like that in the past, had definitely in his decision, though. Plus, since Lin Mu was ordained by the world, his claim was even truer. Dismissing the wanted order was something that was quickly made by the Patriarch. Even though this could not be done openly for now, the sects of the Alliance will not act on the wanted orders. Thankfully, Lin Mu looked rather different now, and thus the chances of someone identifying him were minuscule. His gaze went back to the invader-infected rabbit beast that was restrained in the front. After it was released by High Elder Sunson, the formation arrays of the hall quickly restrained it. This was the seat of power of the Long Cloud sect. Thus doing something like this was a very easy task and didn't even need the Patriarch to speak. Just a simple gaze triggered the formations to do that back then. We do need to discuss about the invader through, Patriarch. Lin Mu spoke up. Of course, what happened today was a tragedy and it could have been worse if not for you being there, Yi acknowledged. That's what I want to stop. But we don't know if there are more avatars of the invader here. As far as I know, 5 such avatars have been exterminated already. I myself exterminated 2 in the past, and the other 3 were done by Jiang Luo's family. If it has appeared after all this time, it means that it has probably been brought here intentionally or has wandered out. We need to trace its source and see where it might have come from. There is a chance that there are more such avatars hiding. Plus, we still don't know if the avatars that are forced to escape into the void return or not. Lin Mu stated. We definitely need to do it. And if it really is the northern tribes controlling and spreading the avatars, it would mean they also have the means to restrain it. We need to get that method, Jiang Luo added. Lin Mu nodded his head, as both the things were important. From what he had discussed with Senior Zukong in the past, Lin Mu knew that the main body of the invader was somewhere in the void, and it sent out its avatars. Even if the main avatar that came to the world was with the great slumber bear and purged by it in the end, there were still some smaller ones that spread around. Zukong even suggested that the invader might send more avatars on its own, having sensed the position of the world. If that truly happened, they would be in a far more dangerous situation. The northern tribes would be like children in front of the invader, whose power was certainly beyond this world. That shall be done, of course. We can start right away, too, since we have some clues right here, Patriarch Yuya replied. The beasts, Elder Sunsen said, realizing what the man meant. As far as we know, the first beast that was infected was a green-tailed howler monkey in the Honglin Kingdom. Then for some reason that beast died and another beast was infected by the invader's avatar. Lin Mu said as he pointed at the horse manticore. I don't think just anyone would have a horse manticore on this side of the continent. They are found in the great southern forest, and very few people would be capable of owning one here since capturing and bringing one all the way here is a difficult task, Lin Mu added. Has there been any information about a beast like this being sold before? One of the elders questioned. I don't think so, though we have seen some of its material before, another elder replied. You have? Lin Mu questioned. Yes, some of the horse manticore fangs were once up for sale in the capital, the elder answered. And when was this? Lin Mu questioned. About 3 years ago, if my memory serves me correctly, the elder replied. A bit long, but perhaps we can find more, Lin Mu muttered. Get me information about any horse manticore materials that are up for sale, Yi ordered. One of the elders left to get the information, and soon returned with it. So, what did you find? The patriarch questioned. According to the resources catalog we were sent last month, there are indeed a few horse manticore materials available for sale, the elder answered. Who's selling them? Lin Mu questioned. We don't know the true supplier of it since it is the merchants who will be selling them, the elder replied. It will be hard to figure it out since the merchants will hide their advantageous deals. Merchants, I think I can find that out, Lin Mu said. You can, Yi raised a brow. I do have someone who can do that for us, Lin Mu replied before taking out the communication jade slip and contacting a certain ally who is also a sly merchant. Chapter 913. Contacting Jingaming Shang currently in a large house in the Jiaolong city, a man was sitting in a large office. That is the final shipment for today, my lord, a servant spoke. That's enough. You can leave now, Jingaming Shang replied and digressed the servant. Once the servant was gone, the man opened the box that had just arrived and checked the items inside, which looked like dried herbs and mushrooms. He read through the dossier that was brought along with the box and ensured that everything was right. But just as he was doing that, he felt the communication jade slip hidden in his robe's hum. It was different from the one that was hanging on his waist and made his eyes go wide. He stumbled and hurriedly took out the communication jade slip before checking who was contacting him. Senior Lin Mu, Jingaming Shang greeted. How are things going there in Fenlong Kingdom? Lin Mu questioned. Everything is going as planned, Senior. There were a few problems, but we managed to solve them, Jingaming Shang answered. That's good. Prepare a report for it later, and I also wanted some information from you. Lin Mu replied. Oh, do you want me to send the report to you? Jingaming Shang questioned. No, not necessary. If anything, I might come there myself in a month or two, Lin Mu answered. Perhaps it's not confirmed yet. I see, and what information did you want? Jingaming Shang asked. I want you to find out information about horse manticore materials. Get me everything, what materials were sold, who bought them, who supplied them, and where they came from. Lin Mu replied. Horse manticore, it'll take a few hours, but I'll get it, Jingaming Shang stated. I'll wait then, contact me when you have it, Lin Mu said before stopping. Jingaming Shang put away the communication jade slip and quickly got to work. Servant, I want all the trade missives. While Jingaming Shang was getting busy, the people in the hall were all watching Lin Mu. Did you contact Jingaming Shang? Jiang Luo questioned. If it's anyone, it would be him that can find the information. His network is good enough to find a lot of hidden information. Plus, he is a merchant too, so the others are less likely to find fault with him, Lin Mu answered. You'll be able to get the information about the horse manticore, Patriarch Yu inquired. Most likely, yes. If the person I contacted can't find it, then it will be close to impossible and we will have to look for other alternatives, Lin Mu spoke. I see. How long till they respond? Yu asked. It should be within a day's time, Lin Mu replied. That's quick enough. We can discuss other matters in the meantime, the patriarch spoke, finding it decent. Yes, we need to make the best use of time, Lin Mu agreed. The elders had some questions, so I asked them to go ahead with them and ask, Yi ordered. I shall take the lead then, patriarch, one of the high elders said before looking at Lin Mu. I understand that this new alliance has other members in it than just the Noon Grass sect and the Hong Lin kingdom. I'd like to ask who they are so that we can properly prepare, the high elder questioned. Oh yes, the other allies we have in this are the Fenlong kingdom and the clans of the Jiao Long city along with the entire merchant council, Lin Mu answered. You got the entire kingdom as an ally. The elders were surprised, as they had no inkling of something like this happening. We did, started by helping the clans of the Jinan Long city and stopping them from being killed by Gu Yao. They too suffered under his hand. The clans then got the royal family involved, and they are our allies too now, Lin Mu explained. The Fenlong kingdom's royal family becoming their allies was something Miss Fen, the head of the Fen family, did. She convinced them when Lin Mu helped resolve their bloodline problems, and the same was done by her for the royal family. Unknown to the other sects and kingdoms, the power of the Fenlong kingdom as a whole had risen in the past few months, as more people had broken through to the nascent soul realm. This not only included the members of the merchant council, but also the members of the royal family. Jingaming Shang had also recruited more people into their fray, which were mostly merchants that had been troubled due to Gu Yao and his people in some way. Secretly, their power was expanding, and they did their best to keep it hidden. Regardless, the Fenlong kingdom is far too small to be of help to us. They barely have a couple of nascent soul realm cultivators. One of the other elders listening spoke. No, there are about 28 nascent soul realm cultivators there, Lin Mu corrected. What? This time all the elders were surprised. We have been keeping them hidden, but our power there has grown, including the royal clan and the merchants, Lin Mu said with a smile. Patriarch Yuya looked at Lin Mu and felt like he was not looking at a young man who was barely 21 years old, but rather at a sly old man who was at least a millennium old. He couldn't help but feel goosebumps on the back of his neck. This boy, he's far too clever, and his strategies are on a different level. He managed to hoodwink all the sects for all these years, and even raised the power of an entire kingdom on his own. Not to mention that's just one of the kingdoms he has under his influence. Yuya couldn't help but think deeply. With that revelation, the elders couldn't help but take Lin Mu far more seriously than before and had a new version of him in their eyes. Chapter 914. The Powers of Allies, and I reckon you have more than just the Fenlong Kingdom and its clans, the patriarch guessed. I do, Lin Mu nodded his head. The other big ally we have that is close to Gu Yao, he is Wu Hai, the son of Wu Zun and Gu Yao's nephew, Lin Mu revealed. Impossible, the elders exclaimed. That is the truth. I fought Gu Yao myself and he said this to my face, Lin Mu stated firmly. This changes things, the high elders muttered. Now you see what I mean by Gu Yao and the northern tribes having deep reach. They managed to make one of their own the minister of an entire kingdom. And this is what we know for sure. There might be more that we are in the dark about, Lin Mu stated. Didn't Wu Zun die a few months ago? A junior elder asked. He did indeed. We got the official report too, another senior elder replied. High Elder Sunsen seemed to have thought of something and furrowed his brows. The death of Wu Zun, does this have anything to do with Wei Hai and you? High Elder Sunsen asked. Hearing this, Lin Mu sighed and shook his head. I don't know exactly. I haven't had proper contact with Wu Hai in a long time since he is being watched by Gu Yao and his men. He broke out of Gu Yao's human-controlling blood curse, and Gu Yao probably suspects this. There is a chance that he might have killed his father, though I don't know how that would help in reducing the suspicion since he has taken over the position his father was in now, Lin Mu explained. Hearing this, Yi couldn't help but raise his brows. We can try and make contact with him through our sources in the Shuang Kayan capital, Yi spoke. No, that might not be good, at least not until we have all our allies under the oath. But even then, there are chances Gu Yao has spies within our ranks that include the lower-ranked people. We might end up leaking his stance that way. It is better if I do it through my own contacts, Lin Mu replied. Very well, do what you deem fit, Patriarch Yu accepted. Yu had understood that even if Lin Mu might be young, he had a way of his own in both tactics and politics. Additionally, he had the strength to back it up, thus it could not be questioned either. After this, they talked for a few more hours about the different matters, and Lin Mu got to know about the other two top sects that were in the Long Cloud Alliance as well. While he did know about the general information of the sects, the Patriarch told him about the details and how their alliance worked, and what they dealt with. The Black Dune sect was ranked just below the Long Cloud sect, and was number 6 in the ranking. It was located to the northwest part of the continent on the edge of a desert called as the Shade Desert. It was the biggest desert of the Great Zhou continent, even bigger than the Broken Sand Desert, though it was more populated than the Broken Sand Desert too. There were actually 3 small kingdoms that were located in the desert, and the sect was there as well. Plus, if one went north from the Black Dune sect, they would arrive at the Centennial Sword sect. Of course, it was not close, and one would have to travel for months to arrive there. The Black Dune sect was mostly specialized in combat and had a lot of chi skills. Their members were said to be greatly enthusiastic about competing for strength, and they had a lot of competitions. The only reason why they were ranked lower than the Long Cloud sect was their foundation. The Long Cloud sect was older than them and had existed for longer, allowing them to have more experts. Then the third sect in the alliance was the Light Harmony sect. This too was located in the Eastern Ming dynasty, along with the Rainbow Pill sect. And similar to them, they also specialized in alchemical pills. It was even said that the Light Harmony sect was founded by one of the disciples of the Rainbow Pill sect that was exiled from the sect. The reason for their banishment was unknown, but it is said that the disciple did not agree with the sect and decided to make his own. The sect too rose to prominence and managed to become one of the top 10 sects. It was ranked at the 8th position, just below the Ripple Mist sect. Since they were specialized in alchemical pills and had access to the plethora of spirit herbs that grew in the Eastern Ming dynasty, they were in charge of producing and supplying the pills the alliance would need. In exchange, the other 2 sects would also provide them with support and the resources they lacked. The Black Dune sect lacked resources the most due to their location, but made up in terms of manpower. In fact, they had more disciples than the Long Cloud sect, but lacked strong elders. If not for that, they might have managed to take the Long Cloud sect's position. The role of the Black Dune sect was to provide their members in case a conflict broke out, and they needed more people. The alliance of the three sects was of mutual benefit, and a balance was achieved among them. While it could not be said that everyone was contributing their 100%, it was still a stable alliance. Lin Mu got several ideas after hearing it all and knew that the Kong Plain would serve as their greatest strength. The Black Dune sect will benefit the most, and we can make use of them since they will be able to provide support quickly with their members, while the Light Harmony sect can support the logistics. Lin Mu analyzed. Chapter 915, Source of the Horse Manticore. Several hours passed by as Lin Mu and the people of the Long Cloud sect discussed the plans when finally Jingaming Shang messaged again. Lin Mu picked up the communication jade slip and found that it was humming non-stop. Seems like he got a long message, Lin Mu thought as he held it. The moment he did, he could hear the long message in his mind. Senior Lin Mu, I found what you wanted. We investigated the materials of the horse manticore and found that many have been sold in the past 2 years. Of these, a majority were in the form of hair and poison. There were some more ingredients auctioned in the capital of the empire too, but its source was hidden. We did a little indirect tracing and learned that the materials had actually come from the northern lands, Jingaming Shang said. Hearing this, Lin Mu raised his brows, as this was not what he had expected. He knew how difficult it was to control the horse manticore, and that transporting a beast like that over such a large distance without it losing control was even more difficult. Generally, the beast taming abilities of this world were not that good, and the methods they used took a long time to work. Thus, ideally, they would have to tame the beast as soon as possible after capturing it, which would be difficult if they were transporting it over a large distance. And taming it closer to the forest was also not a viable choice, since taming them might take months to even years. Especially a beast that was already at the nascent soul realm and had intelligence almost on the level of a human. Thus, taming a beast like this should only be possible for someone that was located more close to the great southern forest. Are you sure it is the northern lands? Lin Mu questioned. We were confused too at first, but then realized that it was not the true source. The materials were simply being rerouted through there. Jingaming Shang said, making Lin Mu think why the man had not said that directly at start. So, where's the source actually coming from? Lin Mu questioned. You won't believe this, but the source was relatively close to me. Jingaming Shang spoke. Huh, what? In the Fenlong Kingdom? Lin Mu questioned, finding it absurd. No, another kingdom near us. The Kingdom of Shu, Jingaming Shang revealed. The Kingdom of Shu, Lin Mu muttered and tried to think if this could be a viable location. While it is a little past the midpoint, if there was more than just one person that brought the horse manticore there, and then a strong person tamed it, the location is just within the limits of what is possible. Lin Mu analyzed. Still, Lin Mu didn't think this was all and asked more. Is there anything else that you found? Lin Mu asked. Yes, originally the supply for the horse manticore materials was steady, but since the past year it has declined. Then all of a sudden, there were reports of a large shipment of materials being sent out all over the continent, which was suspicious. It was that shipment which helped me track the location, Jingaming Shang replied. While Lin Mu did find this a bit strange, he still kept it in mind, as it might come in handy later. All right, that was good. I'll talk to you later, Lin Mu said before putting down communication jade slip. Patriarch Yi looked at Lin Mu in an inquisitive manner and knew that Lin Mu had discovered something. So what did you learn? He asked. I managed to track down the approximate location of the horse manticore materials, Lin Mu replied. Really, and where is it? The patriarch questioned. The Kingdom of Shu, Lin Mu answered. There, Patriarch Yi furrowed his brows. There is no way the royal family or any clan of that kingdom can afford to keep the horse manticore. One of the elders spoke. No, it doesn't have to be the royal family or a clan. Another elder chimed in. Lin Mu nodded his head in this, as he found it to be close to his guess. It has got to be a sect that owns the horse manticore, Lin Mu stated. Hearing this, Yuya had a sense of realization. The mountain brush sect, he muttered. Jiang Luo frowned upon hearing this, as he had bad memories associated with this sect. They were one of the attackers who chased him down over 50 years ago. He had enmity with them, and they were one of the sects that he would not forgive. It makes sense. The Patriarch of Mountain Brush sect is at the adult soul stage of the nascent soul realm and would be able to control and tame the horse manticore. High Elder Sunsen spoke. But the question is, why would this beast be out of their sect and so close to the Hong Lin kingdom? Ideally, they would never let such a precious source of materials out of the sect, and I don't think it would have been cheap for them to capture this beast either. Another elder questioned. We are forgetting another thing. The Mountain Brush sect is under the control of Gu Yao as well. Lin Mu spoke up. Of course, the Mountain Brush sect joined the Zither Wind Alliance last year, High Elder Sunsen said out loud. Lin Mu nodded his head in agreement. If that's true, then another thing would make sense. I learned that the supply of horse manticore materials suddenly declined a year ago. This matches the timeline of the sect joining the Zither Wind Alliance. Lin Mu spoke. And that's not all, is it? Patriarch Yi asked. I heard from my informant that recently a large shipment of horse manticore materials were sent all over the continent. Lin Mu replied. Hearing this, the elders and Patriarch Yu were surprised, as they had not heard of this at all. Chapter 916, a potential way to find Gu Yao. I don't think these materials ever reach the market, though. Such a sale would have definitely had some sects involved. Even we would have been interested in buying them. An elder in charge of the repository spoke. Lin Mu nodded his head and spoke. You are right, elder. Which is why I think these were not meant for open sale at all, but rather for some private deals. Yuya furrowed his brows and stroked his beard as he thought of something. If it is as you say, then the places where these materials went must be to the Zither Wind Alliance members, he guessed. That's what I think as well, Lin Mu replied. If that's so, then why was the horse manticore near the Hong Lin kingdom? High Elder Sunsen questioned. While I can't say that accurately, my best guess is that either it was needed somewhere else or someone specific needed it for something. Lin Mu answered. You mean to say, the beast was specifically sent to be taken over by the invader? Yuya asked. No, I don't think that's what happened. If that was so, there would have not been that other corpse before. Instead of that, I think what happened was that the horse manticore was supposed to be brought to someplace else, but ended up meeting the monkey beast that had been taken over by the invader. A battle must have ensued between the person who was transporting the horse manticore and the infected beast. Seeing the state of the corpse, there is a chance that the beast did sustain injuries, but we could not perceive them due to how horribly it had mutated. The injuries must have caused it to die, and then the invader chose to take over the horse manticore. Lin Mu hypothesized. Patriarch Yu Yi and the others thought over it and found it to be possible. While it took a little extra liberty in terms of events, these did seem to be the most likely events. Wait, if all this did happen, then doesn't it mean that Gu Yao ended up harming his own interest? Jiang Luo suddenly spoke. If he had ordered the horse manticore to be moved somewhere and his allies also sent the invader here, it would mean they ended up clashing, he added. That is indeed possible. Lin Mu nodded his head. But there is another probability that the invader actually appeared there on its own. Since the main body of the invader is hidden somewhere in the void, it could have finally tracked down our world and sent more avatars. This was the second, more alarming possibility that Lin Mu and Senior Zukong had discussed. It was far more dangerous than the northern tribes sending the invader, since it would mean there was no controlling method for it, and that the true body of the invader might arrive in the world sometime. If that rule happened, then Lin Mu was unsure if even all the powers of the world would be able to stop it with their combined strength. An entire continent was sunk into the ocean, the last time a pseudo-immortal beast arrived in the world fully. If an invader that was many times stronger than that appeared, Lin Mu was sure the Xia world would not be able to exist. I'd rather have the northern tribes brining the invader than the invader coming here on its own terms, Lin Mu thought to himself. Hearing Lin Mu's words, Patriarch Yuya was very concerned and made some decision. The whereabouts of this beast and its traces are to be investigated in detail. I order the elders to look into it as soon as possible, Yuya ordered. Yes, Patriarch, the elders responded, and 3 of them quickly left the hall to carry out their duties. This also included Elder Pijai, as it included his department. Can we use this to find where Gu Yao is? Jiang Luo questioned. Eventually, but not directly, unless we find the person who was transporting the horse manticore, Lin Mu answered. Why do you say so? Jiang Luo questioned. I have a hunch that Gu Yao might have been calling the horse manticore for his own use, Lin Mu stated. He has used beasts before, so there is definitely that chance, Jiang Luo muttered. It was at this time that another idea struck Lin Mu. Hang on, I think I know how we can find the location of Gu Yao, Lin Mu said out loud. How? Everyone said in unison. I don't think the horse manticore is the only beast Gu Yao would have asked for. There must be more. Just a single beast won't even be enough if he is using as he used to consume beasts before. And if he had reached the Dao Shell realm as Wei Hai told me before, then there is a great chance that he needs a lot of nascent soul realm beasts to proceed ahead. We should look into the movement of such beasts. Lin Mu spoke up. Hearing this, Patriarch Yuya had an expression of enlightenment, and he nodded his head. Additionally, I think we can find out who might have been transporting the horse manticore too. We just need to figure out who is missing from the mountain brush sect. Even if the beast is tamed, it would have to be a strong elder that can transport the horse manticore. And if he is missing, I don't doubt that they are investigating this matter too. After all, Gu Yao doesn't like it when his things go missing. He would have definitely ordered it a long time ago, Lin Mu stated. Very well, we can handle finding out information from the mountain brush sect. That much is not a problem for us. An elder of that status must be important in the mountain brush sect and should be a high elder or even the supreme elder. Patriarch Yuya repelled. Hearing this, Lin Mu nodded and was pleased. He finally felt like things were heading towards a proper decision, and they were one step closer to finding Gu Yao. Chapter 917. Growth of Lin Mu's alliance and entering Kong Plain. A couple of days had passed since Lin Mu had arrived at the Long Cloud sect, and the alliance was forged. The elders of the sect had already begun their work in full force and were investigating on multiple fronts. Lin Mu could finally see the efficiency of a top sect for the first time. There were many people they could contact, and no one would really get suspicious, since it was a normal thing for them. This gave Lin Mu another idea of how being in an organization gives authenticity to someone. While all this was happening, he was not free either. He was either cultivating on his own as he was getting closer to the finalization of his Dao shell's shape. He reckoned that he would be done any day now. Jiang Luo was busy as well and was making the teleportation gate in the sect. There were some initial doubts from the sect about the security, but once Jiang Luo told them they could add their own security to that, they were fully convinced. The teleportation gate was built in a new area underground that was specially dug out for it. Many illustrious arrays were constructed around it, along with defensive arrays that could work in both sides. They could prevent someone from leaving the teleportation gate's area, and they could also stop someone from entering it. That way, they would have assurance that the enemies will not be able to flip it on them and gain an advantage. This time, Jiang Luo had the assistance of the entire formation hall of the Long Cloud sect, and thus was able to build the teleportation gate in a record 3 days. When this was done, Jiang Luo came to Lin Mu to discuss where the other teleportation gates will be built. How many do you think we will need? I will prepare the components according to that, Jiang Luo spoke. Let's see. The next we will need to build will be in the Fenlong Kingdom. Then there will be the two sects in alliance, the Black Dune sect and the Light Harmony sect. After these, we might build another in the Shuang Kayan kingdom, probably in the capital in a place of Wu Hai's choosing. Lin Mu replied. So about 4 more sects, Jiang Luo counted. We might add more, but for now, these are the ones we know for sure, Lin Mu stated. Very well, I'll prepare the sects for the Black Dune sect and the Light Harmony sect first. I'll also teach the assembly to the others so that they can do it on their own once they are at those sects. It might take at least 2 months before those will be set up, Jiang Luo estimated. That is a good enough timeline for now. We can't really predict much, so it's best we take things one day at a time, Lin Mu said after thinking for a bit. Jiang Luo nodded to himself before remembering something. What will you be doing now since the sects will take nearly a month to arrive? Jiang Luo asked. I might just cultivate. I'll be in the Kong Plain, Lin Mu replied. That might just be the best option for now. We need to grow our strengths, Jiang Luo said. You should cultivate too. You are already at the adult soul stage of the nascent soul realm. Try and see if you can break through to the Dao Shell realm. As for any resources, we got plenty in the Kong Plain for you to use, Lin Mu suggested. I do find some time to cultivate every day, but if I'm done with the teleportation gate components, I'll focus a bit more, Jiang Luo replied. Very well, see how it works out for you, Lin Mu said with a nod before Jiang Luo took his leave. Lin Mu took a deep breath as he thought over all that had happened briefly, before activating the runes on his body. The runes glowed, and Lin Mu disappeared in a flash of light. Tilde whoosh tilde. And just as he appeared in the Kong Plain, a red blur arrived next to him. You're here, Little Shrubby spoke. Yeah, I'll stay here for a while, Lin Mu replied. Great, I found some more beasts that are good, Little Shrubby said happily. Good, we can have some good food tonight then, Lin Mu said while rubbing Little Shrubby's head. Little Shrubby had been in the Kong Plain for a while, as Lin Mu had asked the beast to explore it a bit more. A vast majority of the Kong Plain was still unexplored, and Lin Mu had not even seen 10% of it. Plus, since the formation arrays of the Kong Plain didn't have an internal teleportation function, the only way they had was to travel the normal way. Thankfully, the communication jade slips worked good enough in the Kong Plain now, so if any emergency arrived, he would know. Additionally, the number of people in the Kong Plain had increased by quite a lot. There were other people, including King Hong and the Noon Grass sect disciples. These were the more talented people of the Hong Kingdom that were recently allowed to cultivate in the Kong Plain. The results so far had been good, and about 20 new core condensation realm cultivators had been created in the past month. As for the nascent soul realm, there were 2 new additions, as the Minister of War and Minister of Trade both broke through to the nascent soul realm after cultivating in the Kong Plain for a while. This, in addition to the people of the Noon Grass sect, made it so that Lin Mu's alliance was steadily growing in power. The Noon Grass sect disciples had some additional duties as well, so they didn't have as vast gains as that of the Hong Lin Kingdom people. But after those were over and things stabilized, Lin Mu was sure there would be a lot more additions to their powerhouses. Chapter 918, Shell Genesis Stage of the Dao Shell Realm. That was something, Lin Mu said between breaths. Sweat dripped from his face, and his robes stuck to his body, which was drenched wet. For a month, that progress is really good, I have to say, Zukong praised. Lin Mu slumped down onto the ground before laying on his back and facing the sky. We do have to hurry, so I must give my all, Lin Mu replied as he tried to catch his breath. If one looked at him, they would find that the sleeves of his robes were torn apart, and even other parts of his robes were ripped in places. It seemed like he had been through a battle, and his surroundings would say the same as well. But there was one exception. There were no corpses or anything of that kind. There were just some broken trees, shattered stones, and craters spread in the ground. The area of about 200 meters around Lin Mu was basically damaged. Looking at his hands, they were a bit bruised too, and there were cuts and nicks on them. The new form of the boulder collapsing fist, though it cannot be used in the normal manner, Lin Mu muttered. Zhukang didn't say anything and simply watched on in silence. He had been watching Lin Wu the entire month and had seen him progress greatly. Lin Mu did a lot of things and had even managed to finalize the shape of his Dao shell, in addition to making a new technique that he reckoned would come in use. He had it for a long time in his mind, but simply didn't have the necessary time to practice it. I still couldn't test out the Burning Heart Sutra, though, Lin Mu thought to himself. In all the training and cultivation he had done, he had gotten too engrossed. Plus, Zhukang had often told him that when things are going in a flow, it is best not to disturb them and break the flow. Which was true, since Lin Mu had not been able to make the new technique if it were not for the stroke of inspiration he got. After an hour of rest, Lin Mu sat up and closed his eyes. He sensed the spirit qi within his body and circulated it. After a few cycles, the spirit qi in the air around him started to stir as well and began to swirl around his body. A illusory outline appeared above Lin Mu's head, which was none other than the initial form of his Dao shell. Its shape had changed from the spherical form to a more polygonal form, and it was hard to describe. Its form was very faint, and thus, until it was completed, it would be hard to fully tell how it truly was. There were multiple layers to it, and they could be faintly seen through the surface of it. The spirit qi that was swirling in the air started to pour into the Dao shell's outline and was quickly absorbed by it. It couldn't even be seen where the spirit qi was going, as the Dao shell quickly devoured it. 12 hours passed like this when finally, the base surface of the Dao shell changed. From its almost transparent form, it now had gained a corporeal part. Even if it was just a millimeter of change, it was still enough to show that Lin Mu had successfully broken through. Shell Genesis stage of the Dao shell realm, Lin Mu muttered. He opened his eyes and looked at the barely noticeable change in the Dao shell and smiled wryly. This is going to take a lot of spirit qi, isn't it? Lin Mu questioned himself. It will indeed. With your stores of spirit qi and the Danshan size, I can't even estimate the spirit qi that will take you to fully materialize the Dao shell, Zhukang truthfully said. Doesn't matter. As long as I keep up, I'll reach the necessary level eventually, Lin Mu said with determination. This was true, since Lin Mu was not going to expand his Dao shell in the shell expansion stage. He was simply going to try and break through to the Dao treading realm after the shell completion stage. And for him that has always had a stable foundation, the shell completion stage was as good ready to break the moment he reached it. Other cultivators would have to spend years solidifying their cultivation base and rectifying the mistakes they may have made. Different cultivation techniques brought different flaws and effects that changed this time required by them greatly. But for Lin Mu, who never practiced one from the start, it was a non-requirement. The aura emanating from Lin Mu's body also changed subtly and became more pronounced. But just a minute later, the Dao shell returned back to Lin Mu's body, and it was as if his cultivation base quickly regressed. If one felt him right now, they would think that Lin Mu was simply in the nascent soul realm. His control over aura and spirit qi fluctuation too improved along with his breakthrough, though it was not as noticeable to himself. But Zhukang did perceive it. The more he progresses, the more he gets in tune with the world. I wonder if he can reach the point of world and man as one, Zhukang thought to himself. He often wondered how Lin Mu would progress if he did not have to deal with the troubles of the world. Placing him in one of the immortal courts would be enough to make him a great immortal in just a few millennia. Unfortunately, fate has different plans for him. These are the tribulations set by fate, and he has to go through them if he wants to grow his providence, Zhukang thought with hope. Lin Mu wanted to continue cultivating for longer, but he was interrupted by the humming of the jade slip. He knew right then, and there what must have happened. Are they here? Lin Mu questioned. Yes, it is time, Jiang Luo answered. Chapter 919. Attacked. Getting the answer from Jiang Luo, Lin Mu decided to leave right away. He stomped his foot on the ground and shot up, creating a crater on the ground. Drawing an arc in the air, Lin Mu descended towards a lake below him. Tilda swoosh Tilda. Flames started burning on his body and quickly turned the tattered robes he was wearing into ash. Finally, he fell into the water with a splash and disappeared. When he reappeared, though, he was standing in his courtyard and was dressed in some fresh robes. He took a look in the bronze mirror kept on the shelf and quickly took out a ribbon before tying his hair back. Usually, he kept his hair open, but decided that since he would be meeting up with the other two sects, it was better to be a bit presentable. "Let's head to the hall," Lin Mu muttered as he stepped out of the courtyard and flew towards the main hall of the sect. He reached there in less than a minute and saw it being populated by a lot of people he had not seen before. They were wearing different types of robes, and Lin Mu guessed that they should be the elders of the two other sects of Long Cloud Alliance. The people of the Black Dune sect were wearing loose robes with hoods at the back, while the people of the Light Harmony sect wore yellow and white robes with a leaf pattern on the back. This was the general design of the robes, and depending on the status of the members, they had some minor differences. Lin Mu saw two men talking with Patriarch Yu Yi and guessed that they should be the patriarchs of the two sects. The patriarch of the Black Dune sect was not wearing a hood, and his face could be fully seen. He looked to be a little older than middle-aged and had some scars on his face and neck. While the patriarch of the Light Harmony sect was an old man that looked to be in his 60s. He was not as old-liking as Patriarch Hua and could be considered to be a junior among the other patriarchs. Even the Black Dune sect patriarch that looked younger than the Light Harmony sect patriarch was older than him. Lin Mu's arrival did not go unnoticed by the others either, and they took a look at him as well. "Ha ha ha, Patriarch Yu was not lying. The young man is indeed talented," the patriarch of the Light Harmony sect said genially. The Black Dune sect patriarch, however, frowned. "Young man," he spoke, catching Lin Wu's attention. "Take him, why blow?" the patriarch suddenly yelled before punching out. The elders in the room were all pushed back a few steps as an illusory figure of a bull shot out of the Black Dune sect's patriarch. Lin Mu's eyes went wide, as he had not expected this at all. "What in the world?" Lin Mu said as he directly disappeared. Tilda crashed Tilda. The illusory bull ran forward and ended up crashing into the walls of the hall and fatting away. If it were not for the fact that the walls were very strong and layered with defensive and durability formation arrays, there was no chance they would have survived. Jiang Luo stared daggers at the Black Dune sect patriarch and had already drawn out several spirit weapons. "What is the meaning of this?" he questioned. But the patriarch did not respond at all, simply looking for Lin Mu. Tilda Xing Tilda. "Yes, what is the meaning of this?" a voice asked from behind the man. He felt a cold edge at the back of his neck and realized that there was a sword resting there. The elders who saw it all were stunned. How did he get there? Someone wondered. Lin Mu was standing right behind the Black Dune sect patriarch and had the short sword at the man's neck. The man tried to move, but felt the sword press harder on his skin. Surprisingly, the sword could not cut it even though it was a high-grade spirit sword. Lin Mu took note of it and sensed the faint spirit chi circuits flowing over the man's skin. A defensive technique, not on the level of mortal strengthening scripture, but still rather strong. Lin Mu guessed. "Lower your sword, Junior Lin Mu," the patriarch of the Light Harmony sect spoke. "Yes, please do. This is simply the way Patriarch Shandian is. He likes to test people, and only if he finds them worthy enough will he deal with them," Yu Yi explained. Lin Mu narrowed his eyes while Jiang Luo looked on awkwardly. He had done something similar when he first met Lin Mu, though the circumstances were also different back then, so he couldn't exactly tell if it was even appropriate in this setting. "Fine, but know that I do not like acts like these. You want to test me and spar. That's okay. But if you do something like this again, I will not hesitate," Lin Mu sternly said. It was one of the things that Lin Mu hated. He was trying to forge an alliance, and acts like these only lowered his confidence in people. Jiang Luo had been trying to get him to have faith in people more and allow them to do their part, but things like his only made that difficult. Lin Mu sheathed the short sword, but did not store it in the ring like usual. Sliding it down the side of his waist, the sword quickly tied itself to the waistband. The Black Dune sect patriarch looked at Lin Mu with an equally stern expression for a few seconds before it drastically changed. "Ahhha, good, good." He laughed out loud, completely changing his demeanor. "Why don't you join my sect? You'll be the next patriarch," he offered, shocking everyone in the hall. Hearing this, Lin Mu was completely taken aback and didn't know how to react. Wah, Chapter 920. An astounding offer. Lin Mu had thought of many ways that today might go, but getting an offer to become the heir of a sect was not one of them. "You want me to become your disciple? I don't think that's possible. I already have a master," Lin Mu replied. "Oh, you don't have to be my disciple. It's clear that your master is far better than me. You simply have to become a member of my sect, and the position of the patriarch will be yours the moment you reach Dao Treading Realm," Patriarch Shandian said with a smile. That, Lin Mu was even more lost. Yu Yi rubbed his forehead, as if knowing something like this was expected. "Hey, no fair. I didn't even get to offer my position," the patriarch of the Light Harmony sect spoke. "Huh," Lin Mu looked on weirdly. "I offer the same thing. Become part of my sect and you will be the next patriarch. Additionally, you can marry as many female disciples as you want. We have some really nice beauties in the sect," the Light Harmony sect patriarch explained. "Oh, and resources are implied. You will get them as the chief disciples anyway. All that you need. We are specialized in alchemical pills, so it should help your cultivation a lot," he added. You don't even know me," Lin Mu questioned, finding it all absurd. "We know enough. We have been talking with Patriarch Yu Yi and Patriarch Hua for a while now and got to some things, and they are enough to deem you worth," the Light Harmony sect patriarch answered. "Not even a century old and already at the Dao Shell realm. Just that alone is enough to put you at the top of our world. I dare say that even the ancestors who became immortals cannot compare to you," Patriarch Shandian stated. Lin Mu looked towards Patriarch Yu Yi with an inquisitive expression, and the man sighed. "I asked them to do all this after we finished the alliance ceremony, but we've already managed to verify a lot of your claims about the world and the invader. Hence, we now have a great base to trust you. And adding your qualification as a cultivator and the world's ordained itself, no sect will deny you from becoming their heir," Patriarch Yu Yi explained. "Just from this, aren't I still wanted by the other sect and even the top sects?" Lin Mu said, thinking that it was all too quick. "Perhaps you don't understand. They are simply fools who don't know better. But once they do manage to figure out the truth, they will leave no stone unturned to bright you into their fold," Yu Yi replied. "And if that does not happen, they will quite possibly try to get rid of you," he warned. Lin Mu furrowed his brows and couldn't help but think. "He is right, you know," Zhukong finally spoke. "You are a very valuable commodity to the sects now, and if they can't have you, they won't want others to have you either." Lin Mu heard his words and thought over it for a few seconds before looking at the three patriarchs. "Hypothetically, I accept any one of yours offer. Won't that mean the other sects will turn hostile anyway?" Lin Mu asked. "We would just be back to square one then, won't we?" "That is indeed true. But as long as we are in an alliance, they won't do much. We are already in opposition to the Zither Wind Alliance, and they are in the control of Gu Yao, so they are out of the equation for you. As for the top sects, they might offer you similar terms, but they will not give you the position of the patriarch with assurance. They might make you one of the candidates, and you will have to prove your capability there. The top sects have a different method of choosing their patriarchs, and it is not done by the members. Let's just say there is no human intervention in it. Thus, even if they want you to be the heir, they can't," Yu Yi explained. Lin Mu thought over it, but had already known his answer. "And I'm guessing you want the same from me too, Patriarch Yu Yi?" Lin Mu asked. "Well, yes, but I'm not as shameless as these two to act without prudence and was waiting for the right time for it," Yu Yi replied. The two patriarchs didn't even deny his word, and simply looked on with shameless smiles. So what do you say? Join my Black Dune sect. While we don't have the same amount of pills, we do have a lot of chi skills and techniques you can freely learn. As for the women, that's a given. You don't even have to marry them. Female disciples of my sect like powerful men, so they will be willing to be with you anyways. Shandian offered. That, Lin Mu felt awkward, but knew it was best to end it here. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes for a few seconds. All the elders watched on in anticipation, wondering what Lin Mu's answer would be. If they were honest, they would jump on the offer if they were given it without hesitation. The position of a patriarch was not something that could be given easily, and yet Lin Mu was getting it. They themselves would have shed blood for their sex for hundreds of years, and still might not get the chance. The high elders couldn't help but feel their faces twitch, and one of them in particular. High Elder Bugi was the most envious. Jiang Luo, though, was chuckling inside and was trying to hide his laugh, knowing exactly what Lin Mu's answer would be. You fools are in for disappointment. Someone like him cannot be limited to a world like ours. Just his master alone is probably enough to make him deny everyone. All that you offer cannot be enough for him. He can probably obtain all that on his own either way. Jiang Luo rightfully thought. Chapter 921. The answer to the offer. The Black Dune sect patriarch and the Light Harmony sect patriarch looked on at Lin Mu with anticipation while the rest did the same. To them, there was no reason why Lin Mu would deny an offer like this. Any of the three sects would be a good option, though the people belonging to each of the sect hoped that Lin Mu would join them. All of them could see the value in him joining them, but at the same time felt a little envious that the position of the patriarch after that would be all but gone for them. Even if these elders didn't have that great of a chance of becoming the patriarch, one could always dream. Once that was taken away entirely, it was a cold splash that would rudely awaken them from the dream, which wasn't exactly comfortable. I reject, Lin Mu firmly stated. What? How is this possible? This is absurd. Has he gone mad? A variety of questions and words were let out by the people in the hall as they were absolutely shocked by Lin Mu's answer. They had not expected for him to entirely reject them like this. Are you sure you don't want to think more? Patriarch Shandian questioned. Yes, take more time. You don't have to answer us today, either, the Light Harmony sex patriarch added. But Yuya already had a knowing expression on his face. My decision is final. I do not want to be the heir of the sex. I don't think that is the right thing for me, and it would be unfair to the sect as well. I cannot tell how things would go in the future, and there are chances I may not be here to be there for the sex. Even if I do join one, my departure would only leave the duties unfulfilled. That would be a grave mistake on my part, and I do not want the sect to bear that. Additionally, all the others who may have been striving for the position and working for it would be greatly disappointed. If anything, this would be an insult to their effort and work. I do not want to deny them that either, Lin Mu explained. Hearing Lin Mu's answer, the elders were surprised, but also felt a bit better at the same time. The answer that Lin Mu gave was shocking to them, but the explanation was enough to allay that. The Long Cloud sect patriarch sighed to himself, while the Black Dune sect patriarch felt a little disappointed. The Light Harmony sect patriarch was in a similar situation and seemed to be thinking something. If that is your answer, then I'm fine with it, the Light Harmony sect patriarch spoke. But if you ever change your answer in the figure, the option will be open, he said before throwing Lin Mu a token. Lin Mu caught it and looked at what was written on it, Mingliang. That is my token. It will allow you to request certain things from the sect and the same level of authority as an elder as well. Your Dao Shell Realm cultivation base already puts you at the same level as a high elder anyway, so you may as well be a guest elder, the Light Harmony sex patriarch Mingliang stated. Hey, now you're being forward, Patriarch Shandian said before taking out a token and tossing it to Lin Mu as well. I offer the same. Let this be known, Lin Mu is now a guest elder of the Black Dune sect, Patriarch Shandian declared. Patriarch, Yi simply stood there smiling, while Jiang Luo did the same. Very well, I guess I can accept this much. Lin Mu said, thinking that it would not be good if he denied them this much as well. This is good. It will allow your authority among the people of the sect to strengthen. It will help you function better in the alliance. Zhukang spoke. That's why I took it senior. Lin Mu replied before looking at the three patriarch. Well, we should start the oath ceremony, shouldn't we? Best to get it done. Lin Mu proposed. Of course, Patriarch Shandian said out loud. Soon Lin Mu took the lead in reciting the oath, while the others repeated after him. The ones that had already taken it simply stood there in silence while the ceremony progressed. In just a few minutes, it was completed and the oath was forged. The skis shook that day for a second, and everyone in the world felt it but couldn't tell what had happened. All over the sects that didn't know of this ceremony thought that it might have been some rare phenomenon or just something unknown. There was no lack of such things happening these days, and there were a lot more unexplained things adding to their woes. Thus, except for the more anxious and vigilant cultivators, the rest forgot it quickly. In the Forbidden Continent, there were vast tracts of frozen lands and snow-capped peaks that dotted the land. Between a few such unassuming peaks, there was an ancient temple. It looked like it had stood the test of time and looked very old. There were dead, leafless trees spread around the temple, which was strange since the continent was always covered in snow, thus the trees growing here were rarely seen. Then there was the most eye-catching feature, which is the large bronze bell that hung from the top of the temple. The bell was at least 10 meters tall and 7 meters wide. There were tribal carvings on the bell that looked esoteric. There were beasts, humans, devils, and many other beings carved on it, looking mysterious. The bell, which had not moved for a long time, suddenly shuddered today. Tilde hung tilde. A faint wave of vibrations spread through the surroundings, dousing the frozen lands with them. Several pairs of eyes opened upon hearing it, each having different expressions in them, some surprised, some serious. The ancestral bell rings. Chapter 922, Smooth Sailing at the Long Cloud Sect. Everything went well and nothing unexpected happened like the time when they first took the oath a month ago. Lin Mu couldn't help but feel relieved that there was no one among the higher-ups of the sects here that had been controlled by Gu Yao or was looking to harm the alliance or the world. The mystery about why Junior Elder Lao Ming was stuck by punishment lightning was still unknown today. The sect was still investigating, but couldn't find anything that seemed to be problematic on his end. To them, Junior Elder Lao Ming was doing his duties perfectly, and there were no lapses in his judgment either. This was what put Lin Mu and the patriarchs in a dilemma. They didn't know if the oath was just this severe that it killed the elder just because he had thought wrong for a second, or if it was something else. No, the oath won't kill someone for a simple lapse in thinking. Everyone has bad thoughts from time to time, and unless one acts on it, it won't be imprinted on their karma. They won't be sowing karma, just be imagining things. If it was like that, then the heavens would have never been in peace and chaos would have eliminated all life. Zhukang clarified. Then what could it be, Senior? Was Lao Ming just thinking of betraying the sect for gains on his own? Lin Mu couldn't help but questioned. That is something no one can answer for now. Well, there is the option to use divination for that, but it's close to impossible for there to be anyone with a divination technique as strong as that in this world. Zhukang answered. Do you know any divination techniques, Senior? Lin Mu asked, feeling curious. No, I don't. That is not exactly something I'm comfortable with, and neither do I have an affinity with it. Zhukang replied in a straight tone. I see. Guess we'll just have to trust that the oath and world's will was correct, Lin Mu said. Lin Mu opened his eyes to look at the discussion that was currently ongoing in front of him. The three patriarchs and several elders were talking about how things should go and how to proceed from here. Yi was telling them about the plans that Lin Mu and Jiang Luo had formed earlier. So this teleportation gate, you will be placing them in our sects? Patriarch Shandian questioned. Well, your people can do it too if they are proficient in formations. I have made it so that they are mostly per-made, and only some assembly is needed for the most part. Jiang Luo answered. You can talk with the fomentation elders and see to that. Patriarch Shandian spoke, while the elders he was talking about nodded in response. It shall be the same for my sect as well. All formation elders of the Light Harmony sect are to meet up with him and discuss the setup of the teleportation gate. Patriarch Mingliang ordered. Yes, Patriarch, the elders replied. Seeing that everything was going smoothly, Lin Mu was pleased. Speaking of this teleportation gate, I heard that it is linked with a different plane. What exactly is it? Patriarch Shandian asked. The name of the plane is Kong Plane, and it was left behind as the dying legacy of the Kong clan. Lin Mu replied. The Kong clan, huh? Shandian repeated. Haven't heard that name many times before. Patriarch Mingliang spoke. So the people of the Western continent are still helping us thousands of years after their death. Patriarch Shandian muttered in a tone of melancholy. Even if the people of the Western continent are all gone, at least there is still something left to remember them by, their sacrifice. Patriarch Mingliang said. That's not exactly true. There are still remnants of the Western continent clans in the Empire. Lin Mu clarified. Really? Who? Patriarch Mingliang asked. The Mu clan, the Fenlong clan, and the Fen clan of the Fenlong kingdom, of course. The Mu clan are the descendants of the Mulong clan, one of the top clans of the Western continent too. Lin Mu replied, surprising. The Mulong clan. One of the elders of the Black Dune sect exclaimed, making everyone look at him. What's the matter? Is there something special about them? An elder standing next to them asked. Of course, many don't know, but the Mulong clan was the most proficient in making puppets. These puppets were of many types and were strong enough to contend even with Dao-treading realm experts. The most surprising part is that the one controlling the puppets didn't even need to be at that cultivation base to do that. For example, someone at the nascent soul realm could control a puppet that had the strength of the Dao shell realm. The elder explained. A lot of the other elders couldn't help but take a breath of air after hearing this. They knew the implications of this and just how much it could change the tide of battle. If they really are from the Mulong clan, then they need to be nurtured well. Patriarch Mingliang spoke. They still have their inheritance from the ancestors, thus they are safe in that part, but some support would still be good for them. Lin Mu spoke. Very well, we shall send a few disciples to assist them in what they need. Patriarch Mingliang stated. As it should be, Yuya nodded his head. Oh, if you're sending them there, can you send some formation masters there too? Jiang Luo interjected. Why? The patriarchs asked. Well, we have yet to set up a teleportation gate there. Thus, if someone sets it up there, it will save us time, Jiang Luo answered. Hearing this, Lin Mu felt like it was a great idea. We should do this for other places of interest too. It will save us a great bit of time, Lin Mu said, calculating just how many months of effort could be saved that way. Chapter 923, 2 Words to Shake the Skis. Patriarch Yuya heard it and found it to be a good option. The other two thought the same and discussed it for a minute before deciding. Then it shall be done. All elders proficient in formations will learn from Junior Jiang Luo, starting today, the patriarchs ordered. Seeing that they had accepted the suggestion, Lin Mu was pleased, and so was Jiang Luo. He could see the merit in the suggestion and knew that they would be saving a great amount of time this way. Jiang Luo silently counted the number of sets he would need to make, and also allocate the time that would be needed to teach the elders that new formations. After this was done, the Black Dune Patriarch and Light Harmony Sect Patriarch wanted to see something else. Can you show us that invader? Shandian asked. Of course, Patriarch Yuya spoke. Bring it in, he ordered. One of the elders contacted someone using the communication jade slip, and a couple of minutes later the rabbit beast that was infected with the invader was brought in. It was kept in a large cage that was impossible for the beast to live. There were some scars on the beast's body, but they seemed to be healing already. It was as if the beast had been injured multiple times and was not allowed to heal fully, which was true. The disciples that brought the invader in placed it in front of the patriarchs and retreated from the halls. So this is that invader?" Patriarch Mingliang asked. "This is merely one of the avatars of the invader that has taken over this rabbit beast. There are more such like these," Lin Mu replied. "Oh, how many do you think there are?" Patriarch Mingliang seriously questioned. He could tell that Lin Mu knew a lot more than he showed, and his opinions mattered a lot more than others. "If what you told me about his master is true, then he probably has the best estimate about the invader and its strength here," Patriarch Mingliang thought. "I can't estimate fully. So far, I know for sure that at least 3 such avatars were killed, while there were a lot more that might have escaped. They all were fragments of a larger avatar that came from a single source. But this one, I don't think it is from that source," Lin Mu spoke. "Oh, what do you think it is then?" Patriarch Shandian questioned. "I think that the smaller avatars earlier were just the start. Those avatars that escaped gave information to the invader's main body where our world was. This has now brought it here, and it has sent out more of his avatars here. More might be arriving or could already be here. If that is true, then the only reason why the invader's main body itself hasn't entered the world is probably due to the world's barrier," Lin Mu answered. Hearing this, cold expressions appeared on Shandian and Yuya's faces, while Patriarch Mingliang seemed to be deep in thought. "Is this the same as that 1,000 years ago?" Patriarch Mingliang asked. "No, that one was different. It was coming through a teleportation array that was in one of the shrines of the northern tribes, though it was a very strong beast too and could be the bane of our world," Patriarch Yuya replied. "If you are talking about the one that old man Jiang Wei fought, then it is indeed different. In fact, this one might be stronger than it," Lin Mu spoke. Then thinking of something, Lin Mu wanted to try it. The invader's main body might be possibly in the immortal realm. Tilde rumble tilde. The moment he said those 2 words, skis shook and a wave of thunder could be heard streaking across it. Out of nowhere, dark clouds appeared and the entire long cloud sect turned gloomy. The disciples who were going about their daily tasks and duties couldn't help but feel like they were being choked all of a sudden. The pressure on their bodies increased exponentially, and the ones that were weaker directly fell to the ground. In the main hall of the sect, the elders were in a similar situation, but due to being vastly stronger than most disciples, they could bear the pressure far better. But even then, they felt like a sword was now hanging over their heads, and a chill went down the spine. The 3 patriarchs who were at the highest cultivation base managed to somewhat resist it, but the words that came from Lin Mu's mouth were enough to shock them to no end. They thundered in their ears louder than the thunder outside and felt impactful. The patriarchs were at the Tao treading realm and had lived a long time, being very experienced and knowledgeable. They knew that there were cultivation realms above the immortal ascensions realm, but they didn't know what the exact name was. But now that Lin Mu had spoken them, they were carved within their minds. They couldn't even understand how it was possible and felt like their world was shaking. Of course, as the other elders also came to understanding those 2 words, they were stunned. Many of them couldn't help but start panting, as this was a great event. Tilde rumble tilde. The thunder shook the skis again, and streaks of lightning shone within the clouds, threatening to drop any moment. The 3 patriarchs were brought out of their traces due to that, and looked at Lin Mu with complex expressions. Suddenly, a white pattern lit up on Lin Mu's forehead. It floated out from his forehead and let out a wave of energy that spread all over the area. Wherever it went, it erased the pressure that the people were feeling. In less than 5 seconds, it had already covered the entire sect and reached all the way to the clouds. And in 10 seconds, it had wiped the clouds away as well, as if telling them there was no use for them here. Chapter 924, The Change in the World and Weaker Restrictions. The 3 patriarchs managed to get a hold of their wits before they looked at Lin Mu with speechless expressions. This, Yuya found it hard to speak. Lin Mu, that The three of them mumbled for a few seconds while the white pattern disappeared back into Lin Mu's forehead. Lin Mu opened his eyes after that happened and understood a lot more than before. "How did you do that?" Patriarchy finally questioned. "I didn't do it, it was the world," Lin Mu answered. "Not that, I mean those words," Patriarchy clarified. "That too, it was the work of the world. You could say it is growing," Lin Mu spoke. "It's growing," Patriarch Mingliang repeated. "Yes, the restrictions that were on us are reducing since the world is getting stronger. The things that we weren't allowed to know previously will be understandable now. While it might not be all things, but eventually we will get to full clarity," Lin Mu explained. "I see, and how did you know that this happened?" Patriarch Shandian asked, feeling a bit confused. "Well, since we were talking about the invader and that it was sending out more of its avatars into our world, I concluded that the world's barrier might be weakening. But that was not all that I thought. Another idea came to me, and I wondered if it was true. And to confirm if it was true, all I needed to do was to see if I could reveal that information," Lin Mu replied. Hearing this, the three patriarchs understood a bit better. At the same time, they also understood the implications of it. If Lin Mu could speak those words, it meant that he already knew of them before. And that was not something which should have been possible before, unless it was under very specific conditions. The patriarchs tacitly agreed not to ask or talk about that, since they knew that it was way beyond them and nothing good would come out of it. If anything, they might be getting themselves into more trouble because of it. Zhukong, who had been observing everything, silently felt a little excited after seeing this too. "I might be able to teach you a bit more now," Zhukong suddenly spoke. Lin Mu silently nodded his head and felt happy about that too. "So the invader's main body will be far stronger than what any of us will be able to contend against," Patriarch Mingliang said, bringing the conversation back to the earlier topic. "Yes," Lin Mu spoke. "It will be a tall order for us to resist that, and I don't know if we can even do that," he added. "That is true, but we can't just wait for it, can we?" Patriarch Shandian added. "Of course not, but we aren't the only ones that are worried about it. The northern tribes should be aware of it too, perhaps even better than us," Lin Mu replied. Yi stroked his beard and thought over it for a bit. "So you mean to say they will have a solution?" Patriarch Yi questioned. "Not just will, they must have a solution. Otherwise, what they are doing won't make sense. Their goal is to take over the continent and rule it like their ancestors desired all those years ago. And to do that, they enlisted the help of an invader. But doing so, they must have known the risks. After all, this is not their first time doing that. They should have a way to control or restrain it. If not, then this would just be a lost cause for them. The invader would simply take over the world and do whatever it wants to do with it, and the northern tribes won't be able to do anything at all either. The worst thing of this all is that we don't know what the goal of this invader is," Lin Mu answered in detail. The three patriarchs had faces of realization and understood Lin Mu's thinking. "So we will get the way to stop the invader from the northern tribes after we defeat them?" Patriarch Shandian asked for clarity. "That is the worst-case scenario. If it really comes to that, it means that we failed to act in time. Ideally, we would have defeated the northern tribes and the invaders' traces would be wiped before that. The world will help us in this too, of course, or I would not have been ordained," Lin Mu replied. Hearing this, the patriarchs felt far better. For a minute there, they wondered if they were fighting for a lost cause, but now they felt relieved. Tilde esqui tilde. Their attention was pulled by the infected rabbit beast that was cowering in the cage. It was evident that it had been scared by the thunder. "Huh, this is new," Lin Mu muttered. "How are the tests going with it?" he questioned. The Long Cloud sect had been testing the invader to see what its weaknesses were in the month that they had it. Lin Mu had given it to them so that they could learn more about it, along with the characteristic of the invader. The two corpses of the earlier hosts were also given to the sect to study. "We have had some discoveries about it, indeed. It seems to be weak to fire on some level and is afraid of it, though it might be more dependent on the cultivation base of the host as well. It takes over the host and gives it characteristics that are innate to itself, such as the dark and slimy skin along with the bony structures. It also makes the hosts resistant to minor and small injuries while increasing its healing capabilities to some level. It is also hungry all the time and will eat wherever is given to it. We think that the invader is gathering the cultivation base and nutrients from the host. It quite possibly drains them, and there is no change in them at first, but the moment it leaves the host dies. Patriarch Yi explained. Chapter 925, Mountain Brush Sect's Supreme Elder. Lin Mu felt like finding the weaknesses of the invader was a very important part, and now that he knew that it was weak to fire, he would want to try and improve his control over fire spirit Chi more. Plus, since it is killing its hosts eventually, its end goal should be different. Going between the world and the void should probably cost it a lot of energy. Perhaps it uses the cultivation base and nutrients from them to accomplish that, Lin Mu thought. Since its weakness is fire, we will have disciples learn fire attribute techniques, at least for the ones that can. Patriarch Shandian spoke. For those that can't, we can give them spirit weapons and spirit tools that can utilize fire. Some alchemical pills that can be used as weapons might as well be given to everyone. Patriarch Mingliang chimed in. Hearing the suggestion of these two, Lin Mu nodded and felt that they were reasonable. Oh, and there is another thing we should keep in mind. It's also a weakness, but not of the invader but Gu Yao. Lin Mu suddenly spoke. What is it? Everyone asked. The human-controlling blood curse that Gu Yao uses. It doesn't work on humans that have assimilated other bloodlines. Beast bloodlines or any others should work. Lin Mu replied. Really? Patriarch Shandian asked. Yes, I've seen someone being able to break the curse firsthand. Lin Mu replied. Hearing this, Patriarch Shandian smiled. I reckon your sect has some disciples like this, Lin Mu questioned. We pursue power, so we will try multiple methods. Of course we have them. Around 30% of our disciples all have assimilated bloodlines. Patriarch Shandian said proudly. Lin Mu looked towards the other two patriarchs, wondering if they had such disciples too. We do have some disciples with beast bloodline, Patriarch Yuya replied. Same for my Light Harmony sect, Patriarch Mingliang stated. Good, the ones that have assimilated beast bloodlines should be the ones fighting when near Gu Yao or the ones being controlled by Gu Yao. That way, they will have no chance of being controlled. They will also be the ones investigating things for the very same reason, Lin Mu suggested. We shall do this then, it seems the right option. The patriarchs accepted. Any news on who exactly brought the horse manticore to the Hong Lin kingdom? They are missing too, aren't they? Lin Mu asked after remembering it. About that, like we guessed before, it was indeed someone from the Mountain Brush sect, an elder. High Elder Sunsen spoke. Oh, do we have an identity? Lin Mu questioned. We do. It is none other than the Supreme Elder of the Mountain Brush sect. According to the official information given to the sect disciples, he is simply in seclusion. But once we investigated a few of the claims by providing them some resources they had asked for a long time ago, we managed to learn that he is actually not in the sect at all. They have kept up this ruse for a while, but the Pressure Elder left with the horse manticore secretly, or so we think, but we still don't know where he might have gone. High Elder Sunsen answered. Lin Mu looked back to the corpse of the horse manticore as a thought came to his mind. What was the cultivation base of the Supreme Elder? Lin Mu asked. From what was last reported, adolescent soul stage of the nascent soul realm, High Elder Sunsen replied. Hearing this, Lin Mu shook his head. The Supreme Elder of the Mountain Brush sect is dead. No wonder this horse manticore was this strong. It had actually consumed the Supreme Elder, Lin Mu stated. Multiple people took a breath of air upon hearing this and couldn't help but feel a chilly breeze on their body even if it was not there. But how's that possible? He was still far stronger than the horse manticore, some of the elders asked. It's simple, the way it can infect the others. We already have an example of the tragedy last month. The elder had to lose a hand to the beast. Lin Mu replied. But even if that is true, the Supreme Elder would have still been able to run away, wouldn't he? Someone else asked. He should have been able to, but I don't think he chose to run away at all. If he was controlled by Gu Yao or had a drive to complete his mission, he might not have had the option to run away at all. He possibly tried to fight the horse manticore and get it in control, since he couldn't kill it either. The fight ended up with him getting injured enough that he was eventually killed by the horse manticore. Lin Mu hypothesized. Hearing this theory, the patriarchs couldn't help but feel that it was rather plausible. They thought over it and eventually nodded their heads in approval. Looks like that is quite likely, but what are we to do now? Patriarch Yuya asked. For now, simply keeping an eye on the mountain brush sect should suffice. I don't think they would be able to keep still with their Supreme Elder missing, and Gu Yao wouldn't like his things going missing either. There will be bound to be some reaction from their end, and that is what we need to watch out for. It can be the clue that leads us to Gu Yao's location. Lin Mu replied. We shall do this then, Patriarch Yuya agreed. With this done, Lin Mu and the patriarchs discussed several more matters until the very next night. Many important decisions were made, and the plans were finally set to play. With the oath ceremony complete as well, they were now free to do a lot of things, and Lin Mu didn't need to worry as much either. Since he will be delegating a large number of tasks to the sects, it will be a bit easier for them. Chapter 926. Setting the plans in motion, and Jingaming Shang's report days passed by like a spring stream, and Lin Mu entered seclusion. He felt the need to get strong as soon as possible, and felt the urge to do so even more now that his workload had been reduced. With the alliances working better than ever before and tasks split up, Lin Mu had less stress. Zhang Luo was going to train the elders that were proficient in formations how to assemble the teleportation gates, and also manufacture enough of them, so that they could be sent to the places they had chosen. Teaching all the elders would take him nearly a week, while making the sets of teleportation gate components would take him at least 5 days for each. With the assistance of the many elders, it was way faster than before, but Zhang Luo still needed to work for the main parts. They would send out each set as soon as it was complete, and the elder would set them on the place that was decided. The first location was none other than the Fenlong Kingdom, and the teleportation gate there was set up 15 days after the last meeting Lin Mu had with everyone. Since Lin Mu spent his time in the Kong Plain cultivating, activating those gates didn't take him much effort. Once the gate at the Fenlong Kingdom was complete, Lin Mu got a visitor who brought him a report. He was currently sitting in a forest in the Kong Plain and reading the long report that was given to him. Jingaming Shang certainly did his due diligence, Lin Mu muttered as he started to read. Lin Mu learned that the network Jingaming Shang had made has been expanding decently. Every week more and more people joined them, and there were already rumors in the kingdoms that there was a secret power recruiting people. It gave them something to talk about and got them interested in it. They were lured in with the promise of profits and resources, which Jingaming Shang could reasonably give them due to the revenue they were making from the expanded network. While Lin Mu might have preferred to stay hidden a bit more, Jingaming Shang took a different route. However, he didn't implicate the alliance either. Only the high-ranking members of his group knew of the true alliance, and Jingaming Shang simply manipulated the rest of them. He was good enough to know what they desired and how to give them that. Jingaming Shang also mentioned that he was going to run low on funds soon enough. If he's running low on funds, then perhaps it is time for him to start using the Kong Plain and the teleportation gates. He did say that we can make as much as 10 times the profit or even more on many items. Lin Mu muttered to himself, reading this. Since the network that Jingaming Shang made ran on mutual interest and profits, funds were essential to run it all. Once people realized that there was no more profit to be made, the entire network might come collapsing down. Thankfully, the trade plan Jingaming Shang made keeping in mind the reach of the teleportation gate made it so that they would soon be reaping a large profit. Funds were essential for running anything in the world, from sects to kingdoms to even a war. Lin Mu and the sects needed them too, and while the Long Cloud Alliance had a decent amount of them, they couldn't just squander it all on this. With Jingaming Shang's work, they would have a cash influx as well as an expenditure that should balance things out. Lin Mu then read the routes that Jingaming Shang had planned out for the trades. So the Eastern Ming Dynasty's herbs to be sent to the kingdoms in the West. These will be taken through the Light Harmony sect's gate and leave through the Black Dune sect. Same will be done for the myriad of resources that are in the Great Southern Forest. The Long Cloud Alliance will send multiple disciples to gather and harvest materials from the forest. There will always be a great demand for them, Lin Mu analyzed. He could see the benefit in doing all this, and felt like Jingaming Shang was very smart in doing business. Man can quite possibly own an entire kingdom one day if he keeps this up, Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu kept reading more and took about an hour to finish the report. By the end of it, he was thoroughly impressed by Jingaming Shang's intellect. Seems like we certainly made a good choice with him. Zhukang, who had been silent for a while, spoke. Indeed, Senior. If things really progress as planned, our effort won't go wasted. Plus, with more and more merchants joining Jingaming Shang, he is getting closer to tracking down Gu Yao. They already managed to find a couple of shipments that were suspected to be sent by Gu Yao. They were heading to the Zither Wind sect and the West Ocean sect. Lin Mu replied. Let things proceed then. You have been far too involved in those matters and haven't been able to focus on cultivating as well. Now that you have the time, it's best to focus on it, Zhukang stated. Once Jiang Luo is done with his work and the gates are set, we will be able to take the next step. I still have to meet up with Wu Hai and explain everything to him. He will also be our biggest link to Gu Yao and where he actually is. Same with the northern tribes. Ku Weiaowen's intel is proving to be good too as well. They did manage to find a couple of spies that were hidden in the 3 sects as well, Lin Mu replied. That's good. You should have a while till Jiang Luo will be free, so we'll make the best of it, Zhukang said as he thought of some things he would be teaching Lin Mu. Lin Mu put away the reports and got ready. Chapter 927. Danger for progress. Lin Mu's goal was to gain as much power as he could in the time that he had right now. And since it was not a very large amount of time, the only way he had to increase that was in a rather dangerous way. Are you sure you want to attempt that? Zhukang questioned. Yes, it will take me a while to reach the shell completion stage of the Dao shell realm. If I focus on body cultivation, I might be able to finish the 3rd treasured organ and directly obtain the peak level strength of it, Lin Mu answered. Lin Mu had finally decided to use the true gold body forging arts to cultivate. It was a cruel technique, but he was ready for it and had become extremely determined. But Lin Mu knew just being determined was not enough. He also needed some extra skills. Time to finally learn the forging techniques Jiang Luo gave me, Lin Mu said as he took out the jade slips. There was possibly thousands of years of experience condensed in these jade slips, and Lin Mu knew just how valuable they were. I don't need to learn it entirely. I simply need to learn the metal refinement part for now so that I can properly refine the gold, Lin Mu thought as he closed his eyes. His spirit sense touched the jade slip as bits of information started appearing in his mind. Lin Mu simply spent 2 days learning and memorizing just this information. After that, he spent 3 days comprehending and revising what he had memorized. Then on the 6th day, he finally opened his eyes. Letting out a deep breath, Lin Mu's eyes glimmered with excitement. Time to test it out first, Lin Mu said as he took out a small cauldron. The cauldron was something that was used to refine alchemical pills, but could still work for refining metal. Such cauldrons were usually very sturdy and easily withstood high temperature that could melt the base metals. The cauldron in front of Lin Mu was very plain and generic, made out of iron and reinforced with runes. This was something new disciples would use to learn first and make pills. while it did not have any extra features nor did it provide better quality in making pills. For Lin Mu, this was the perfect item, since he didn't need to focus on the efficacy of medicinal ingredients. He wasn't even using it for that. He was simply refining some metal. Lin Mu scanned his ring and quickly found a suitable chunk of gold. It should be about 1 kilogram in weight, Lin Mu estimated. He had plenty of gold and other metals he had obtained over the years, and the cave in the Kong Plain where the nexus was had even more gold. In fact, the gold in the inheritance cave was many times more than what Lin Mu had in his storage. He had let it stay in the cave since Jiang Luo and others would be able to access it when needed and won't have to call for him every time. Of course, the access to it was restrained, and not just anyone could go in. For now, though, Lin Mu had enough to just learn on his own. Tilde clang tilde. The chunk of gold landed in the cauldron, and Lin Mu recalled the basic methods. Since I can use fire spirit chi, I don't need to depend on external fire. Plus, the control will be better. Lin Mu muttered and ignited flames on his hand. Then in the next second, the flames spread out like a wave and covered the entire cauldron. Lin Mu knew that equally spreading the heat was an important part of the process, and many forgers struggled with it. But for him, this problem could be solved by directly covering the entire cauldron with flames. The flames licked the cauldron, and soon it heated up. Tilde crackle tilde. A strange crackling sound could be heard coming from the cauldron, which pulled Lin Mu's attention. What was that? Lin Mu said, feeling confused. At first, he wondered if the cauldron was damaged and breaking or something. But then, using his spirit sense to check it in detail, he realized what the issue was. Never thought there would be such fine air pockets in the cauldron, Lin Mu said, observing the cavities that were present on the cauldron. They were too fine to see with naked eyes, and only with spirit sense could he perceive them somewhat. The crackling sound Lin Mu heard had come from it. Thinking for the reason, Lin Mu recalled something he had learned. So it's the air escaping with force due to heating quickly. Normally, it would not do this since a cauldron like this would be heated with an external fire that would heat it slowly and make the air escape gradually as well. Lin Mu remembered. With the little scare out of the way, Lin Mu put his focus back on the gold. While it had not shown any signs of melting yet, it was starting to heat up and change color. Lin Mu felt like he should increase the heat more, but then recalled one of the warnings in the jade slip. If I heat it too quickly, the impurities will not be extracted properly. It needs to be gradual, Lin Mu thought. Hence, following that, he let the gold heat up and change color several times. From its golden yellow color, it changed to orange, then red, after which it returned to a bright yellow which was hard to look at. After a few more minutes, it started to soften and change its shape. Lin Mu continued to heat it until it fully became liquid. Fine bubbles could be seen coming out from the liquid gold as some of the impurities escaped in the form of gases. The start is good, but this is just the second step. More to go, Lin Mu said with enthusiasm. Chapter 928, Refining Gold. Lin Mu carefully watched the molten gold and scanned it with his spirit sense. He could feel that other than gold, there were other substances mixed in it. They were not like chunks or separate particles, though, and seemed to be mixed finely with the liquid gold. From here, I can increase the heat and let it separate out, Lin Mu muttered and increased the output of flames. Like a forge that had just been stoked with bellows, the flames directly doubled in intensity. The iron cauldron was pretty much hidden by the flames, and it looked like there was a fireball floating in the air. The area around Lin Mu had already been dried up by now, and the ground directly below the cauldron was scorched black. The liquid gold bubbled even more, and the heat continued to pour into it. Some time passed, and Lin Mu could see floating particles on top of the surface of gold. "There we go," Lin Mu exclaimed. It was his first time doing it, and he had managed to remove a majority of the impurities. Now to scoop them out, Lin Mu began with the next step. He took out another tool from his ring, which was like a shallow ladle. He steeped it in the liquid gold and skimmed its surface, removing all the impurities that were floating on it. The impurities were a mixture of colors, with the majority being black, gray, and white. Throwing the impurities to the side, Lin Mu continued heating the gold. There were still some bubbles coming from the gold, and he needed to continue doing it till the gold stopped bubbling. Lin Mu checked it with his spirit sense and saw that it was now far purer than before. Now for the final step, actually refining it enough to make it reduce in volume. Lin Mu muttered in a serious tone. This step was also the most difficult part of the entire process, since it needed pressure and heat at the same time. Tilde clang tilde. Lin Mu put the lid of the cauldron on and rotated it so that it would lock in place. This time he used both his hands and used gestures to control the heat while keeping an eye on the liquid gold inside with his spirit sense. Since most of the gases in the form of impurities were already removed, the internal pressure did not spike like it would have normally. The volume of gold stayed the same for the time being, but its temperature kept on increasing. Focus, focus, Lin Mu muttered as he increased the heat even more. The cauldron itself started to turn red as the heat started to overcome the formations that protected it. Still, it wouldn't break just from this, and it was just the temperature-maintaining formation that had failed. The durability and formation was still working and won't break, at least not now. By the time the heat reached a new level, the liquid gold inside had changed color once again. Now, it was an almost blinding white in color. The heat had reached a peak point, and Lin Mu knew it was time to circulate it. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mu split his mind to let out spirit qi from his hands. This time it was pure spirit qi, and was not the fire elemental spirit qi like before. The spirit qi was like an invisible gas and floated around his hands. Lin Mu used a tendril of spirit sense to guide this spirit qi to the red-hot cauldron. It passed through the restraints on the cauldron and seeped through the microscopic gaps in the iron. Then it finally reached the pool of liquid gold inside. There it wiggled its way down and formed a circular ring around it. Need more spirit sense tendrils, Lin Mu realized and produced more of them. Then controlling all of them, he grasped the spirit qi, turning it into several individual streams. These streams then started to flow into the gold and pushed it. And since it was being done from all angles, the liquid gold started to move. Lin Mu controlled the spirit qi streams to make it move at a deflected angle, which then made the liquid gold move in a spiral pattern. Till this point, the process was hard and taxing, but soon Lin Mu found the equilibrium and didn't need to put as much effort. Now to just maintain this, Lin Mu said as he took a breath of relief. The liquid gold continued to stir within the cauldron and slowly absorbed the spirit qi into it. Bit by bit, its properties started to change, and it started to bubble once more. Tilde stretch tilde. The sound of metal being pressured was heard as the iron cauldron let out a low creak. The bubbles coming from the gold had increased the internal pressure, but at the same time, it made the lid of the cauldron tighten due to the opposing force. Perhaps it'll be better to use an even stronger cauldron for this, Lin Mu noted. Since it was going to be a first try, he thought that trying from something low-leveled would be better, but he was now proved to be wrong, which was a good thing since it allowed him to learn better. At this point, Lin Mu was already satisfied, and even if the cauldron broke, he wouldn't mind it. He had come way farther than he had originally thought for the first try. May as well go all in, Lin Mu said with determination, and increased the amount of spirit qi he was pouring into the gold. As if water was poured into boiling oil, the gold sizzled and jumped, but at the same time, it absorbed far more spirit qi than before. Tilde thung thung tilde. The sound of gold sputtering inside the cauldron could be heard as the vessel started to sustain damage. About 10 minutes passed like this until finally, the expected happened. Chapter 929, First Success tilde splash tilde. Lin Mu blocked the hot liquid gold from splashing on him with his hands. The armor of the mortal's strengthening scripture appeared and quickly stopped it with ease. The fragments of the cauldron also pelted the armor, but did no damage. A few seconds later, Lin Mu opened his eyes and saw the scene. The fragments of the cauldron were lying everywhere, while the splotches of gold were equally spread. Still, one of the biggest fragments of the cauldron, Lin Mu could see something. The bottom part of the cauldrons had been heated the most, and thus it had directly cracked along the heated edges. It was like a shallow bowl that had fallen, and it still contained some gold in it. Lin Mu took a closed look and saw that the gold was cooling. Just from watching it physically, it was hard to tell if the gold had changed, but with his spirit sense, Lin Mu could clearly feel the difference. All right. So first failure, Lin Mu said, but the next will be a success, he said with surety. He changed the location and went slightly away from the previous one and took out another cauldron. Tilde dang tilde. The cauldron landed on the hard, rocky ground and slightly vibrated. Unlike the previous cauldron, this was an actual professional one that alchemists would use. Lin Mu had learned from his last mistake and picked a good from the many he had. This should be better, Lin Mu said as he took out another chunk of gold from the ring. He didn't really care for the gold that had spilled everywhere and now cooled into solid form. Just collecting all of the fragments of the gold would take a long time, and Lin Mu didn't want to waste time in doing that at all. Thus, he simply took out a new chunk. Tilde clang tilde. Throwing it into the new cauldron, Lin Mu created the flames and started the entire process again. This time, though, he could feel that the process was way smoother. Tilde hum tilde. The runes on the cauldron faintly glowed, showing that they were working as per their functions. The cauldron that Lin Mu had used this time had the functions such as heat distribution, sound dampening, vibration suppression, along with the earlier ones that toughed it. It was also a bit bigger in size than the previous one and also thicker. Time passed as Lin Mu repeated all the steps until he reached the final step where he had failed. Tilde hung tilde. The runes on the cauldrons glowed with a greater intensity as they did their duty of suppressing the unwanted vibrations caused due to the sputtering of gold in the cauldron. Such vibrations can cause the refiner to make some mistakes, thus it was best to not have them. While Lin Mu wasn't exactly refining pills, the same concept could be applied here as well. In fact, seeing the complexity that was in all this, Lin Mu was rather appreciative of old man Jiang Wei. He managed to refine green gold from raw gold back then. I don't know if I can fully refine it for just the technique, which isn't even on the level of green gold, Lin Mu thought. That is the difference between many years of experience. Don't put yourself down. I'm sure you will be able to do it as well if you just get more practice. Besides, the current technique does not call for green gold anyway, so no use thinking about that. Zhukong suddenly spoke. Lin Mu nodded his head and replied, "You're right, senior. I best just focus on the task at hand." With that little counseling, Lin Mu focused on the cauldron and could feel the spirit chi being absorbed into the gold. His spirit sense focused on the liquid metal and saw that it finally started to shrink. Interesting, so the more spirit chi it absorbs, the more condensed it gets, Lin Mu thought. While he couldn't understand the exact mechanism behind it, Lin Mu still memorized this observation. It was at this point that he needed to supply even more spirit chi to the gold. The more it got condensed, the greater amount of spirit chi it needed, which also got Lin Mu to think about how Jiang Wei did this since his cultivation base was sealed, and he didn't really supply any spirit chi on his own. Maybe some other method, Lin Mu thought and pushed out more and more spirit chi. Nearly an hour passed, after which the gold had reduced to the desired volume. Lin Mu let out a breath of relief and finally opened the lid of the cauldron that was tightly closed. Tilde clang, tilde clang, tilde clang, tilde. This one had clasps that held the lid instead of being screwed on. With the 3 clasps released, the lid was easily lifted and the hot yellow gold could be seen inside it. The volume had greatly reduced. "Whoa, this isn't even a glassful, this is like just a cup's worth," Lin Mu said, seeing the actual liquid with his eyes. The gold was roughly 25 milliliters in volume now. Looking at the still liquid gold, Lin Mu felt like testing out something. Gritting his teeth, Lin Mu dipped a finger into the liquid gold. He deactivated the armor of the mortal strengthening scripture beforehand, though, or it wouldn't really be a test. Tilde sizzle tilde. The hot gold evaporated the moisture on his finger almost immediately, and soon Lin Mu felt the heat. His eyes were tightly closed, but then 10 seconds later he opened them. "Huh!" A confused voice escaped his lips as Lin Mu saw the gold. "It doesn't hurt," Lin Mu muttered in surprise. He lifted his finger out of the gold and looked at it. Other than some redness on it, there were no burns that he could see, and he didn't feel any pain from it either. Is the gold really supposed to hurt me?" Lin Mu said in confusion again. Chapter 930, Tons of Gold. Lin Mu had not expected the reality to be like this. "I'm pretty sure I used to get hurt by less than this," Lin Mu said, still finding it unusual. "Actually, that was for chi skills. I don't think you tested heat damage any time after your breakthrough," Zukong spoke. Lin Mu furrowed his brows and thought of it for a while before recalling that it was true. Even the recent battle that he had gotten injured in was with Ku Weiowen, who was using some truly strong attacks. "That's right, I've never tested something like this before," Lin Mu said with a sense of realization. It also made him happy, since it meant that the part of suffering that one had to go through to practice the true gold body forging arts was gone now. "It's really good for you. You will be able to progress even faster," Zukong added. "Indeed, Senior. Now I can't wait to do this on a mass scale," Lin Mu replied. Having found even better motivation, Lin Mu decided to go the full length for the next refinement. He was going to attempt the very first stage of the technique properly this time. "First, I need to determine how much I exactly weigh," Lin Mu thought to himself. Weighing himself was not something he had done before and was a new thing for him. "Now then, how do I actually go about doing this?" Lin Mu wondered. Thinking for a minute, he quickly came up with a solution. He took out a few objects from the ring and started to build something. The first was a pair of metal plates that were used for forging. These plates could be hammered into different shapes and were used to make armor, but here he was going to use them for a different purpose. More importantly, he picked them because they were of the same size and shape. Then he took out a large log that was about 4 meters wide. The final item he took out was some rope. He then punched some holes in the corners of the metal plates and tied the ropes at an equal length. Then finally, he attached the metal plates with the rope to the wooden log. With this, his makeshift scale was made. "Now, to just have something to measure against," Lin Mu said as he took out metal bricks and ingots. These were all of the equal weight, and it was even written on it, thus making a convenient way to measure for himself. There were many different sizes of bricks in his storage, and they would serve as measuring weights. Lin Mu hung the long from its center to the side of a cliff and went to stand in one of the metal plates. He made sure that he was barely touching it and not exerting actual weight, as it would completely tilt the scale. Then he threw out a brick of 10 kilograms bronze into the other metal plate. This, of course, made them shift and go down. But Lin Mu's body stopped the other plate from coming up too much. Using his body as a counterweight, Lin Mu kept on adding more and more bricks until he felt like the force was almost equal. "Now, to get the proper number," Lin Mu said, and fully sat down on the plate without floating. Slight sound was made from the stretching and flexing of the scales, along with their tilting. But after a few seconds, they stabilize, with Lin Mu's body being lowered. "I'll add smaller ones now," Lin Mu said as he threw a few 1-kilogram bricks on the other plate. At a certain point, the scales tilted on the other side, and Lin Mu was elevated. Lin Mu repeated the same process with lower weight bricks and went back and forth 2 more times before he got a proper balance. "There we go," Lin Mu said as he counted the bricks and estimated his weight. 126.5 kilograms, Lin Mu measured. It was a relatively high weight for someone of Lin Mu's stature and build if they compared him to a commoner. Someone like him would likely look way fatter, but his body cultivation skewed that result at the very start. Having known his weight, Lin Mu did a quick estimate of how much gold he would be needing. 62,122.5 kilograms. Damn, that's a lot, Lin Mu muttered. And it truly was a massive amount for most people and even cultivators. Thankfully, Lin Mu had many times more than that amount with him. Some of the gold was in the form of proper ingots, while the rest was in the form of irregular chunks. There were even other items made out of gold that were mostly for display, like novelty armors, statues, weapons, and many other things. But Lin Mu knew that he couldn't use all of these without processing them, as they were often mixed with other metals. Instead of all those, he simply used gold ingots that were mostly pure and had no metals in them, other than some impurities that were way harder to remove. Let's get this started so that we can progress effectively, Lin Mu said as he sent a message to Little Shrubby. He will be needing some help during this all, and Little Shrubby was the perfect for this. Jiang Luo was also someone who could do it, but with his current duties, he had little time to even think for himself and was busy with teaching and building. It would take some time for Little Shrubby to return to him since he was out exploring the Kong Plain. Thus, while the beast returned, Lin Mu did other preparations. He first divided the gold into 3 different piles that would be used in the 3 different steps. The first pile was 251 kilograms, the second 1506 kilograms, and the third one being 60,240 kilograms. Soon there was a hill of literal gold beside Lin Mu, and all he had to do was wait for his help to arrive. Chapter 931, Little Shrubby's Assistance, and the first step of the technique. About half an hour later, Lin Mu saw a red blur approaching from the distance. There he is, Lin Mu said after spotting Little Shrubby. Tilda whoosh tilde. Little Shrubby's claws dug into the ground as he brake her to slow down, creating long claw marks on the rocky ground. Lin Mu had especially picked this area since it was mostly covered with rocks, and at its side was a rocky mountain. It was protected from the fire that would be involved, and he wouldn't accidentally set off a wildfire. Additionally, he had some more concerns due to which this place was the better choice. "What are we doing?" Little Shrubby asked, looking clearly confused. His eyes wandered over the piles of gold, and a cauldron kept near the side. "I'm cultivating a technique and need you help to do some things," Lin Mu spoke. "Okay, Tilda, what do I do?" Little Shrubby answered without any concerns. "So, I'll be heating and melting a lot of gold. I'll need to refine it, and that part is something only I can do, but after that is done, I'll need to use the gold. And to do that, I need the gold to stay in a liquid state, so I need you to keep on heating it," Lin Mu explained. Little Shrubby thought it over, and didn't find it to be anything difficult. "So I just use fire on that cauldron?" Little Shrubby asked. "Yes, that's pretty much it," Lin Mu replied with a nod. This was the only part that was bugging Lin Mu, since he would probably be in a state where he might not be able to continue heating the gold. If this resulted it in getting solidified or cooled, he would not have enough time to continue the process and will have to be interrupted. Lin Mu could see how this thing might have turned out to be a big problem for those that practiced this in the past. They would either need a formation array that was specifically used for forging to continually heat the gold, or have someone help them out. Either of those options were risky. One of the reasons being the gold would be pretty valuable for many people, and there was no guarantee if someone would be greedy and covet it for themselves. If they really felt like that and did something to jeopardize the technique, the person practicing it would probably die. As for using a formation array that was for forging, it was also quite difficult. On one hand, formation arrays like those were hard and complex to make, often needing vast amount of resources and people to construct. And on the other hand, if someone did not have access to something like that, they would be at square one again. By now, it was evident to Lin Mu that this technique was made with multiple difficult factors in mind. Not only did its practitioner need to be strong mentally and physically, but they also needed to have a good background and fortune. One of the ways Lin Mu could think of to reduce the requirements for the true gold body forging arts was to reduce their own weight. But that was not something possible for many cultivators, at least not without weakening themselves at the same time. Unless someone was acutely overweight or obese, there wasn't a good enough reason to reduce their weight just so that they would need lesser amount of gold. Lin Mu explained a few more things to Little Shrubby before starting the refining process. Little Shrubby, meanwhile, stayed at the side and observed everything. He could tell that what Lin Mu was doing could help him too. While Little Shrubby had great control over his fire as it innately came to him, seeing the different methods of control also seemed novel to him. Another benefit there was to Little Shrubby was that, similar to Lin Mu, he too would not be affected by the heat. Perhaps even if the molten gold spilled on him, his fur would be able to resist it. His fur truly was amazing and able to bear great heat. Perhaps even Jiang Luo, who was used to working in hot forges, wouldn't be able to say the same. Tilde clang, tilde clang clang tilde. One by one, Lin Mu tossed the ingots of gold into the cauldron. For the first stage, he needed 251 kilograms of gold, and it was still a fraction of what the cauldron could hold. Lin Mu roughly estimated that the cauldron could easily hold at least 200 liters of fluid in it. This should be enough for me to use until the second stage, but for the third stage, the amount go gold is simply massive, no way it'll fit in this, Lin Mu thought. While he had a few options for it ready in the ring, he also informed Jiang Luo, just in case. Even if Jiang Luo was busy, Lin Mu reckoned the sex would have something that could accommodate something like that. Lin Mu had seen large pill cauldrons in the tri-cauldron peony sect that were used to mass refine pills. If anyone, the Light Harmony sect should probably have a few like those, and they'll be perfect for Lin Mu to use. Regardless, it was going to take Lin Mu some time before he would reach that stage, thus they had a head start for that. Tilde hung tilde. The cauldron lightly hummed as the gold in it started to heat. Since the quantity was much more than before, the gases released were also higher and the pressure greater. Lin Mu quickly skimmed off the impurities that floated on the top of the now liquid gold before shutting its lid. Tilde dang tilde. The three clasps were tightly fitted, and it was now ready for the final refinement, which was to infuse spirit qi and reduce its volume. A massive amount of spirit qi spiraled out from Lin Mu's body and entered the cauldron, steadily being absorbed by the gold inside. Chapter 932, a bowl of liquid gold. Hours upon hours passed by as Lin Mu continued his work. Due to the vastly more amount of gold than before, it took Lin Mu more time and effort. But after 16 hours, it was finally done. Hot gas escaped from the gaps of the lid as Lin Mu opened it up. Tilde clang, tilde clang, tilde clang, tilde. Each of the metal clasp opened with a crisp sound as a bright glow escaped from the cauldron. The glow was yellowish-white and made it hard for most people to look at it. But for Lin Mu, who had already gotten used to it, it was nothing. "You are going to use this?" Little Shrubby asked. "Yes, I need it to practice the new technique I got," Lin Mu replied. Little Shrubby nodded his head and then watched Lin Mu proceed. Removing his robes, Lin Mu used a large metal bowl to scoop out some of the liquid gold. The overall quantity of the gold was not actually that much once it was melted down, being less than 25 liters. "It's now or never," Lin Mu thought as he took a deep breath and poured the liquid gold over his hand. Tilde sizzle tilde. With the mortal strengthening scripture's armor deactivated, the hot gold touched his skin and quickly vaporized the moisture on it. It spread over his skin as Lin Mu moved the bowl around. If anyone were to see this, they would quite likely want to avert their eyes, but to Lin Mu, it seemed more like he was taking a warm bath. The visual appeal was far too impactful than the actual effects. Soon, he was done pouring the gold in the bowl and scooped up another bowl from the cauldron. Tilde who tilde. Little Shrubby on the other side controlled his fire to continue heating the cauldron. That way it would not cool and solidify. It took Lin Mu around 3 bowls to coat his hands entirely. It was not a quick process, since he actually needed it to harden on his hand, before he could turn it over and pour the gold on the other side. I guess this is it," Lin Mu muttered as he looked at his now rigid golden hand. It was stuck in a L shape from his elbow and didn't really bend freely like it normally would. Lin Mu recalled the details of the true gold body forging arts and revised its mnemonics. Now to use the cultivation method on my arm, Lin Mu thought as he followed the method prescribed in the technique. He closed his eyes and put all his focus on the arm while circulating spirit chi in a very specific manner. At first it was normal and Lin Mu felt nothing, but about an hour later, he could feel as if there was something rough being pressed upon his arm, something like sandpaper. But it was just pressure and not like it was being grated on his skin. It was a strange feeling to describe, and unless one felt it, they would find it hard to understand. Minute by minute passed, and Lin Mu could feel some changes taking place in his arm. He tried to move it and found it to be still difficult. While Lin Mu did have the raw strength to bend it forcefully, that was not the goal of the technique. What was actually meant by bending the gold was to let the technique itself make it freely movable. If one were to compare it to something, it was like encasing something in wax and waiting till the wax softened enough to move automatically. It took Lin Mu nearly 3 hours before his arm moved automatically. It was still in the L shape, but instead of being perpendicular to his body, it was now parallel. "It worked," Lin Mu said. He continued to practice the technique and felt his hand get lighter and lighter. After about 10 more hours, the gold on his skin had pretty much disappeared. It was like it had evaporated into thin air, but Lin Mu knew that was just an illusion. "Truly strange," Lin Mu muttered as he looked at his hand. That looked no different from before. He even used his spirit sense to check the changes, but couldn't tell the difference. These techniques need a lot of time to show effect. You are just starting out. Additionally, your starting base is not the same as others. You not only have a Xianshan physique, but also have 2 treasured organs refined already. Zhu Kang spoke. "I know, Senior," Lin Mu nodded his head. But this also reminded him of something else. "Oh wait, has my body cultivation progressed at all?" Lin Mu wondered. His spirit sense quickly entered his body and reached his lungs. In the 5 treasures realm, the lungs were the organ that represented metal among the 5 elements and needed to be fully refined so that one could reach the next stage. Lin Mu checked his lungs as much as he could, but didn't see any change. He couldn't feel anything after using the Severing Heart Sutra and Calming Heart Sutra either. Does it not work? Lin Mu felt confused. It was not originally a technique meant to be practiced for the 5 treasures realm. In reality, it isn't even meant for someone that already has a Xianshan physique. I think most that practiced this technique never did any body cultivation. Zhu Kang replied. Then it would make sense that they would use a bone enameling pill. I doubt either body would accept the gold easily without it, Lin Mu said. Exactly. The Xianshan physique is a neutral physique overall and can accept a variety of resources with little to no problem. It also increases the absorption for them too, and thus you were able to progress faster with the true gold body forging arts. Zhu Kang agreed. So I'm thinking I'll need to continue this and hope that it shows the effect later, Lin Mu said in an understanding tone. Chapter 933, First Stage of the True Gold Body Forging Arts complete. Having done the refinement for the left hand, Lin Mu decided to go for the right hand now. We'll know if there are any changes after the first stage is fully completed, Lin Mu said as he scooped up another bowlful of liquid gold and poured it on his right hand. Tilde hiss tilde. A similar hissing sound could be heard as the moisture in his right hand's skin evaporated. Still, Lin Mu didn't feel any pain, and the gold quickly spread over his hand with a little hesitance. Once it was fully covered and hardened, Lin Mu cultivated using the mnemonic of the true gold body forging arts and refined the liquid gold. Hour upon hour passed, and just like the left hand, his right hand too fully absorbed the gold within it. Still no difference, Lin Mu checked. He began the refinement of the other parts of his body, picking his left leg this time. During all this, little Shrubby continued to heat the cauldron so that the gold stayed hot and liquid. It was a difficult thing for most people, as the time needed for Lin Mu to refine the gold was nearly 16 hours. For anyone else not in the nascent soul realm, such consumption of spirit chi would be problematic. Thankfully, little Shrubby was not only at the peak of the adult soul stage of the nascent soul realm. His two bloodlines that had proficiency with fire element also made it significantly easier to do the same. In fact, the amount of spirit chi he was exhausting and passively absorbing from the air was almost the same, thus making the net use neutral. This allowed Lin Mu to properly practice the true gold body forging arts as days went by. It was now the 6th day since Lin Mu had started, and he had refined all of his body's skin other than the head. This was also the part he was more anxious about. Hopefully there is no problem. It's gonna make it hard for me to breathe too. Lin Mu understood. Due to how the gold will be covering his head, Lin Mu would have to hold his breath for a few hours. At his cultivation base, both due to the spirit chi cultivation and the body cultivation, even holding his breath for a day was not a problem. But it was not something Lin Mu had attempted before, and things that were new to someone always made one nervous. Don't worry, if anything really happens, you can always break your way out of it. You have more gold, so refining it once more to repeat the process will not be a problem. Senior Zhukang advised. I understand, Senior, Lin Mu said, feeling a bit better. You can stop heating it now. Lin Mu spoke to little Shrubby. Okay, Tilda, little Shrubby said and laid on the ground, continuing to watch Lin Mu. He too had been nervous and worried for Lin Mu at first, but now that he had done it a few times, he was feeling comfortable. Plus, little Shrubby was ready to act if anything happened either way. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mu directly lifted the entire cauldron and poured the gold onto his head. Some of his hair directly burned due to the heat of the gold, but half of it managed to stay intact. Lin Mu, too, noticed this and couldn't tell why it was like this, making him check his hair with his spirit sense. It was then that he discovered the part of the hair that had burned was different from the one that had not burned. It had a different composition and seemed to be weaker. It is the hair that I grew after breaking through to the Tao shell realm. It is stronger than the one I had before, no wonder. Lin Mu realized. It was a new discovery for him, and while it seemed to be small, it was an important one. Lin Mu could understand its implications in certain situations. After the entirety of the liquid gold was poured over his head, Lin Mu sensed something. I can feel it, Lin Mu thought, since his lips could no longer move. From a distance, it looked like Lin Mu was wearing a gold-colored helmet. Calming himself down in a few minutes and suppressing the nervousness, Lin Mu practiced the mnemonic of the true gold body forging arts and refined the gold over his head. Little by little, it started to disappear into his skin and shrunk. For his head, the process was a bit slow, and it took him an entire 20 hours before the gold had disappeared. Lin Mu let out a breath and opened his eyes, feeling the difference within his body. It did show an effect, it's minor, but it's something, Lin Mu said as he peered within his body with his spirit sense. His lungs were showing signs of refinement, and the cell activity had changed. Lin Mu could feel both vitality and spirit chi stirring within his lungs as if being attracted to it. If I were to estimate the refinement rate, it is not even at 1%, but this is still good enough for a start. Progress is not easy and hard work is what will get me to the end. Lin Mu motivated himself. His determination was rock solid, and he would not back down from a lack of results so easily. Zhukang was watching it all and felt content with Lin Mu's mindset at this moment. He knew just how cultivating in reality was, and the things that most cultivators failed to have was patience and perseverance. What's next? Little Shrubby asked, seeing that Lin Mu was up again. Now we refine more gold, Lin Mu said as he threw the second pile of the gold into the cauldrons. I'll help, Little Shrubby said and started to heat the cauldron. Lin Mu nodded his head and appreciated it. Chapter 934. The painful second stage. The second stage of the true gold body forging arts was a cruel one. One needed to cut open their flesh to reveal their bones, and then pour the liquid gold inside to refine them. Both the act of cutting the flesh and pouring burning hot gold was inhuman to most people, and they wouldn't even imagine doing it. Refining the gold for this stage was also a long process, since Lin Mu needed to reduce it to a quarter of its original volume. The amount of gold that he was refining for the second stage was 1506 kilograms, which was a significant amount. Putting all that gold into the cauldron put it at about half of its capacity in the solid form, and when it melted completely, it was about 1/3 its capacity. Now comes the hard part, Lin Mu thought and looked at little Shrubby. You can stop heating it now. I need to do the rest of the parts myself. I'll tell you when I need you to heat it again. He spoke. All right, I'll wait, little Shrubby replied. Nodding his head, Lin Mu began the refinement process that was even longer than before. With the quantity of gold, it took Lin Mu about 4 days before he reduced the volume of the gold by half. But this was not enough, and he needed to reduce it even more to a quarter. The more I refine it, the harder it gets, Lin Mu understood. The spirit chi consumption was also far higher than before, such that Lin Mu actually needed to use more of his stored spirit chi. Before this, his passive spirit chi absorption was enough to compensate for the continuous use. Day turned to night, and time passed. Another 5 days passed before Lin Mu was finally done with the refinement of gold. He had successfully reduced it to a quarter of what the volume used to be, though the weight of the gold was still the same. Now that I think of it, the increase in my weight is almost unnoticeable, Lin Mu just realized. He couldn't even tell that his weight had increased by almost 3 times what it was originally. And after this stage, it will be even more. I can't even imagine the effect by the final stage, Lin Mu muttered to himself. Compared to little Shrubby, Lin Mu was still rather light, and thus there being no extern signs was normal. Lin Mu could imagine leaving behind deep footprints by just casually walking. While he didn't know how much little Shrubby's weight was exactly, it was certainly more than a ton considering how large he was. Will he even be able to carry me and run at that point? Lin Mu couldn't help but wonder. If he breaks through again and reaches the Dao Shell realm, I doubt it will be a problem for him. Even now, lifting a weight like that isn't a problem for him or you, though running might not be possible for long distances. Zhukang suddenly spoke. I see, Senior. Lin Mu replied and looked at little Shrubby, sensing his cultivation base. Thinking for a bit, Lin Mu tried to estimate if little Shrubby could break through during this time as well or not. I don't know how long the 3rd stage will take. I will give little Shrubby as much as beast chi during that time, and hopefully both of us can break through in that period, Lin Mu thought to himself. Little Shrubby was a true companion of Lin Mu and a part of his own strength as well. His speed was one of the things that allowed him to do the many things that he had done. Without him, Lin Mu might not have even been alive by now. He was truly grateful to him for that, and will forever be. Taking in a deep breath, Lin Mu steeled his heart and took out the short sword. This is gonna hurt, Lin Mu muttered and placed it against his skin. Tilde creak tilde. The sound of metal grinding could be heard as the short sword grazed against his skin. The toughness made it so that no damage was inflicted other than a faint white mark on his skin. This is a problem, Lin Mu muttered. Even though he had deactivated the armor of the mortal strengthening scripture, it was still rather difficult for Lin Mu to break his skin's natural defenses. He gripped the handle hard and poured more spirit chi into it, amplifying the strength of the short sword. While he was doing this, little Shrubby was watching with rapt attention, feeling both anxious and a bit afraid. Master be fine, he hoped. Finally, after pouring enough spirit chi into the short sword, it managed to cut through the skin. But it was still not enough, as the cut was not deep. Damn it, need to push more. It has to be touching the bone. Lin Mu gritted his teeth and extorted even more force while blood spilled out from the cut. Tilda drip 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 tilda. A small pool of blood was quickly formed under him as the cut was finally completed. Currently, the entirety of Lin Mu's left forearm, elbow, and shoulder bones were exposed, looking rather ghastly. To most people, such a wound would be devastating, and they might just faint from the paint itself. Lin Mu had been through worse pain and held on with all his might. Tilda clang tilda. The short sword fell to the ground as Lin Mu's hands trembled. He carefully scooped out the liquid gold that was at least 100 kilograms heavy and poured it into his hand. Lin Mu grunted in pain. Unlike before, when he didn't feel any pain on his skin, the pain was certainly there when the liquid gold touched his exposed flesh and bone. Damn it, can't break me this easily, Lin Mu said with determination and started cultivating according to the second mnemonic of the true gold body forging arts. Chapter 935, Exhaustion and Blood Spring Carp. Even though the pain made Lin Mu shiver, his will was unshakable. The process of the gold being assimilated into his bones was a strange and painful sensation. At first, it was simply like a heavy bag being tied to his bones that pulled it down. But then it felt like something was biting into his bones. The biting sensation later turned into a drilling pain that was significantly worse than before. His hand and even the entire body trembled as the gold continued affecting him. Lin Mu's other hand was clenched tight, so much so that if he had not completed the first stage of the true gold body forging arts, his nails would have dug into his palm's flesh and drawn blood. He bore through the pain and continued to cultivate using the mnemonic of the true gold body forging arts. Hours passed by as the pain slowly lessened. He didn't know if it was just him getting used to the pain or if his body was actually adapting to it. The blood loss had already stopped when he had poured the liquid gold into his hand, and now it was solidified. Lin Mu was sitting on the ground cross-legged, with his left hand on his lap. It felt rather heavy to him, and since it was also a bit fatigued from the process, it was harder for him to keep it up the entire time. This time it took Lin Mu a day to finish refining the gold. And by the time he was done, he seemed to be rather tired-looking. Hoo-hoo tilda. Lin Mu let out some deep breaths as he opened his eyes and looked at the status of his hand. The long and deep wound on his hand had completely closed, leaving behind a golden scar instead. The scar went from the base of his wrist all the way to the top of his shoulder. It looked like someone had painted a line of gold there. Lin Mu tried standing up and almost stumbled to the left. Damn, the balance is really off, Lin Mu said as he felt the weight difference. His left hand drooped and made him lean to the left slightly. It looked like Lin Mu had some back injury and couldn't stand well. He checked the bones using his spirit sense and found them to be coated with the layer of gold. Even his fingers and palm bones, which weren't in direct contact with the gold, were coated with them. So the gold spread there as well, Lin Mu muttered. Are you okay? Little Shrubby too woke up after hearing Lin Mu's voice. A gentle smile appeared on Lin Mu's face as he replied, I'm okay. A little tired, but okay. Lin Mu looked towards the flames that were automatically coming out of Little Shrubby's body and heating the cauldron. Your control over the fire improved, Lin Mu said with a raised brow. Yes, it's just like cooking, Little Shrubby spoke. Huh, nice, Lin Mu replied as he went towards the cauldron. The gold inside was still in a liquid state and at the right temperature. Finding that everything was okay, Lin Mu decided to continue. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mu cut open his right hand as well. This time, he was able to bear through the pain better and completed the cut in one swift manner. At least knowing how much strength is needed to break my skin can help me in fights, though this will change once I finish practicing the true gold body forging arts, Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu scooped out the liquid gold from the cauldron and poured it into his right hand as the blood and water sizzled. Gritting his teeth, he finished pouring it and sat down to repeat the process. Another day quickly went by, and Lin Mu had finished the process. Lin Mu looked even more tired than before, and his hand slammed into the stony ground, cracking it a little. Tilda crack tilde. He stood up and felt the balance in his body restored again. This is certainly heavy, and it is just the start, Lin Mu muttered. He checked his body's condition and realized that he was actually exhausted. Restore your condition and rest for a bit. If you make a mistake later, it won't be worth it, Zukong spoke up. I shall, senior, Lin Mu said as he took out some of the alchemical pills that would help him return to the peak quickly. I made something too, Little Shrubby said as he put a large platter in front of Lin Mu. Tilde dang tilde. Then on the large platter, dropped a pink fish that was at least 1 meter big and 30 centimeters wide. What's this? Lin Mu asked. I caught it when I was exploring the plain before you called me, Little Shrubby replied. Lin Mu looked at the fish and found it to be a bit familiar. I felt that it had a lot of vitality in it, and it also smelled good, Little Shrubby added. Oh wait, isn't this the blood spring carp? Lin Mu remembered. The blood spring carp was a spirit beast that had a lot of vitality contained within it. It didn't have as much spirit chi within its body though, but it still had a great value since it could be used to make some high-grade healing pills. The blood spring carp lived a long time and accumulated the vitality in its body until it was the time for its breakthrough to the nascent soul realm. It would then use this vitality to survive the heavenly tribulation and heal from its injuries sustained during that. It was also the reason why there were no blood spring carps above the core condensation realm, as the ones at the nascent soul realm and above were instead called the essence spring carps. They too were very rather valuable and were used to make peak-grade alchemical pills that were even used by Tao-treading realm experts. Chapter 936. Cutting open his spine and intense pain having learned about the blood spring carps, Lin Mu was a bit surprised as he had not expected them to be in the plain as well. They were something the sex would very carefully raise, and it took a long time to grow. Even a single blood spring carp, when fed properly, would take at least 100 years to reach maturity enough for them to be considered for harvesting. Did you get more of them? Lin Mu questioned. I have 3 more, Little Shrubby answered. The place where you got them, were there more of them? Lin Mu asked. Yes, there are more, but when I went there they got scared and entered an underwater cave. I didn't want to go into the water, so I just got these 4, Little Shrubby replied. I see, this may come in handy later. Lin Mu took note and got to eating the cooked blood spring carp. The rich vitality within the carp was good for Lin Mu and quickly restored his condition to the peak, along with the alchemical pills he had eaten. Not only that, but the blood loss he had experienced was also taken care of and restored. Lin Mu's entire body felt warm for quite a while after eating the entire blood spring carp. This is actually better than the pills, Lin Mu realized. Do you want me to make more? Little Shrubby questioned. Yes, that'll help. Keep them ready for when I need them next, Lin Mu answered. Okay, Tilda, Little Shrubby replied as he took out the grill he had in his storage and got to cooking. Lin Mu, meanwhile, got to practicing the true gold body forging arts and cut open his left leg. The cut went from his foot, over the shin, knee, and all the way to his hip. This time the bleeding was far worse, but Lin Mu quickly poured the liquid gold into his leg, which soon stopped the bleeding. Ugh, Lin Mu grunted slightly as he tried to focus on cultivating. His legs took longer than his hands, and almost 36 hours went by before they had fully assimilated the gold. This time Lin Mu couldn't even stand due to how heavy the leg felt. It wasn't that he didn't have strength, but more his body feeling imbalanced from the core. It's not my muscles, it's the spine that can't handle it properly, Lin Mu understood. Realizing that he would need to finish it all to be able to walk properly again, Lin Mu sped up. He didn't feel the need to eat the blood spring carp that Little Shrubby had pre-prepared for him and went to refine his other leg. Another 36 hours later, he had finished with it as well. Damn, I can't even move, Lin Mu said, feeling as if his legs were frozen. He could fully feel them, but controlling them seemed to be hard to do. Nothing seemed to be wrong with his body or the nerves, but Lin Mu didn't know why this was happening. All will come to fruition when I'm done. Lin Mu muttered to himself and got ready for the next step, which was a severe one. Though first, he finished the second blood spring carp that little Shrubby had made and restored his condition. Now Lin Mu needed to cut open his back and reveal his spine, after which he needed to slice his chest and expose the sternum. One's spine was a very important part, and even the slightest injury could kill oneself. While for a cultivator, this might be a bit different, it would still result in a crippling condition. I can cut my sect with ease, but the spine will be a bit difficult, Lin Mu thought too. Lin Mu first cut open his chest and poured the gold onto his sternum and let it cool. If he poured it onto his spine first, he would not be able to move at all, thus the sternum was the better choice. Then Lin Mu poured a lot of spirit chi into the short sword, enough to amplify its strength by many times, even when being controlled using his spirit sense. The short sword floated over to his back as Lin Mu sat straight and dug into the back of his neck, right below the nape. Argh, Lin Mu cried in pain, making little Shrubby anxious. Gesturing him with his eyes, Lin Mu got the beast to calm down as he continued slicing the flesh on his back. Bit by bit, the short sword slid down, revealing each of his vertebrae one by one, until finally it reached the very bottom where his coccyx was. By now, a lot of blood had pooled below his body since the speed at which Lin Mu did this was slow. He had to be a lot more careful with his spine, so going slow was the only option for him. Pour the gold, little Shrubby, Lin Mu shouted, knowing that he won't be able to move now. The prosthetic hands flew to hold the bowl before scooping out the gold from the cauldron, before pouring it down the top of Lin Mu's neck. Lin Mu leaned forward so that the gold could properly flow down his back and now spill out. Tilda hissed Tilda. The sicking sound of his spine being scorched by the gold could be heard as a soul-chilling pain rocked Lin Mu's sensed. Only by chanting the Severing Heart Sutra could he hold on and had almost fainted. It took 30 minutes before the gold had cooled down enough that Lin Mu managed to start cultivating. His gaze was getting blurry, but the voice of Zukong kept him awake. Do not falter, Zukong spoke up. Lin Mu's bloodshot eyes opened wide as he practiced the mnemonic of the true gold body forging arts. Time passed by as Lin Mu stayed in the same position for 4 days. He was in intense pain the entire time, but soldiered on regardless. Chapter 937, second stage complete. After 4 days had passed, the gold that Lin Mu had poured into this chest had spread from his sternum all the way to the ribs and fully covered them. In case of his spine, it was also mostly covered, but the gold had not been fully absorbed yet. At least I can move a bit, Lin Mu thought, and tried to relax his back a little bit. While his vertebrae couldn't all move properly, there was still some scope of movement for his neck, where the gold had been fully absorbed. Just a little while more, Lin Mu muttered to himself and continued to practice the true gold body forging arts. Finally, after 2 more days, his spine had fully assimilated all the gold and Lin Mu could stand up again. I have my balance back, so the spine really was the issue, Lin Mu realized. Still, Lin Mu was not done with the second stage and still had one part of his body left, the most essential part, his head. Thankfully, this was not as dangerous as spine even if it was his head. Unlike his spine, in which the gold would cause intense pain and move to the gaps between, for his skull, the gold would only enter from the top and then spread automatically under the guidance of the true gold body forging arts. But before he started with that, Lin Mu ate another blood spring carp so that his condition was back to the peak. Only after he felt that everything was better did he start with his head. Lin Mu took the short sword and made a plus-shaped cut on the top of his scalp before pulling it apart and revealing the skull. It was a gruesome sight for many, and the weak-hearted would simply fall unconscious from the visual shock. Then, taking the remaining amount of the gold that was left in the cauldron, Lin Mu poured it on his head. Tilda hissed Tilda. The blood and moisture vaporized as the hot liquid gold spread over the top of his skull. Lin Mu sat down cross-legged again and began to practice according to the mnemonic of the true gold body forging arts with all his heart. 3 days passed by as the gold spread from the top of his skull to the sides, then to the base of his neck, joining up with the rest of the spine. From his forehead, it came down and coated his eye sockets, making them burn as if lime had been sprinkled on his eyeballs. Once the eye sockets were coated, the gold spread further to his cheekbones and the jaw, finally ending in his mandible. But once it was all done, Lin Mu felt a strange sense of harmony in his body. Opening his eyes, Lin Mu finished the final part of the second stage of the true gold body forging arts. "The difference is massive," Lin Mu said as he clenched his fist. While his strength had not really increased, Lin Mu could feel a firm toughness that had taken root. Even now, Lin Mu could tell that his defense was at least 3 times better than before. Just at the second stage, it is significantly better. Wonder what changes the third stage will bring. Lin Mu thought to himself. Observe your body and stabilize yourself before you start the third stage, Zhu Kong advised. Of course, Senior, Lin Mu said, as he took the final blood spring carp that little shrubby had ready for him. Once he was done eating, he checked every inch of his body with his spirit sense, getting an idea of the difference. Lin Mu could see the gold covering every inch of his bones and even entering a few milliliters into the bones. Perhaps the third stage is to make it deeper, Lin Mu wondered. Lin Mu observed his lungs and found that they had actually progressed in their refinement. He hadn't even realized, and his lungs were already at the 15% mark for refinement. Metal attribute spirit qi could be felt stirring within some of the cells and making them more active than before. The first stage barely did 1%, and now the second took me to 15%. Will the third even be enough? Lin Mu couldn't help but wonder. But while he was checking his body, Lin Mu discovered something. It could be termed as a flaw or not in the true gold body forging arts. The flaw being, his teeth were actually not coated with the gold like his bones. The gold had only spread over the jawbone and into the teeth sockets, but not over the teeth themselves. Though golden teeth might have been a bit too gaudy, now that I think about it, Lin Mu said to himself. While this lessened his defense on his teeth, it was not like he couldn't regrow them if they broke. With his Xianshan physique, regrowing teeth wasn't a problem like mortals or even other cultivators. Most cultivators would need special alchemical pills that could allow them to regrow teeth, but to Lin Mu all it took was some time and they would return. Thus, it wasn't much of a concern for him. Besides, during the many times he had fought, he had only lost 3 teeth, and all of them had returned a long time ago. The flaw about his teeth was an unmentioned flaw of the true gold body forging arts. But in addition to this flaw, there was another flaw that was clearly mentioned in it, the flaw being none other than the eyes. While the eyelids were strengthened like the rest of the skin, some of the attacks might still be able to break through the defense of it. If that did happen, the cultivator would lose the eye. But in exchange for that, whatever kind of a weapon that was used to poke the eye would be stopped by the strengthened bone of the eye socket, and thus be prevented from reaching the brain. Chapter 938, a peak-grade spirit tool. Saving one's life in exchange for an eye was something most people would be more than willing to give. Thus, the true gold body forging arts was still able to compensate on some end for this flaw. Though in the case of Lin Mu, he had additional protection in the form of the mortal strengthening scripture's armor. It could defend against a certain level of attack and will break to dissipate the force, giving Lin Mu enough time to dodge it. The defense of the mortal strengthening scripture was something that was now at a level that Dao Shell Realm attacks and above could break it, though it could also increase its toughness along with the cultivation base of the user. Lin Mu didn't know how long the mortal strengthening scripture will be able to serve him and when it will become obsolete, though he hoped that there would be some other way he could keep improving on it. Lin Mu spent 3 days to rest and recovered to his peak condition. During this time, he got used to his body as well and acclimatized to the increased weight. He was now more than 10 times his original weight. Thankfully, it was a weight that was nothing for his strength and didn't really put much of a burden on him once he got used to it, though it still made him wonder how he will be able to get used to the weight after the third stage. At that time, he would be gaining more than 60 tons of weight. This was a weight that he could lift, but not do much with it. The True Gold Body Forging Arts mentions that it would be a qualitative change at that point, and one would know the difference only after the breakthrough. I can only hope that all goes well, Lin Mu thought. He had the assurance that the technique had indeed been practiced by people before. If it were not for that, he would have not attempted it. Plus, Lin Mu was already many times stronger than the people who originally practiced the True Gold Body Forging Arts. Thus, if weak people like those could handle a weight like this, Lin Mu was confident that he would be able to do the same as well. Letting out a breath after finishing a short cultivation session to restore his spirit chi, Lin Mu got ready to refine the gold for the third and final stage. This will take a long time, Lin Mu said, seeing the large pile of the gold in front of him. He compared it with the cauldron he had, and knew that there was no way he would be able to fit all this in it. Have they not gotten the cauldron I asked for yet? Lin Mu wondered. He took out the jade slip and contacted the people who were supposed to bring the cauldron. It was then that he realized that there was already a message on the jade slip that he had missed. Oh, they already had it prepared. Lin Mu was surprised. It seemed like Lin Mu had not answered, and the people thought he was deep in cultivation, which was true in a way, and thus they didn't disturb him anymore. Instead, they left the cauldron Lin Mu had requested for in one of the storage cave. Little Shrubby, can you go and get the cauldron from the cave? Lin Mu requested. Little Shrubby, who had been taking a little nap, woke up and looked a bit confused, but then nodded his head. Okay, I'll get it, you just rest, Little Shrubby said before standing up. Tilda whoosh Tilda. In just a few seconds, he burst into a sprint and disappeared into a red blur. I'll go over the technique in the meantime, won't harm to revise, Lin Mu muttered and closed his eyes. About half an hour later, Lin Mu could feel Little Shrubby's presence and opened his eyes, noticing the red blur that approached from the distance. Little Shrubby's claws dug into the rocky ground, creating long marks as he slowed down before finally coming to a stop. Tilda dang Tilda. He withdrew the cauldron from the spatial storage belt on his neck, and it slammed on the ground with a loud noise. Whoa, Lin Mu said in a surprised tone. The cauldron in front of him was the largest one he had ever seen, being over 3 times as big as the one he had seen in the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect. But that was not all, as Lin Mu found a small note stuck to the cauldron. Brand your spirit sense to it before using it, the letter read. Seeing this, Lin Mu was a bit surprised. He had not needed to brand his spirit sense on the cauldron he had used till now, even if it was a spirit tool, because there was no requirement for it. If he was refining alchemical pills, he might have done it, but in this case it seemed to be an absolute requirement. Could it be? An idea came to Lin Mu's mind, and he quickly used his spirit sense to probe the large cauldron. When he did that, a string of words and some information appeared in his mind. Thousand Ding Glitter Cauldron, Lin Mu muttered as he heard the name in his head. It was not just any cauldron, but rather a special cauldron that was a peak-grade spirit tool. They really gave me a peak-grade spirit tool, Lin Mu couldn't help but exclaim. Other than the ring that Jiang Luo had repaired, Lin Mu didn't have any actual peak-grade spirit tools or weapons with him. Now this 1000 Ding Glitter Cauldron was his very first one. Why would they give this to me, though, when it would be best used in refinement at the Light Harmony sect? Lin Mu wondered until he learned the rest of the information. A wry smile appeared on his face as he finally understood. No wonder, this thing is no less than scrap iron to them, Lin Mu muttered. Chapter 939, 1000 Ding Glitter Cauldron, the giant cauldron that had been given to Lin Mu, had some very special requirements that made it unusable to most people, despite it being a peak-grade spirit tool. Whoever made this really made a mistake, huh? Lin Mu muttered. The thing was that the 1000 Ding Glitter Cauldron was a defective product. Its creator originally wanted to make a pseudo-immortal tool, and thus added a lot of precious materials and component to the cauldron, along with complex formations. But what happened in the end was that his skill was simply not enough, and the cauldron never became a pseudo-immortal tool. Usually, if this happened to any spirit tool, they would simply become a grade lower than that, being a peak grade spirit tool. This was still really good and would be valuable. But the 1,000-ding glitter cauldron was different in this matter. Due to the high energy threshold circuits that were added by its creator to make it reach the pseudo-immoral tool level, it made it so that no normal cultivator would be able to use it properly. And since it was a peak-grade spirit tool, only those at the Dao Shell realm and Dao Treading realm could use it, anyway. But even for them, the spirit chi requirements were so high that it made it impossible for them to make proper use of it. Usually high spirit chi consumption could be offset by the use of auxiliary spirit chi channeling formations that could supply the spirit chi to the cauldron instead of the cultivators themselves. But the way the formations were added to the cauldrons meant that this method was not compatible at all. And neither could it be offset by making multiple people use it at the same time, as the cauldron only worked for the person that imprinted their spirit sense on it. With such restrictions, the 1,000-ding glitter cauldron was left lying in the storage pavilion of the Light Harmony sect for hundreds of years. It wasn't that the people of the sect hadn't tried using it, but it was simply not worth using it when there were other cauldrons that could do the same with less effort. If its creator was someone who could even attempt to make a pseudo-immortal tool, they should be pretty well known. It's obviously not Jiang Wei that made this, and neither is it someone from the Jiang clan. Then who is it? Lin Mu wondered. And when he thought this, the cauldron responded as if showing its origin to Lin Mu. He could feel some information appear in his mind. This was nothing but the signature the creator of the 1,000-ding glitter cauldron had left on it. This was something a lot of weapon forgers and spirit tool refiners did and were commonplace. Taoist deity, Lin Mu muttered, not recognizing the name. He was certain that it was not someone from the Light Harmony sect, as it was already present in the information that this cauldron was not made by the sect, but obtained from somewhere else a long time ago. Lin Mu checked the records he had just in case, and soon found some information about Taoist deity. Oh, he was from the Western continent. Lin Mu was surprised. This means this cauldron is from the time when the 5 continents still existed. This is old, very old. Lin Mu muttered. Despite being old, the cauldron looked rather well maintained, and there were no points of damage on it. The cauldron itself was black in color, with gold carvings imprinted on its surface. It had a lid with a triangular top and 6 ring handles around its body. The cauldron also had 4 legs that were shaped like a bull's hoof. The cauldron was over 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide. This is probably the work of Jiang Luo, Lin Mu guessed. Lin Mu had told him what kind of a purpose he wanted the cauldrons for, and Jiang Luo might have picked this one out of the list that the Light Harmony sect gave him, since it was technically the best one in quality out of those that fit the purpose. The reason that made the 1,000-ding glitter cauldron useless for most was that they couldn't supply the spirit chi needed to control it, but for Lin Mu, that was not a concern. After all, he was not going to refine pills in it and was not going to supply spirit chi to the formations. Rather, he would just be heating and refining gold in it. This was something he could have done with any other large cauldron, thus it wasn't an issue. Well, since I got it, I may as well keep it, Lin Mu said. The Light Harmony sect had quite literally gifted this to Lin Mu since they had no use for it. Instead, gifting it to Lin Mu would bring them more benefits instead of just letting it rot in the storage. Giving a peak-grade spirit tool as a gift was not something that even top sects would do easily. They, too, only had a limited number of such spirit tools with them, and each one had a great value. Let's get started on this then, Lin Mu said as he threw in the gold ingots into the 1,000-ding glitter cauldron. Tilde ding dang tilde. The sound of metal banging against metal could be heard as the gold ingots struck the inside of the cauldron. Once all of the gold ingots were thrown into the cauldron, they were filling it to nearly 2/3 of its total capacity. It should reduce by quite a bit once I melt it down, Lin Mu said as he started to heat it up. Flames wrapped the cauldron completely and activated some of the formations of the cauldron. Oh, the passive heat-spreading formations work without direct spirit chi. Lin Mu was surprised. He thought that all features of the cauldron needed active spirit chi infusion. Chapter 940, 1 month of gold refinement. Learning that the cauldron still had some surprises, Lin Mu was pleased and continued to heat it as the gold ingots inside started to soften. Hours passed as the gold finally turned to liquid and filled half the volume of the cauldron. The cauldron was a little over 6,000 liters in capacity and looked more like a large water tank instead, but was perfect for a large refinement like this. Once all the gold was melted, Lin Mu got to removing the impurities from it, and then finally starting the refinement process that would reduce its volume. This one will be the hardest and the longest process. I need to reduce it to 10% of the original volume. Seeing as it is half filled, the volume of gold in this should be around 3,000 liters. Lin Mu calculated. Then reducing it to the 10th would mean I'll be left with 300 liters of refined gold. Should be just enough to fully soak me inside it. Lin Mu muttered to himself. While doing this calculation in his mind, Lin Mu continued to stir the gold with his spirit chi in a spiral while infusing it into it as well. Hours turned into days, and days turned into weeks. It was the 3rd week since Lin Mu had begun the entire process, and he had been working non-stop to make sure that no error was made. Just a little bit more, Lin Mu said in an exhausted tone. Even with his large spirit chi capacity, Lin Mu had to infuse a massive amount of spirit chi into the liquid gold. In the last 2 stages, the quantity was still enough that Lin Mu wasn't strained enough. But now the quantity of gold was many times that, and the refinement needed to be at a higher level as well. The more the volume that was to be shrunk, the greater the amount of spirit chi required. If one were to calculate the amount of spirit chi that Lin Mu had used in this, it would quite possibly reach the entirety of a small sect's spirit stone reserves. But on the 22nd day, Lin Mu had finally finished with his work. That was way more tough than I had expected, Lin Mu muttered in an exhausted tone. His eyes were slightly baggy, and his complexion paler than normal. You did good. For most others, this would have been very difficult or impossible to do. Even Jiang Luo would have failed as he would have simply not had the spirit chi needed to do it despite having greater skills. Senior Zhukang praised. He knew all this was well-deserved, and the feat was worthy of being praised. Thank you, Senior, though it left me dead tired, Lin Mu said. Well, that was expected, though now that you are done, you can rest for a bit before starting with the final step. Zhukang replied with a chuckle. Yes, Lin Mu said and looked around for little Shrubby. The beast had left a couple of times during the refinement process because the people at the sect had called for him. Once he was called by the Noon Grass sect to intimidate a herd of beasts that had started harassing the disciples, while the second time was by none other than Jingming Shang. The sly businessman needed someone to deliver some sensitive documents at the earliest possible time, and Little Shrubby was the best fit for it, since the location they were being taken to did not have a teleportation gate. After that time, Little Shrubby had returned, but had gone out to hunt nearby. Tilda whoosh tilde. Sensing that Lin Mu was calling for him, the beast returned in a blur, but not without bringing a tree with him. Are you done? Little Shrubby asked. Yes, I am, but what's up with the tree? Lin Mu questioned. He looked at the tree and could tell that it was just a common pine tree. Other than being rather large, there wasn't anything special about it. I wanted to make new skewer sticks, Little Shrubby said, and threw the tree to the side. The tree created some cracks on the rocky ground, but stayed fine itself. Oh, okay, you can do that later, Lin Mu stated. Do you want me to take over the heating now? Little Shrubby asked. Yes, I want to rest and the gold needs to be kept liquid, Lin Mu spoke. All right, don't worry and just rest, Little Shrubby said, to which Lin Mu nodded. With the amount of spirit chi Lin Mu had exhausted, it would take him a while to recover it, even with the help of some resources. Lin Mu took out large blocks of spirit stones and directly sat upon them as he started to cultivate. He also popped a few alchemical pills that would help in recovering spirit chi faster from time to time as well. About a week later, Lin Mu had finally recovered to the peak and was in the same state when he had started a month ago. Didn't think that just refining the gold would end up taking this long for the third step. I'm already extending past the timeline I had set originally. Lin Mu muttered to himself. He checked the communication jade slip to see if there were any messages and found a few. Lin Mu and Jiang Luo wanted to head to the north so that they could find Jiang Wei, but that plan was getting delayed more and more. Not like we can do anything, we simply have too many things to do, Lin Mu thought. Thankfully, Jiang Luo didn't mind the wait, as he too knew that Lin Mu cultivating was very important. The man was now cultivating as well, and had left a message that he too was preparing for his breakthrough to the Dao Shell realm now. He had already finished teaching the elders the method to assemble the teleportation gates, and had made enough gates that they were all sent to the locations intended for them. Chapter 941, Into the Cauldron. It's good that they finally finished setting up the teleportation gates. This will greatly save us time when we need to move around. Lin Mu muttered to himself after seeing the messages. Overall, there were now 18 teleportation gates that had been set up. Other than the ones in the Fenlong Kingdom, the Hong Lin Kingdom, the Noon Grass Sect, Light Harmony Sect, Black Dune Sect, and the Long Cloud Sect, there were 12 more. These were all set strategically, according to what was suggested by the many elders that they now had to support. Overall, from what Lin Mu could now tell, they had a really good reach in at least 50% of the Great Zhou continent. The only areas where there were no teleportation gates were in the northern lands, where Gu Yao's influence was strong, with the exception of the Eastern Ming dynasty, since the Light Harmony sect existed there. There were also no teleportation gates in the southwestern part of the continent, where the Zither Wind sect and the West Ocean sect were located. Those were actually within the scope of the choice for a teleportation gate, but Jiang Luo and the rest couldn't find a location that would be safe enough for it. Jingaming Shang was working to get a good location for them that would be hidden as a merchant outpost or a storage warehouse. But with Gu Yao having many spies, the process was a bit difficult as they needed to keep everything safe from even those that were free from Gu Yao's influence, as they could still reveal things unknowingly. Though Lin Mu was content with the current situation, as it was already many times better than a few months ago. The second message that he saw in the jade slip was about the Kusho ruins. Lin Mu had told the sects about what had happened at the ruins and its truth. Plus, Ku Weiowen had corroborated the facts as well, making them lose all the doubts. This was, of course, a shocking revelation to the sects, and they had not expected there to be such a conspiracy. The power of the beasts that were there was also quite dangerous, and if it were not for Lin Mu destroying the large source of the impure yin qi, there was a great chance many stronger Dao-treading realm beasts might have been born. Thankfully, though, with the help of all the top sect people that were there that day, the Kusho ruins were fully cleared out, and the remains of the people inside were also retrieved. It was one of the things that the top sects had wanted to do for many centuries now, and they had finally managed to finish that. Additionally, it served as closure for those that had lost their families and members to the ruins. Most that were in this group were those of the older generations, and the ones that had become elders thus. It was overall a good thing as it ended up improving Lin Mu's reputation with the elders. All those that were identified were given proper funerals, as for those that were destroyed beyond recognizing, were still given a decent burial. While the top 3 sects had not been told about the secret teleportation formation array that was hidden there, the Long Cloud Alliance knew of it now, and they were very terrified of something like that. If there was another such teleportation array within the Great Zhou continent, they all knew just how big of a security risk it was. Thus, One of the goals they had set up was to try and find any such areas with spatial disturbances around them. And doing this actually turned out to be a safe choice for them as well, such that Gu Yao would not sense anything. This was because there was already an order given out by the Sky Precepts sect to check for spatial disturbances many years ago. While the other top sects didn't have to fully follow this order, and had mostly ignored it till now, the Long Cloud Alliance now had a very good excuse to use it. Additionally, it helped increase the interaction with the Sky Precepts sect too. After being done with reading it all, Lin Mu took a deep breath, feeling the weight of all that had happened and all that had yet to come. We've come a long way, Lin Mu thought to himself as he looked at the boiling cauldron of liquid gold. He felt that he was now ready to take the final plunge and floated up into the air. I'll be gone for a while. I don't know how long, so be careful. I don't know if I'll be able to respond to others either, so try to see if you can handle things on your own for a while. Lin Mu spoke to Little Shrubby. Go on, I can handle everything. You just get strong. Little Shrubby replied with confidence. And before I go, take this, Lin Mu said as he chanted the Nurturing Heart Sutra, converting a large amount of his spirit chi into beast chi. A steady stream of beast chi flew out of his hand and entered Little Shrubby's body, quickly being sucked in. You can also try and break through to the Dao Shell realm while I'm cultivation. Maybe we'll both have a breakthrough, Lin Mu suggested. I'll try, Little Shrubby said, feeling excited. This was the highest amount of beast chi he had gotten at once and was happy. His body's ability to handle the beast chi had increased, and thus he could take a larger amount than before now. In fact, spirit chi started surging from Little Shrubby's body automatically, as his bloodline started to hungrily devour the beast chi and improve itself. Go on, I'll be right here, Little Shrubby said as he laid just a few meters from the cauldron. Lin Mu nodded his head and descended into the cauldron. Tilda hissed Tilda. See you in a bit, my friend. Chapter 942. The final stage of the true gold body forging arts. The moment Lin Mu touched the surface of the liquid gold, he felt the difference. It was dense enough that his body was repulsed by it a bit. If it were not for the fact that he had already absorbed a relatively high amount of gold in his body, he might not have even been able to sink into the liquid gold. After all, the density of gold was way higher than that of the human body, making it close to impossible to sink into it. Even then, the density of the liquid gold in the cauldron was way higher than the gold Lin Mu had refined before this. Thus he had to force his way into it. If he didn't put a constant pressure, he would be pushed out of the gold. Thankfully, his body was no longer affected by the heat of the gold and could withstand it with ease. The previous 2 steps had increased his defense to handle that much with ease. Now to wait till it solidifies, so I don't need to constantly keep on pushing myself down, Lin Mu thought to himself. The volume of gold in the cauldron was more than double Lin Mu's original volume, which meant that he was fully immersed in it and could sit cross-legged inside it. This was also how it was described in the true gold body forging arts. He was supposed to be fully encased in the gold once it cools and solidifies. Only after that happened was he supposed to start cultivate with the mnemonic of the technique. It took about 3 hours before the gold was fully solidified. Lin Mu was sure that there were some qualitative changes that had happened to the gold, as normal gold should solidify way faster than this. Though once it did, Lin Mu started cultivating almost immediately. In this step of the true gold body forging arts, the practitioner needed to cultivate within the solid gold until they could breathe in it. Once they managed to reach that point, the gold would slowly started to shrink and assimilate into their bodies. There was no time estimate to how long this would take, as more than 99% of those that practiced this technique had failed, not to mention the ones that reached this step were, but just a fraction of that. Lin Mu and Zukong were discussing about it a while back, and they had come to an estimation about the number of people that managed to cultivate the true gold body forging arts. They came to the assumption that there was a chance Lin Mu might have been one of the 5 or so people that reached this point. This figure was due to just how high the requirements and difficulty of this technique were. For Lin Mu, the requirements were greatly lowered, but for a normal cultivator, they would need a lot more resources and additional pills like the bone enameling pill. The progress that had taken Lin Mu 2 months to reach would take others at least a year or more. Though there was still the third stage that had no time estimate, as it would greatly depend on the individual talent and skills. Many would simply die because they would end up suffocating inside the gold and would be far too weak to break out themselves. Lin Mu didn't have that issue since, if he wanted to, he could break out of it forcefully with his power and could hold his breath for a very long time. Time started to slowly pass as Lin Mu continued to cultivate. During this time, he discovered more things just by the things that he was experiencing. One of the main things being why it was mentioned in the true gold body forging arts that one had to breathe, though the gold. Gold is of the metal element which conforms to the lungs. Thus, if one is able to breathe in the gold, doesn't that mean their affinity to the metal element has increased? Lin Mu thought to himself. While this was just a theory for now, Lin Mu was sure that as long as he kept on going, he will reach the truth. And just like that, hours turned into days, which then turned into weeks. By now, Lin Mu had entered a state of trance. In a way, he wasn't even conscious, and his body had fully adapted to cultivating without any manual control. Lin Mu could feel himself in his mind, and he could feel his surrounding, but he didn't have the need to control anything. To him, everything was in harmony, and him controlling things would only mess it up. Thus he let things progress as it is, and he simply stayed as he was. More time passed like this, and Lin Mu felt a bit different. Simply staying there in his mind felt a little boring to him now, and he wondered if he could do something else at this time. And thus he decided on something that could be done with just his mind. He would be training his spirit sense and refining it further. Lin Mu had not done this for a long while now, at least not intentionally. His spirit sense would improve on its own slowly as his cultivation base improved, and he had not needed to manually improve it before this. But now this was the only thing he could do at this time, and he decided to do it. Within his mind, his spirit sense started to reveal itself. It was as if there was infinite space within his mind, and no matter how much his spirit sense expanded within it, there would always be more area to expand into. Once the entirety of the spirit sense had appeared, Lin Mu started training it using the many methods he had now. More time passed as Lin Mu kept both the tasks, practicing the true gold body forging arts and refining his spirit sense. Weeks had turned into months now, and Lin Mu completely lost the track of time. Chapter 943, Green Loom Kingdom, and new clues while Lin Mu was busy cultivating the true gold body forging arts in the Kong Plain. A different series of events were happening in the real world. At the Long Cloud sect, a group of powerful elders were gathered in the main hall and were conversing. "How are the things going in the center?" Patriarch Yuya questioned one of the elders. "Things are going just as he planned, Patriarch. There were some hiccups, but our people managed to handle them, with the help of the teleportation gates. Our response time has been reduced to nearly 10% of what it used to be in some cases. Even in the areas that are a bit distant, we have cut out response time by 50%. The elder responded. "Good, keep that up," Patriarch Yuya replied, feeling pleased. "You will also be happy to know that the merchant Jingaming Shang has secured 2 areas that we can set up the teleportation gates in." Another elder chimed in. "Oh, please do tell," Patriarch Yuya prodded. "Both of them are in the southwestern area, with one being near the West Ocean sect's territory and the other one being near the capital of Green Loom Kingdom." The elder spoke. "Oh, they actually managed to find a place in the Green Loom Kingdom. That's good," Patriarch Yuya replied. "Indeed, we will now have a streaky revenue stream from there, and Jingaming Shang will be seeing dividends every week," the elder added. "Good, make sure that he has everything he needs in setting things up," Patriarch Yuya stated. "Of course, Patriarch," the elder agreed. The Green Loom Kingdom was located to the southwest of the Great Zhou continent. It was a mid-sized kingdom, but was very rich due to being a major supplier of clothes to all the empire. The Green Loom Kingdom was literally named after the many textile mills that existed in the kingdom. The soil and climate there was perfect to grow various forms of textile crops, such as cotton, spring hair reeds, and other textile fibers like silk. They used to be a weak kingdom a long time ago, and the people living there were very poor. But it all changed when the royal family collapsed and another clan took over. This clan pursued economic and business interests instead of military power, like many others, allowing them to improve the condition of the kingdom very fast. Of course, with money came many greedy eyes, but that was taken care of by the same thing. The Green Loom Kingdom became one of the biggest supporter of the mercenaries and rogue cultivators back then. And once they gained more power and riches, they gained the support of one of the top sects, the West Ocean sect, allowing them a firm foothold. The West Ocean sect was located on the very edge of their border near the ocean and would receive tributes from them. Thus, gaining an entry point into the Green Loom Kingdom was very good for the alliance. The Green Loom Kingdom exported their clothes and fabrics to the entire empire and would be used from all classes of people. Since they exported many qualities and grades of fabrics, there were always buyers for them. It was even said that the imperial family of the Great Zhou Empire specifically only got their fabrics from the Green Loom Kingdom. This was the special gift that the Green Loom Kingdom would prepare for them every year, and received some special benefits from the imperial family for that. It wasn't that these robes were just used by the mortals either. They could be used by cultivators to further refine them into spirit tools and spirit robes. Over the years, the Green Loom Kingdom had gained enough power to have their own group of specialized cultivators that made such fabrics. With such a wide variety of products, one could imagine the demand across the empire and the cost of it as well. The further one had to import from, the higher the cost that they would have to incur. Which was why the cost of Green Loom Kingdom fabrics was the highest in the northern lands. And among the 3 kingdoms of the northern lands, the highest rate was in the Eastern Ming dynasty. Thus, if Jingaming Shang managed to establish a foothold there, they could procure the fabrics for a fraction of price and sell it for a few % lower than the others in the Eastern Ming dynasty. Such profits were something that even the top sects would not take lightly. I have something to report as well, patriarchs. An elder from the Black Dune sect spoke up. Please go ahead, Patriarch Shandian said. We have been investigating the traces of the northern tribes, according to the clues obtained from the old woman Ku Weiowen, and have some leads. The Black Dune sect elder repelled. You did. Tell us what you found then, Patriarch Yuya said with urgency. They had been investigating this for a while now, and most of the leads had ended up being dead. The elders could only assume that the incident at the Kusha ruins had ended up alarming the northern tribes, and they were thus left with no other choice but to hide everything and purge their traces. Additionally, Ku Weiowen did tell them that they were supposed to report to their superiors at least once a month, and if they didn't, they would be assumed dead, and every link to them would be cut off. Of course, more than a month had passed since then, and the northern tribes had evidently worked to hide their presence even more. Thus, hearing that they finally had a lead was the good news they had been wanting for a while now. Our disciples have been sent out to find the traces of the northern tribe spies, and one of the groups did end up suspecting a few people. They are currently still investigating, but this is a good start for us. Chapter 944. The Gu Legion's reaction hearing that they had finally got to finding some of the people. The patriarchs felt elated, but at the same time they knew it was not a matter to be excited. If anything, they needed to be far more careful than ever before. That is excellent. Keep us updated about everything, and hopefully we can catch them unaware without any losses on our end. Patriarch Shandian spoke. The patriarch of the Light Harmony sect thought, seemed to be thinking about something and spoke up. Where exactly is the location of these suspects? Patriarch Mingliang questioned. It is near a town called Black Orchard in the Kingdom of Shu, the Black Dune sect elder answered. The kingdom of Shu again, huh? Seems like we should consider it one of the kingdoms lost for now. Patriarch Mingling replied. That will be an alarming choice, but also a cautious one, Patriarch Yuya responded. At the current times, it is best we think a few steps ahead, especially since we already know the Mountain Brush sect is under the control of Gu Yao, Patriarch Mingling stated. It shall be done, then. Only those that are safe from the control of Gu Yao will be allowed to operate there other than the elders at the Dao Shell realm and above, Patriarch Yuya declared. With the orders given, the elder went to do his duty while the discussion in the hall continued. It was evident that the choice Lin Mu had made was right. Now, even in his absence, the duties that he was burdened with were being carried out. Still, there were other forces in action that would not simply sit and watch. In a desolate forest stood a large pavilion surrounded by hundreds of buildings. All of the buildings had a crest hanging from them that held the character Gu written on them. The pavilion from outside looked rather simple, having almost no decorations, only defensive structures around it like walls and many formation arrays that protected it. Even the interior of the pavilion was empty, having only a single large hall. And in this hall sat a man. His dark hair was long enough to reach the floor with him sitting down, and he had a red mark on his forehead. It looked like a rune of some kind, but could not be understood. Waves of spirit chi regularly erupted from the man and spread in the surroundings, only to be blocked by the barrier formations of the pavilion. The man had his eyes closed and his breathing was even. He seemed to be rather peaceful, but suddenly his eyes opened. His pupils were dark like the night and shone in the dim hall under the light of the formations. "Why have you come?" the man questioned in a deep voice. "My lord," a person dressed in black robes appeared in the hall. He was wearing a mask and looked to be rather tall. "A few pests have been buzzing around one of our sites," the masked man spoke. "And why is it that you need to come and disturb me for that?" the black-haired man asked, his tone a bit cold. "The pests belong to the Black Dune sect. Should we follow the same protocol as before, my lord?" the masked man replied. "So they finally decided to act," the black-haired man said after a pause. "What do we do, my lord? We have a lot of sensitive materials at the site currently, and our northern compatriots are also taking rest there," the masked man questioned. "Seems like the time has come," the black-haired man spoke. Hearing this, the masked man seemed to be a bit surprised as his breath fastened. "But won't that be going against the orders of our northern compatriots?" the masked man asked, feeling doubtful. "They have wasted our time for far too long now. I think it is in our best interest that we begin our own work. So far, we've done as they asked and gotten them the things they wanted along with the locations they wanted," the black-haired man said before taking a pause. "And since they haven't even come close to fulfilling their earlier promises, we have no obligation to continue obeying them, at least not until the next step begins," he added. The breathing of the masked man seemed to have sped up again, and it looked like he was excited now. "Then shall we do that?" the masked man asked. "No, that will be for later. Once I'm done here and the formation array is completed, I will be able to break through. That will be the day we will show our true force," the black-haired man replied. "I see, so we only eliminated the pests for now and send a warning," the masked man guessed his master's thoughts. "Indeed, do that and send a few more warnings. The Long Cloud Alliance has been spreading its wings a little too much with the leeway we gave them. Get the Zither Wind Alliance to start its opposition," the black-haired man ordered. "It shall be done," the masked man said as he quickly stood up and flew away. Once the masked man was gone, the black-haired man stood up and tapped his finger in the air. A formation array revealed its presence and appeared around the man. It consisted of several circles, all of which were linked by strings of runes on the ground. But the most eye-catching part was the illusory figures that were there in these circles. If someone more knowledgeable saw these figures, they would be very shocked, as these figures all belonged to very influential people of the Empire. some of them even belonging to the sect patriarchs and high elders of various cultivation sects. But along with the circles, the illusory figure of a red crystal also materialized in the black-haired man's hands. I will soon fulfill the wishes of our ancestors. Father, the entire empire will know the name of Gu Yao then, and the Gu clan will rise once again. Chapter 945. Lin Mu awakens and cultivation increase back in the Kong Plain. Time continued to pass as Lin Mu stayed in the cauldron. Days turned into nights and clouds disappeared past the horizon. Trees grew new leaves and shed the only as the seasons changed. Finally one day, it happened. The sound of a breath was heard and echoed within the cauldron. The man sitting in the cauldron opened his eyes and looked at the dark interior of it before looking up at the dark, starless sky. Finally, Lin Mu let out a breath. He flew out of the cauldron and looked at himself, finding the great difference from before. Lin Mu's skin gained a golden sheen that could be seen when light reflected off it slightly. The sheen was not fully stable and could fade in and out of the skin. But when he finally stepped onto the ground, his feet directly sank in. Damn! Lin Mu cursed as he looked at his feet, that were now buried in the rocky ground all the way to his shins. Crack tilde. Lin Mu pulled his right foot out and put it on the side so that he could pull his other foot out of the ground, but doing that only made it worse. Lin Mu's right leg sank back into the rocky ground where he had stepped. Looking at the situation, Lin Mu couldn't help but shake his head. I didn't know this was gonna happen, but seems like I forgot, Lin Mu muttered to himself. Knowing that walking normally will not be an option for the time being, Lin Mu directly flew out using his cultivation base. He floated in the air and looked at this handiwork on the ground. How will I actually walk now? Lin Mu couldn't help but wonder. His weight was now enough to make his legs sink into the ground with ease. If it were some other beast, it might not have been the same since the surface area of their feet would be large. But in the case of Lin Mu, he was still the size of a normal human, and thus the pressure from his feet was enough to easily break even the rocky ground. Thinking of a solution, Lin Mu decided to try it out. He slowly lowered himself to the ground, while still maintaining the upwards force from his cultivation base. Then he very gently laid his feet on the ground. Tilde crack tilde. TCH tilde. Lin Mu clicked his tongue as he saw the cracks spreading on the ground. Need to practice a bit, Lin Mu thought to himself. He ended up spending an hour just in this, before he finally managed to reach the perfect equilibrium of upward force, so that he would be able to walk normally and not crack the ground and sink in. This will take some time getting used to, Lin Mu muttered to himself as he finally managed to walk around without breaking the ground. Now that he had fixed the immediate problem, Lin Mu could think about other things. He looked around in search of someone but didn't see them. Little shrubby, Lin Mu called out but didn't get a response. Closing his eyes, a wave of spirit chi spread out from his body like a tsunami. Tilde whoosh tilde. Cracks started spreading simply from the pressure of his spirit chi, as it was unleashed. Tilde rustle, tilde rustle, tilde rustle, tilde. The trees in the distance started shaking due to it too, as if a wind was striking them. A few seconds later, Lin Mu opened his eyes again. Not within the 100 kilometers, he muttered. That was right. Lin Mu's spirit sense had been strengthened and refined further, and could now directly cover a range of 100 kilometers. The increase was certainly worth it, Lin Mu said as he felt the increased sensitivity. He could feel each and every creature within the range of his spirit sense, and also the other objects like rocks, soil, dead trees, and a lot more. But this also put another question in his mind. Wait, if I managed to refine my spirit sense this much, then how long has it even been? Lin Mu questioned as his face fell. He quickly took out the communication jade slip and checked it for messages. But as a surprise to him, it was completely blank. What in the world? How are there no messages at all? Even if nothing happened, they would still be sending me weekly updates. I'm pretty sure at least a week has passed, Lin Mu said to himself in disbelief. My cultivation. Lin Mu quickly checked his own body. His spirit sense first went to his Danshan, where he saw his nascent soul floating above his Tao shell and the massive ocean of spirit chi that surrounded it. The Tao shell, it's more than 50% complete. How's that possible? Lin Mu exclaimed. His face fell even more, as a bad feeling rose within his stomach. Lin Mu then checked his lungs to see the refinement level and saw it had been fully refined. He had officially refined 3 treasured organs and was at the 3rd level of the 5 treasures realm. Usually Lin Mu should have been very happy with all this, but he was not. It was due to the fact that the cost of time came with these increases in power as well. Lin Mu knew very well that it would take him a long time to progress the shell genesis stage of the Tao shell realm, and yet, his Tao shell was more than half ready. It meant that a sufficient amount of time had passed for that to happen. Even if his lungs could have been refined in a lesser time than that, Lin Mu knew for sure that his Tao shell should have taken way longer than that. There is no sign of increased spirit chi here, which means, did the well of slumber trigger on its own? Lin Mu wondered. Chapter 946. How much time has passed? The possibility that he might have slept for years unknowingly was terrifying to Lin Mu, especially since he did not know what had happened to his friends and allies. This can't be, Lin Mu muttered to himself. It was now that he remembered who he had with him. Senior XUKONG, Lin Mu shouted within his mind. Within the space of the ring, the ethereal altar dimly glowed as the streaks of spatial energy flitted across the skis. An egg gently laid on a pillow kept close to the altar, unmoving as ever. A few hundred meters from the altar floated the figure of Zukong's avatar. He had all his eyes closed as if deep in sleep, but the spatial energy swirling around him showed that he was still cultivating. His size seemed to have increased again, and he was now a few inches bigger than before, reaching a width of almost 12 inches. If any normal person saw a spider as big as this, they would certainly be shocked and afraid. A frantic voice called out to Zukong, making him awaken. His 8 eyes opened up as he looked at the emptiness of the space. Lin Mu, Zukong called out, feeling a bit confused. But the confusion was momentary, as he realized the current situation. I can sense the outside again, Zukong muttered. Senior, Lin Mu called again. I can hear you now, I just woke up too, Zukong replied. Senior, we might be in great trouble. I reached 3 treasured organs, and my Tao shell is nearly 60% complete as well. Lin Mu quickly said. Seems like we are indeed in trouble, Zukong said, understanding the implications of it all. Senior, do you know how long it has been? Lin Mu asked. No, shortly after you entered your state of trance, I realized I couldn't talk to you nor could I feel the outside world. Your mind had sort of closed, which locked me out as well. Thinking that this might be temporary since we had been through this before, I too focused on cultivating, Zukong said before taking a quick look at himself. And it seems like I'm in the same position, he thought to himself, nodding his increased size. So we have no idea, Lin Mu said in a lost tone. He stayed in the same state for a couple of seconds before he took out the jade slip and tried to contact others. He had already tried to contact Little Shrubby, but did not receive any reply, making Lin Mu think that he might be too far from him. Lin Mu could still feel his presence, though, and knew that Little Shrubby was alive at the very least. But he couldn't say the same about the others. He had already started to regret doing what he had done. His unease was apparent on his face, until finally he received a response. Senior Lin Mu, Senior Lin Mu, a voice said from the jade slip. Hua Wu, Lin Mu said out loud. He had tried contacting Jiang Luo, Jingaming Shang, and a few others, but seemingly no one had been reachable. Going through his list of people, finally it was Hua Wu that ended up responding. You're finally awake, Senior. We came to check up on you many times, but you were in that strange gold ball. Things started to go wrong since the last year, so we got busy and only Little Shrubby checked up on you from time to time, Hua Wu said in a concerned tone. Wait. How long has it exactly been since you guys last heard from me? Lin Mu questioned. You don't know, it has been 2 years, Hua Wu answered. 2 years, Lin Mu repeated. The well of slumber truly activated. Lin Mu didn't know how it could have happened, but considering the state he was in, he realized even if the bloodline's skill truly did activate, he would have had no way to know that. Why am I not feeling hungry then? Lin Mu wondered. It's the vitality in your body after reaching the 3 treasured organs. It is still enough to make you feel normal for now, Zhu Keng replied. Lin Mu took note of that before asking a string of questions to Hua Wu. He had hundreds of them and Hua Wu explained everything to him. But the more Lin Mu learned, the more his face fell. Until finally, he heard something that turned his face cold. A serious expression appeared on his face as a hint of anger flickered in his eyes. I'm coming, Lin Mu said plainly before putting away the jade slip. A new set of robes appeared on his body, automatically, as he stepped firmly on the ground. A crater was created from that single step as Lin Mu shot forward like a cannonball. He flew through the sky at great speed, faster than ever before. The trees below him bent from the winds generated by his flight, and the beasts that were nearby ran away, feeling terrified. Lin Mu flew nonstop, his destination the plain nexus of the Kong Plain, where all the teleportation gates were located. He looked at the over 30 teleportation gates and quickly found the one he wanted. Injecting a stream of spirit chi into the formation arrays, Lin Mu activated the teleportation gate and walked through it, disappearing in the portal. In the Ziofen world, at a certain forest, a battle was currently raging. Dead bodies and body parts could be seen strewn about, as the sounds of weapons clashing could be heard. Tilde clang, tilde clang, tilde clang, tilde. Tilde dang tilde. Various chi skills were used, and fires and wind raged. The participants of the battle seemed to be many. Some wore the robes of sex, while some just seemed to be dressed in random robes not belonging to any organization. Then on the other side were people dressed in black robes that hid their faces. Some of them wore masks while some simply covered them with cloth. But the one thing that was common in all was the character Gu written on their backs. Chapter 947, A Harsh Battle. How did they find us this quickly? A long cloud sect disciple questioned. Tilde dang tilde. Another disciple shot an arrow that clashed with the shield of a Gu Legion member that was about to attack his companion. Focus on the fight. We'll leave reasoning to the elders, the long cloud disciple with the bow shouted. Damn it! The first disciple crushed the leg of the Gu Legion member that had stumbled. This was supposed to be a normal mission. We were simply supposed to protect the supplies being transported. Some distance away from them, a couple of elders of the Long Cloud sect were fighting as well. Cloud Python Whip, the elder chanted as a python made out of clouds whittled at the barrier of a Gu clan member. Both of them seemed to be in the nascent soul realm, and their strengths were almost equal. The Long Cloud Alliance will soon know its place. You have had too much fun in the past few months. Humph, the Gu Legion member said as he threw out small knives that passed through the barrier as if it didn't exist. The knives split apart like dandelions and multiplied. The Long Cloud sect elder's eyes went wide as he moved the cloud whip around at a blinding speed. Tilde shua, tilde shua, tilde shua, tilde. But as a surprise to him, the small knives passed through his chi skill, making him realize that they were illusory. Argh, the elder cried in pain as a knife struck his leg. Blood spilled from the man's calf where the knife had stuck. He had managed to dodge or block most of the knives, but this one had managed to slip through. You're done. It's best you submit to our Lord Gu Yao. Then perhaps you might be spared and will get to see the glory of the Gu Legion in the future soon enough, the Gu Legion member said proudly. It was evident that there was no fear in his eyes despite the fierce battle that was underway. There were tens of people dying from both the sides, and yet no one could pay much attention due to being engrossed in the battle. About half a kilometer from this place, another group of disciples was fighting. They were fighting in a different manner than the others, and seemed to be cooperating properly and not fighting individually. "Move in the square pattern," the leading disciple ordered. He was at the peak of the core condensation realm, while the other disciples with him were all at the core condensation realm as well. But the ones they were fighting were stronger than them. Going against them were 4 Gu Legion members, with one of them being at the infant soul stage of the nascent soul realm, while the rest were at the core condensation realm. Normally, such a line-up would mean the death of all those with the weaker cultivation base. But this time, the Long Cloud disciples seemed to be having the upper hand. The disciples all executed a few hand seals as formations lit up around them. "No!" the nascent soul realm Gu Legion member shouted in an unwilling tone. "Break through the restriction and pull the elder out." The core condensation members yelled as they tried to attack the barrier. But their effort was for naught as the formation array showed its full power and spirit chi stirred like a grinder. Dang tilde. Spirit chi turned into sharp blades like sabers and sword, before cutting apart the nascent soul realm Gu Legion member into chunks of meat. Get the rest of them too. Having killed the strongest foe, the Long Cloud disciples were now free to kill the rest. One of the disciples threw a javelin that skewered through the neck of a Gu Legion member, while another one directly used his fists to break the neck of another. But during this time, a mishap happened, and one of the female disciples made a mistake. "Ming, no, get back," the leader shouted, but it was too late. "You all won't get out alive either. Aha. A Gu Legion member shouted madly as he tightly hugged the female Long Cloud disciple, even though he was currently being stabbed by her sword. "Detonate!" the man shouted as a strong spirit chi wave emanated from his body before being pulled back. His core suddenly ignited and released a power that he would have been incapable of doing on his own. Splat. The female disciple didn't even get to say a few last words before she was blowing to bits, and her body parts were all thrown across the forest. The disciples that tried to save her were not safe either, with 2 of them losing a limb and being thrown away. The leading disciple gritted his teeth as he saw the scene of slaughter. "Gu Legion, I'll eradicate every last one of you," the disciple swore as embers of rage sparked in his eyes. This was but just one of the tragedies of the battle that were witnessed by the many members here today. And it possibly won't be the last one either. The battle had already been going for over 6 hours now, and even the stronger disciples with larger spirit chi reserves were getting tired. The elders that were battling other nascent soul realm Gu Legion members were exhausted as well, and had used up a significant amount of their spirit chi. They were currently outnumbered by the Gu Legion members, and they didn't know how long they could last. Heavens, just how many of them are coming now? Were they already pinning to attack us from the start? One of the elders couldn't help but question. "No matter what, we have to hold on. We can't let the sacrifices of our disciples go to waste like this." The elder who seemed to be the strongest of them all spoke. But even he was only at the child soul stage of the nascent soul realm. "Aha, this is all futile effort." A hoarse laughter was heard from the distance as a Tao Shell Realm spirit chi wave was felt. Chapter 948, a harsh battle sensing the spirit chi fluctuations coming from the distance and the voice, the faces of the Long Cloud elders fell. They were all junior elders of the Long Cloud sect and were at the nascent soul realm. There were currently no high elders near them, and even if they wanted to ask for help from Theme, they won't be able to arrive in time necessarily. "What do we do now, Elder Liu Kai?" one of the elders asked as he gripped the spirit axe in his hand tightly. "What else? We fight on. We'll explode out nascent souls if we have to, if it means killing that man," the leading elder said with determination. Hearing this, the others seemed to be a bit hesitant, but the cries of the disciples coming from all around them made them strengthen their resolve. "Looks like today is the day that I have been preparing for. I'll be going ahead first, Elder Liu Kai," a white-haired elder said in a melancholic tone. He was the oldest-looking one among them, but was only at the infant soul stage of the nascent soul realm. There were also several injuries on his body, the most severe one of them being a large one in the side of his chest that revealed his bleeding lungs inside. Hearing the words of the white-haired elder, the others looked on solemnly. If we live past today, the Long Cloud sect will never forget your contribution, Elder Sai. Elder Liu Kai said. Tilda whoosh tilde. If your melodrama is over, then be ready to die. The Dao Shell Realm member of the Gu Legion finally arrived. Unlike the others, he was not wearing a mask, and his face was open for all to see. Though his robes were the same as all others, being black with the Gu Legion character imprinted on the back. Your opponent is me, Elder Sai shouted as he ate a pill. The pill was pitch black in color and let out a foul smell. If anyone were to smell it, they would find their head feeling dizzy, and if they smelled it for a bit too long, they might just fall unconscious. And yet, Elder Sai ate it as if it was nothing. HAA, Elder Sai yelled as a newfound power coursed through his body. Black veins popped all over his body, and his flesh started to shrink rapidly. By the time he was halfway to the Dao Shell Realm cultivator, he was all but skin and bones. I wasn't as talented as others, but I still managed to become an elder of the Long Cloud sect. With all that the sect has given me and nurtured me, it is now my time to pay back, Elder Sai said to himself as a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. He ruthlessly bit off his own tongue and spat out dense blood essence from his mouth. The blood essence was heavy like mercury and filled with dense vitality. Having done that, the chest of the old man burst open, and from it shot out a small infant. The infant was barely the size of a palm, but when it passed through the blood essence, it rapidly grew and aged in the blink of an eye. From an infant, it turned into a young man. The Dao Shell Realm Gu Legion expert, who saw all this, felt danger in that moment as his pupils constricted. Don't you dare! But before he could say much, the nascent soul reached him. Cloud Father eradication, the nascent soul of Elder Sai shouted before exploding. The sound of the explosion was loud enough to be heard for several tens of kilometers, and all those that were within its range had to forcefully shut their ears for the fear of going deaf. The ones that were right next to it, though, had it the worst, and their ears were already bleeding. The Long Cloud sect elders who knew what was going to happen were a bit prepared, though, and were able to defend to a certain extent. Dense cloudy smoke filled an area of 500 meters, making anyone hard to see what was happening there. Even the spirit sense was useless here, as the cloudy smoke was filled with spirit chi fluctuation that were chaotic enough to injure it. He did it, Elder Liu Kai said in a low voice. His expression was that of seriousness, yet a hint of respect could be seen in his eyes. The other elders that were with him had similar expressions, though there was also worry mixed in with that. I never thought I would ever get to see the Cloud Father eradication being used in my life, and now I have, one of the elders muttered. Though it might have been best if we never got to see it, a female elder added. The cost of it is too great. Tilda woong tilde. But just as they said this, a wave of energy was felt coming from the center, alarming them all. No way, it can't be, Elder Liu Kai gasped. Fuck you, Long Cloud sect. A hoarse voice yelled as a gust of wind forcefully pushed away all the cloudy smoke. He's really alive, Elder Liu Kai said in an astonished tone. How can he live after that exposition of the Cloud Father eradication? Even a shell completion stage Dao Shell Realm expert would die. The female elder said as dread appeared in her eyes. Tilde catch a tilde. The sound of glass breaking could be heard as a small object crumbled in the hands of the Dao Shell Realm expert. You all piss me off like hell. You even made me use up the great rampart talisman, the Dao Shell Realm expert cursed. Seeing that the self-sacrifice of their companion and fellow elder had gone to waste, the Long Cloud sect elders didn't know what to do but feel lost. You shall all pay for this with your lives and your disciples' lives. Your souls and bodies will strengthen our Lord. The Dao Shell Realm expert laughed out loud. Chapter 949, Lin Mu's descent despair could be seen on the faces of the Long Cloud sect elders. The sacrifice of the elder had ended up with nothing, and they didn't know what they could do. "We won't go down this easily," Elder Liu Kai said with anger and threw out 6 talismans of his own. Tilde boom boom tilde. The talismans were explosive ones that could create small explosions along with a lot of smoke. Elder Liu Kai knew that this was obviously not going to do much. The reason he used it was to distract the man for a bit. "Now," Elder Liu Kai shouted. The other elders split up before attacking with their weapons. The weapons carried clouds with them and had far greater might than normal. Cloud armament slaughter formation. The weapons joined together and weaved to form a net that restrained the Dao Shell Realm expert. The weapons clashed with the hands of the Dao Shell Realm expert and were deflected off. The brows of the long cloud sect elders furrowed, but they didn't stop there. They kept on attacking incessantly and tried to hold the man off. "Don't stop for even a moment," Liu Kai shouted. The Dao Shell Realm expert got angrier by the minute and was pissed off due to the attacks. When he came here, he was fully confident that he would be able to handle these few long cloud sect elders with ease. "Damn it, if the others find out about this, I'll lose all face. I already said to them I'll win this with ease, and the Lord will have plenty of bodies to sacrifice," the Dao Shell Realm expert thought. He waved his hand as a black halberd appeared in his hand. "Enough," the Dao Shell Realm expert shouted. Tilde shing tilde. The halberd tore through the air as if it were a fabric, and then stuck the weapons of the long cloud sect elders. "Argh," the elders cried out in pain. Blood spilled as deep cuts were made on their bodes. Some were slashed on their hands, while some were slashed on their torso. But no matter what, this was a severe injury for them. Not to mention, just this one attack had turned the tide of the battle. For a minute there, they were suppressing the Dao Shell Realm elder all on their own. But now, the battle had flipped. "Are we really this mismatched?" the elders thought. "You all are really annoying. Seems like I'll just have to kill you. While I would have preferred if you were alive, the Lord shouldn't mind as long as I compensate quality for quantity," the Dao Shell Realm elder stated with a smirk. "No," Liu Kai muttered in an unwilling tone. He wanted to resist, but the pressure exuding from the Dao Shell Realm expert was now strong enough to freeze him. Not to mention the force of the previous attack had broken their formation that sent their spirit chi into chaos. Controlling it was now difficult, and they needed a moment to do that. But the Dao Shell Realm elder wasn't going to give them this chance after all. "Now die," the Dao Shell Realm expert declared as he raised his halberd to the sky. Energy gathered on the blade of the halberd as its size increased by 2 times. An illusory figure of an ape appeared on top of it, exuding a crushing presence. It was evident that this was no normal spirit weapon and was a high-grade spirit weapon that had its own skill. The eyes of the long cloud sect elders turned dull as they awaited their end. But the end they were expecting never came. "WA." The elder's jaw was left open as they gazed upon the scene in front of them. "How? Who?" Liu Kai questioned in confusion. A mass of dust had covered the area in front of them, making it hard for them to see. But what they could tell was that there was now another person there in front of them. The appearance of this person had evidently stopped the attack that was about to kill them. But the question was, who could do this? Did the high elders arrive? The female long cloud sect elder wondered. Tilde shing tilde. From the dusty cloud, they could see a golden shine. It was very eye-catching and made them wondered what it was. Tilde whoosh tilde. A gust of wind blew from the center of the dust cloud as the scene finally cleared up for all. There they saw what would be forever be imprinted in their minds and be forever be carried in their memories. They would probably tell this story for years to come, and their descendants would take this day as a legend. The person standing there was, of course, none other than Lin Mu. His body glimmered with a golden sheen under a ray of sunlight and made him look like a god's idol. His body had gotten bulkier than before, and he had gotten an inch taller as well. The outline of his muscles was visible under his robes, and a dominating presence was felt from him. His eyes were cold as they glanced at everything. But what was even more shocking was what was below him. Titha, the Tao Shell Realm expert of the Gu Legion, he's dead, one of the Long Cloud sect elders muttered. The others, too, saw the utterly crushed body of the Tao Shell Realm expert. It looked as if he had been pressed into the ground from the top of his head and was flattened into a pancake. Blood, guts, and brains were splattered around his flattened body as if he were a watermelon that were smashed. But that was not all, as all this was within a crater that had been created around the dead body and Lin Mu. Simply Lin Mu's weight was enough to crush the man into a paste, not to mention the force with which he had descended. Who are you, Senior? Chapter 950. One move to end them all. Lin Mu looked around at the scene of devastation, thinking the worst. Senior, who are you? The Long Cloud sect elders asked. But Lin Mu didn't answer them. His mind was far too occupied by his own voice that incessantly spoke to him, telling him that he was too late. Tilde thud, tilde thud thud tilde. The Long Cloud sect elders were forced to take a few steps back as a strong spirit chi wave spread out from Lin Mu's body like a tsunami. The ground cracked even though it was not being attacked directly. But that was the least of all, as the more the spirit chi spread, the more the pressure increasing. Such strong spirit sense, it has almost turned physical, Elder Liu Kai gasped. Every cultivator within 100-kilometer radius of Lin Mu felt the imposing spirit sense probing them. They all felt as if their secrets were exposed and dread rose within their minds. To them, it was as if a predator was now watching their every move. Some distance away from where Lin Mu was, a group of Long Cloud sect disciples had just finished their battle against the Gu Legion members. They had won, but at a great cost. What was that? They cried out in fear. To them, such a presence meant that it was a very strong expert that had appeared. This could mean either of two things for them, either that there was a high elder from their sect who had come to help them, or they were going to meet their end soon and the Gu Legion got even more reinforcements. Heavens save us, they muttered. Tilde shing tilde. And just as they said this, the humming of a sword was heard. A short sword. One of the disciples with a strong perception saw a blurry figure moving at a great speed. His eyes caught it just for a moment, but he could tell that it was a weapon. The short sword passed from in front of them and spun back to enter the forest. Tilde splat tilde. The sound of liquid spilling and splattering could be heard as they saw a fountain of blood shoot up into the sky. What in the world? They gasped as their jaws fell open. That was just the first of the blood fountains, as more of them could be seen incoming from the treetops. Sometimes, if they were lucky, they could even see a head or two flying in the sky. All of the heads had something in common, though. Their eyes were filled with fear and confusion, while their faces were frozen in despair. Back where the elders of the Long Cloud sect were, the pressure exuding from Lin Mu finally stopped as he withdrew his spirit sense. Return, Lin Mu lightly spoke. Tilde shing tilde. The cry of a sword could be heard as the short sword flew back at equally great speed. It floated around Lin Mu and hummed, as if it had missed him for a long time and was happy to work for him. It soon disappeared into thin air as Lin Mu stored it in the ring. Seems like I really was late, Lin Mu said with a hint of regret. That short sword and that face. Liu Kai finally got a hold of his wits and jogged his memory, recognizing the features of Lin Mu. Alliance leader Lin Mu, Liu Kai muttered in disbelief. Most of the members of the Alliance had not seen Lin Mu for a long time, and the general information was that he had entered seclusion. Even after 2 years had passed, he had not appeared, and some of the Alliance members had started to doubt him. A small minority even thought that Lin Mu had ran away and was hiding somewhere. Of course, due to the presence of Jiang Luo and Little Shrubby, most members still had trust in Lin Mu. They knew both of them were close companions of Lin Mu, and Little Shrubby was even his tamed beast. The patriarchs of the Long Cloud Alliance also needed to somewhat placate their members by telling them that Lin Mu had put Little Shrubby to do his work while he was in seclusion. While some guessed that he was off on some secret mission, that could not be told to them. A lot of rumors had popped up about Lin Mu among the Alliance members, especially after Gu Legion began its open assault on the Long Cloud Alliance last year. Thus many people were curious about Lin Mu and his abilities. They all knew that the patriarchs had all asked Lin Mu to become the chief disciple and the heir of the sect. They were willing to make him the next patriarch, thus his importance could be seen from that. The other elders heard Liu Kai's words and finally put the pieces together. They had all seen Lin Mu at least once before, and now they could match his current appearance with his past one. What happened to him? The elders wondered. The golden sheen coming off his skin was not something that could be ignored, and neither could the crushing spirit qi emanating from him, along with the domineering aura. Lin Mu, who finally heard him being called, looked at the elders and replied, "Take this," he said before throwing the elders some healing pills. "Tea this." The elders were a bit surprised seeing this. "Thank you, Senior Lin Mu," Liu Kai said in a grateful tone. They had used up a lot of their healing pills in the past battles and were now almost out. The pills that Lin Mu gave them was something that had been desiring anyway. "Senior Lin Mu, you need to help the disciples too. They are in danger with the other Gu Legion members," the female elder said, recalling that the others were not out of danger. Lin Mu turned to look at her and shook his head. "I took care of it, they're already dead," Lin Mu said in a cold tone. "They're dead." The elders were confused and spread their spirit senses around, finally becoming stunned.